Ladies and gentlemen, conversation over coffee. Themes and big ideas driving the day is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ms. Kyla Scanlon of Bread and our distinguished panelists.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Reagan National Economic Forum. My name is Kyla Scanlon. I'm an economic commentator and an author. I write for the New York Times opinion section. I'm a senior fellow at the Vanderbilt Policy Accelerator. I'm so excited to be joined on stage with Douglas Holtz-Ekind, who is the president of the American Action Forum. Before that, he was the chief economist of the President's Council of Economic Advisors, the director of the Congressional Budget Office, and the economic advisor to Senator John McCain's 2008 presidential campaign. He writes The Daily Dish, and his work focuses on economic responses during crises and fiscal sustainability. Adriana Kugler is a public policy and economics professor at Georgetown University. Before that, she was a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, the U.S. Executive Director at the World Bank, and the chief economist at the Department of Labor. Her career has been focused on advancing the understanding of labor market and trade policies. One of my favorite quotes from Ronald Reagan is, "We live in a time of great challenges. That doesn't worry me because we have all seen again and again that America is very good at meeting challenges." So we're going to focus this conversation, the first conversation of the day, on the economic uncertainty that we're all grappling with. So we're going to talk about geopolitics, we're going to talk about AI, we're going to talk a little bit about tariffs, and kind of set the stage for the rest of the day. So my first question to Doug is about geopolitics. So when you look at the current geopolitical picture, a war in Iran, supply chains, China, and the US relationship with allies, what's the thing that's most likely to actually move the US economy within the next 12 months?
Well, first, thank you for the chance to be here, to be asked questions that have no answers. That's great. So, I mean, I think the obvious first thing to worry about is the war in Iran, the fallout on global oil prices, and the feedback into the U.S. economy. I think that's quantitatively the largest near-term threat. Past that, and it looks to me as if they're working very hard to exit that, and so we may have seen the worst on the oil price shock. Past that, I think the next uncertainty is what comes out of the Section 301 process in terms of the next round of tariffs. The president never ceases to surprise on that front, so I have my eye on that. And the third thing I just put on the radar screen, because it's the most important, but it's going to play out over a longer time period, and that's the negotiations over the USMCA. You know, when you go back to the Liberation Day tariffs, the really big shock of the initial announcement was tearing apart the North American economic market, and they quickly, you know, exempted all those transactions because they had to. How does that play out? Because if that plays out poorly, we've got a real problem.
Adriana, when you think about how the U.S. is operating abroad, what do you think that we're missing when we talk about, you know, the relationships that the U.S. has, how we're acting abroad? What do you think that we're not talking about that we should be?
Well, I would say that the common thread in all the situations that you mentioned and that was discussed by Doug is basically uncertainty, right? So lack of certainty is kind of the problem. Now, that uncertainty causes problems because when you have geopolitical risks that have been rising for some time, it definitely generates a negative supply shock. That negative supply shock can have both negative effects on economic activity as well as rise also in inflation. But something that is not discussed as much, I think, is the fact that it can have down the road in terms of negative demand shocks. And in terms of demand shocks, you're seeing a little bit of that. The numbers came out yesterday, both on inflation, very high inflation, but the numbers on GDP for the first quarter were revised downwards. So you may be seeing a bit of a slowdown. And in terms of the slowdown, it could be driven by a number of factors. It could be driven by precautionary savings, the fact that real earnings are coming down, the fact that businesses may be delaying irreversible investments, the fact that maybe risk premia have gone up in terms of loans and lending. So a lot of factors could be playing down the road, and I think that's something to be paying attention to.
And AI is obviously the topic that everybody wants to talk about. It is rapidly changing our economy, and Americans are very, very worried about it. So Doug, when you think about the gains that people are talking about with regards to AI, what actually has to be true in order for those gains to be delivered and seen within the economy?
So that's an incredibly good question. So the AI and the labor market is really interesting because so far, although there's a lot of talk about the penetration of AI displacing workers and job loss, I think to date, AI has created jobs. The big infrastructure boom for the data centers and all the infrastructure underneath the AI has been the thing that's kept the economy afloat. If you look at the household sector, it's actually pretty weak in both the fourth quarter and the first quarter data, but business investment is very strong, and AI is driving that. Past that, I think the important thing to recognize is that just counting the number of jobs is probably the least interesting aspect of what AI will do to us. It will change every job. When it fully penetrates, it will change the nature of work in some cases. And what we hope is that we have sufficiently flexible labor markets and adequate training to have the workers adapt to the needs of those new jobs. And there's going to be some new jobs created that we can't even anticipate. And so, I'm basically a very optimistic person about this transition. I'm old enough to have lived through the invention of the home computer and the cell phone and the personal digital assistant and now smartphones and all that. And the way that played out was that in the 80s, basically all of business fixed investment was in ICT equipment, and we got nothing for it. Like, it's nothing to be seen. And there is this famous saying by Robert Solow, the late Nobelist, who said, computers are everywhere but in the productivity data. And what turned out to be true is that in the 90s, we reaped all the benefits of that. The businesses not only had the technologies, but they knew how to use them. They changed their business models to infuse them with it. And in that era, there was a huge concern about the loss of white-collar jobs because you didn't need the middle level of management. You had the guys that doing retail, and then there used to be memo writers who told the C-suite what was going on. They didn't need them because they had the technologies just to look at the dashboard and know what was going on. But we adapted to that pretty cleanly because it played out over time. And that is what I think is going on right now. We're not seeing anything out of the big investments in AI so far. The return's been essentially zero on all the earnings calls. But over the next 5-7 years, you'll start to see it.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of feels like the only framework that we've really been delivered on AI is from the Pope. So what would you think that we need to see in the policy environment in order to move AI forward in a way that you're describing?
So I think people make a mistake, like we want to regulate AI. If you think about what AI is, it's a tool, and it will be a tool used by businesses for competitive purposes, and we have competition policies and antitrust policies, and if we get concentrations of power, then we know the response, and it'll be used for things like health insurers trying to process claims, deny claims, things like that. Well, whether the denial is done slowly by me or quickly by an AI, it's still a health insurer who's denying the claim, and we have remedies for that if it's inappropriately denied. And so I think there's a lot in place that focuses on the user of the AI, and that's the appropriate thing. You don't regulate the AI, you regulate the user. And the hard parts are not going to be the economic ones. They're going to be questions of ethics and the ethical use of AI is the right way to think about it. It's not what do we do with the AI, it's what do we do with the humans who are using the AI, and that's gonna be the hard part.
Yeah. Adriana, do you have thoughts on policies that should be introduced within the AI era?
I agree with Doug. I think the issues of ethics, the issues of quality of data that is used, the input that is used to estimate those algorithms, right, is going to be a key part of what may need some real guards, right? But I think stimulating investments is certainly another part, and that's happening. I think there's going to have to be some thinking about impacts on energy markets and how the demand for energy for data centers affects the rest of the population. I think even the owners of data centers and producers of that information are willing to make sure that it's done in a fair way. So I think those are three areas, I think, to be thought of.
Yeah, and when you think about productivity and measuring productivity, which is something that you spent a lot of time studying in your career, what do you think has to show up in the data for you to see that AI is adding productivity to the economy?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I'm a data nerd, so I love these type of questions. It's my cup of tea at 7 in the morning. So let me tell you about three things that I'm going to be looking for. The first one is certainly different measures of productivity. We talk about usually labor productivity and total factor productivity, but most importantly, the divergence between those two. The second issue and metric in particular that I'm going to be looking at is the rate of usage and the rate of adoption. And the third one is the cost of AI and the cost of processing data and information. So on the first one, I would say I lived in California during the 1990s. I was here for that tech boom. And I think back at that moment, we saw this divergence that we're seeing today again between labor productivity and total factor productivity. Now, that's telling maybe that at the time, we couldn't observe really that there was a tech boom coming, and we're living a little bit through the same. Labor productivity has taken off much more, total factor productivity a lot less. Total factor productivity is usually a better measure of innovation, right? It tells you the efficiency of all factors of production, while labor productivity tells you about capital deepening. So I think I'll be looking at that, definitely. I think one good indication, maybe some room for cautious optimism, is that we saw these back in the 90s. Another thing that we saw in the 1990s was this surge in capital investment, which we're seeing, again, the AI CapEx boom, right, that we're seeing today again. So some of the same phenomena and the same kind of features we saw in the data back in the 90s we're seeing today. But I'll be watching for total factor productivity to go up. The second thing that I'm going to be looking at very carefully is, again, this usage and adoption of AI. Right now, census data tells you that there is 1 in 5 firms and businesses that are adopting. Among those that are adopters, many are experimenting or using it for cost-cutting purposes, but they're not necessarily using it to create new processes, new products, which is where the real innovation occurs. So I'll be looking at the data. There is a very nice new survey by Deloitte that looks at precisely what are businesses doing with those investments. And it's only about 30%, about a third of firms that are actually now using those investments to actually introduce new products and new processes as well. So the issue about that you mentioned before, right? Changing the way you do business, and that's going to be important. And the third issue, I think, that I'll be looking very closely at, this is kind of thinking ahead, moving forward, is the reduction in the cost of AI. So the cost of processing. The cost of processing, there's some estimates out there that tell you that basically the cost of processing for a model with 1 trillion parameters or 1 trillion parameter LLM is going to come down by about 90% by the year 2030. So that's humongous. If that happens, if that reduction in the cost of AI goes down, then you're going to see a surge in demand. So there's going to be extra demand created, what is known as Jevons paradox. And I think that is going that is possible, right? It's not something you can rule out. That may happen, and it has happened in the past. But in this case, you can have many applications, certainly, of AI.
Doug, did you have a comment? Yeah.
So on each of those 3 points, on the last one, the marginal cost of compute is going to be electricity.
Yeah.
So it's all about what will electricity markets in the U.S. look like, and we haven't always been very good at electricity markets in the U.S. So that's a huge challenge. The second is on the rate of adoption. I was really quite surprised. There's an NBR working paper that has a multi-country survey that shows 70% of firms have taken up AI. I thought that number was incredibly high, but it doesn't look like they're doing anything interesting with it. It's like answering the phones or stuff. So, so sort of what they're doing with it is the key. And then given all the uncertainties, the exercise I commend to you is the one I did. I heard new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh say, we're entering this age of productivity growth, and that'll change some of the calculations we have to do. And I thought, and he hearkened back to Greenspan in the 90s. And so I encourage you, go back, get the data, and ask, could you have picked up that we were entering into an era of more rapid productivity growth? Because it's really, really hard. And it's going to be really hard again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Kevin Warsh and the Fed. So the Reagan National Economic Forum put together a survey that had some really interesting data in it. And one of the data points was that parties actually flip their positions on inflation. So Republicans are inflation hawks, but when you ask about raising rates, they don't want to raise rates. So it's kind of this really tough constraint that the Fed has to operate under, sort of this mismatch between what the public expects and then what the public wants. So Doug, how do you think about the constraint there with the public maybe not thinking through the monetary mechanics of the Fed in a way that makes sense?
So first of all, I think is the survey released now? Is it public? You should look at it. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
So it's a really nice piece of work, and there's a lot in there that should inform how we think about some of these policy issues. On this one, this seems like just classic Trump-era answers, right? The president doesn't want rates to go up, he wants to go down. So you ask me a question about inflation, I say, I hate inflation, I'm a conservative, it's a terrible thing. Ask me a question about raising rates, it's like, no, we can't do that. So I think it reflects that. For the Fed, I hope it doesn't mean anything. Like the whole goal is to have them make the call on the merits and not on the polling, and certainly not on the politics. And so that's what I hope we see.
Yeah. And Adriana, one of the toughest things in the economy is sort of balancing inflation and the labor market. And according to the Reagan National Economic Forum survey, respondents were much more worried about inflation than the job market. So where is the inflation that we're seeing now coming from that the public is so concerned about?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. And I also found the NEF survey absolutely fascinating. I find that answer to that question very interesting, but not that surprising. And the reason why I don't find it that surprising is because basically unemployment has been in the range of 4.2 to 4.4, basically since the middle of 24. So it's been a couple of years, right? So it's been pretty steady. It was rising for a bit, there was concern about that, but it has stayed steady in that range. In terms of inflation, on the other hand, we have seen a change in the trend, right? Inflation had been coming down since 2022, 23, it continued 24, it continued 25. There was a change in the trend. Inflation is trending up. And as you know, the PCE numbers just came out yesterday. Headline inflation came out at 3.8%. Core inflation came up at 3.3%. Those are pretty high numbers that we haven't seen in about 3 years.
Yeah.
So no wonder, right? People are more worried about inflation than they're worried about the labor market and jobs at this point. In terms of where it's coming from. So again, we can go back to the waves of inflation, right? The first wave of inflation that came after the post-pandemic period, it was basically food and energy. Then core goods inflation kind of contributed a lot. That disappeared. In 23 and 24, that inflation basically completely disappeared. In fact, core goods inflation was negative, which was helping us to keep a lid on overall inflation. So what happens next, right? 25, fast forward, 25, 26, inflation on food and energy goes up, and inflation on core goods goes up. Now it's accounting for almost 40% of overall inflation. So it is concerning, right? It's that maybe related to some of the stuff that we were talking before about geopolitical factors, right? Geopolitical risks, the tariffs, maybe some of the factors related to the wars, right? So all those factors have driven energy prices up. It has driven food prices up, fertilizer prices are up, that contributes. And at the same time, what has happened is that services inflation, which has been much more slower to come down, it peaked at the beginning of 23, it started coming down, but very, very slowly. It still remains high. It still remains above the target. So it doesn't help. So the two factors combined, the fact that shelter inflation, core services inflation remains high and it's above target. And in addition, now we have again, because it had disappeared, we have food and energy price inflation, and we also have core goods inflation is definitely, right, reverting that trend that we had been seeing for a long time.
Doug, do you have any thoughts on this upcoming inflation battle?
I think this is a really pivotal moment because you can slice the sort of evolution of inflation in a lot of different ways, but the reality is, especially looking at the core, inflation has remained above the target for 5 years. And any measure of inflation expectations, the 1 years are drifting up now, 3 and 5 look like they're anchored, but they're not anchored at 2. They're anchored higher than so the Fed has a fundamental challenge to its credibility of getting back to the 2% target. And that would require something that is a little bit different, and they can't be complacent about the labor market in the process. They've been able to just sort of be comfortable. The unemployment rate is going to be at 4.2% no matter what we do. I don't know if that's going to be true. So it's a really tough moment.
And can I mention in relation to what you said, Doug, about keeping inflation anchored, something that is also a bit concerning is the changes in the trend that we're seeing in terms of inflation expectations.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Inflation expectations, whether you look at the 1 year, the 5 year, and whether you look at TIPS or you look at survey data, they're all going up, and they're pretty high, actually. Even the 5 year, the long-term inflation expectations are 3.7, 3, 2.7, depending on the measure you use, but it's high, it's above the target.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting, you know, inflation expectations is obviously something that the Fed watches very carefully because it can impact consumer behavior. And that's like one of the confusing things about right now is that sentiment is so low. So do you all have thoughts on that? Like what we're seeing with consumer sentiment and people not feeling so great about the economy? Do you think it's driven by inflation? Do you think it's something structural? What do you think the underlying problem is?
I think she should go first.
You want to go first?
Yeah.
So consumer right, sentiment is at the lowest level it's ever been, very low. Now, there is a disconnect usually between consumer sentiment and actual consumption. Consumption is moderating, but this has been happening for some time. So one thing is what people say, another thing is what people do. Yeah. I think where things may change and you may have more precautionary savings and right, the excess savings that people had from the pandemic are long, long gone, right? Is that people may be pushed by the fact that real earnings are now falling. Yep. If you look at right, this inflation, and you look at the growth in wages, one is growing faster than the other. So real wages are now trending down, and that may drive, right, a reduction in consumption and precautionary savings that I was talking about, combined with the geopolitical risk that we just mentioned before. So I think it may be that now we see that consumer sentiment actually translate into something in the consumption data, which we have not seen in the past few years.
That's a really important point, I think. I mean, if you think back to 2021 and 22, the unemployment rate was pretty low. People were going to work every day. and they were getting further behind as they did it. They worked and worked and worked, and their standard of living fell. And they were angry, and they remained angry, and we're in roughly that same position right now. And so I think the sentiment numbers are telling us something real about what they think the outlook is. And they don't have the pandemic savings to fall back on. The savings rate's down to 2.6%, down 3 percentage points in a year. That's a bad news story in the household sector. I mean, things are tough.
Yeah. And I think another thing that is sort of exacerbating the tension is tariffs. Like, are they happening, are they not? And the RNF survey shows that the public knows that tariffs raise prices, with 83% agreeing, but they split pretty sharply on whether the trade disputes actually slow growth. And so, Adriana, in a May 2025 speech, you laid out how tariffs do act as a negative supply shock. So what's actually played out with tariffs over the past year since you gave that speech?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because I remember at the time, not everybody was talking about tariffs in the same way, and not everybody thought the way this RNEF answered to this question, that actually tariffs would be passed on as higher prices, right? And there were a couple of arguments. One was, well, this is a one-time thing. You can look past through. This is not going to have impacts on inflation. And that view was definitely out there. And the second view was, well, look, we just went through the pandemic, and consumers are not going to be willing to, pay for those price increases. What is going to happen this time around is that maybe businesses are going to eat out of their earnings, right? Well, guess what? Fast forward, we can look back and we can look at the impacts, the direct impacts of those tariffs. And if you look at the direct impacts of those tariffs, both on imported goods and domestic goods, right? Because you're kind of removing competition. So as a domestic producer, you're able to increase also prices. Is that basically 0.7 percentage points contribute directly to increases in inflation. So that's pretty substantial. So it's been happening. There is now evidence that links directly the changes in the tariffs to the changes in prices. And there may even be some spillovers, for example, on the services, core services, and other sectors as well. So we do see the impacts. I would say something to keep attention on is that there was this 60 to 80% pass-through to consumers. Mm-hmm. And again, talking to how consumers react, there was a period of time when people were, and businesses were basically buying and importing very quickly before the tariffs became effective. But the tariffs haven't gone away. The tariffs haven't gone away. It's still in aluminum tariffs are still at 50%. Tariffs on China are over 30%. Tariffs on Canada and Mexico remain at 25%, with some exceptions for USMCA. But basically, a lot of the tariffs remain. Now, the Supreme Court in February decided IEEPA was not to be used for imposing tariffs, especially by the executive, right? So that was taken out, that 15% that was put in place on Liberation Day on average in many countries. But now Section 212 is being used and replaced, and now you have 10% again. So a lot of the tariffs remain in place, and that will have likely consequences down the road for increased inflation.
Doug, you have 1 minute to answer this question, which I'm sure you can do.
So I think the key for the public is, we know that tariffs are a one-time thing. The Fed knows tariffs are a one-time thing. We do the calculation on the blackboard. But what went on in 2025 was tariffs showed up, they got paused, these got layered in for national security purposes, these were raised and lowered, and we cut deals with countries. And so what they saw was prices going up in a very chaotic fashion. And what's important is whether they interpreted that as inflation or one-time stuff. And I think they more interpret it as inflation, and that's the inflation expectations problem, which is they start thinking about it, and it becomes a self-fulfilling expectation. And so that's going to repeat, because we're going to see the 10% thing go away, and then we're going to get the 301. They have this Costco 301 with every country in it, and who knows what we're going to get out of that. We're going to have another round of this year.
Mm-hmm.
3 seconds.
Yeah, that was impressive. Well, thank you so much, Doug and Adriana, and thank you so much to everybody in the audience. I want to end us with another Reagan quote. Hope still burns bright in this land and over our continent. So as we go into America's 250th birthday, there's still so much to be hopeful about, despite all of this uncertainty that we're eventually going to figure out. So thank you so much, and thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes our morning coffee. Please proceed to the lower level of the Air Force One Pavilion for breakfast and our opening panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
We have every right to dream heroic dreams. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look. You can see heroes every day going in and out of factory gates. Others, a handful in number, produce enough food to feed all of us and then the world beyond. You meet heroes across a counter, and they're on both sides of that counter. There are entrepreneurs with faith in themselves and faith in an idea who create new jobs, new wealth, and opportunity. They're individuals and families whose taxes support the government and whose voluntary gifts support church, charity, culture, art, and education. Their patriotism is quiet but deep. Their values sustain our national life.
Will we now prepare the way to continue this legacy of opportunity into the next decade and into the next century? These are the questions that we Americans will answer. I have a very simple goal, and I believe all Americans share it. Call it competitiveness, call it a quest for excellence, call it preparing for the 21st century. In the year 2000, we want America still at the top of the charts, the front of the pack, the head of the class. Yes, in the year 2000, we want America to be number one and climbing still for the stars. To America's business, the quest for excellence will be the challenge to make products more efficient, to embrace new ideas, better methods of management, and new technologies. Yes, to make the proudest, most desirable label on more and more products and services around the world, the label that reads, Made in America. To America's workers, the challenge is to be prepared for the new jobs and new skills of the future and to prove in the quality of their work that the pride is indeed back. Yes, to all of us, the quest for excellence is a challenge to join together in looking to the new world marketplace not as a source of fear and uncertainty, but in the way Americans have always looked at their challenges, as a great opportunity, as another open frontier for the American spirit, as America's great next adventure.
I've never felt more strongly that America's best days and democracy's best days lie ahead. We're a powerful force for good. With faith and courage, we can perform great deeds and take freedom's next step.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Fred Ryan.
Well, welcome, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, and please take your seats. We're starting the program. I think you'll find at your table a pair of sunglasses. That's not because we're trying to be California cool here at the Reagan Library, but because we start so early in the morning that you find yourselves looking straight into the sun, so feel free to put them on. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the second annual Ronald Reagan National Economic Forum. Exactly 38 years ago today, President Reagan was in the Soviet Union to begin the historic Moscow summit with General Secretary Gorbachev. And on that trip, President Reagan took a break from the arms control negotiations to do something that no president had ever done before. He went to Moscow State University to talk to the faculty and to meet with the students. He went there with a specific purpose: to tell them about the success of the free enterprise system and how in America we've been successful because of our belief in free markets and free people. He explained, quote, "Progress is not foreordained. The key is freedom. Freedom of thought, freedom of information, freedom of communication." And he went on to say, quote, "Entrepreneurs and their small enterprises are responsible for almost all the economic growth in the United States." Now, Ronald Reagan could say that with credibility, standing on Soviet soil, because as president, he was a champion of free markets. He led an economic turnaround in America, taking it from a time of malaise and doubt to a time of confidence and optimism, from stagflation to real economic growth. Some called it morning in America. Others, like German Chancellor Helmut Kohl, called it the American miracle. President Reagan's program of tax reform, deregulation, and a commitment to growth was based on his belief that Americans, when unburdened and trusted, could create economic prosperity like the world had never seen. That prosperity, in turn, was integral to bolstering our national security. Achieving peace through strength requires economic might. These are some of the enduring lessons we work to advance here at the Reagan Foundation and Institute. At today's Reagan National Economic Forum, we will hear from leaders from finance, tech, manufacturing, academia, federal agencies, local government, and more. We'll talk with cabinet secretaries and iconic CEOs of long-established and admired American companies. And we'll hear from founders of companies that are just getting started, but already powering our economy and transforming our world. We'll hear Republican and Democrat and nonpartisan voices. We'll talk about what's needed to build confidence, prosperity, and strength to position America for the next 250 years. How do we reinvigorate growth? How do we prepare to lead in the AI era? How do we leverage cutting-edge science? How do we cultivate and develop talent in our workforce? And above all, at this moment of economic and geopolitical disruption, what is required of our government officials, of our business leaders, and of our citizens? So in that spirit, we're beginning the day with our first speaker, SEC Chairman Paul Atkins. He's made it his mission to, quote, realign our markets with their most fundamental purpose, placing American might in the hands of citizens instead of the regulatory state. Certainly something President Reagan would agree with. Putting it in historical perspective, Chairman Atkins wrote in the Wall Street Journal, "Our founders understood that markets can unleash a nation's dynamism as no monarch or government ministry possibly could. The security markets soon emerged to unlock the most daring mobilization of capital in history." No conversation about the future of the American economy would be complete without discussing how we mobilize capital in new and innovative ways. So we are grateful he has joined us to kick off the Reagan National Economic Forum. Please welcome the 34th Chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Paul S. Atkins.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Fred, for your generous introduction. Before we begin, I should like to take a moment to recognize what a really profound privilege it is for me to address the Reagan National Economic Forum. So prior to starting and sharing a few reflections, I must note that the views that I express here today are my own as SEC chairman and do not necessarily reflect those of the SEC as an institution or of my fellow commissioners. There's something quite fitting about gathering on a California morning such as this one because it calls to mind a few of President Reagan's most enduring words, and that's morning in America. And nowhere are those words more at home than here in this library, a fixed monument to a free market legacy. At its opening ceremony in 1991, President Reagan articulated his hope that the library would become a dynamic intellectual forum where scholars interpret the past and policymakers debate the future. Today, I believe that we are proving that his hope was well placed. With that in mind, I don't take lightly the moment in which I stand before you, especially in this milestone year as the United States approaches its 250th anniversary, an occasion that invites not merely nostalgia, but a renewed resolve. A resolve like that of President Reagan's to restore the ideals of our forebears that government is not meant to control a people, but to set them free to flourish, to prove again that America's best days are never behind her. It was this vision that won hearts across America in the 1980 election. But vision alone does not renew a nation. What set President Reagan apart was something rarer, an instinctive understanding of a people weary from the Carter years and starved of hope, and an extraordinary ability to rekindle it. On the tail of his landslide victory, crossing New York City in a motorcade, he noted in a diary entry that, quote, "One thing was unusual and very humbling. The streets were lined with people as if for a parade. They cheered and clapped, and I wore my arms out, waving back to them." Then he concluded with a somber conviction, "I keep thinking that this cannot continue, and yet their warmth and affection seem so genuine, I get a lump in my throat. I pray constantly that I won't let them down." And today, we assemble together because he did not let them down, because his belief in the miracle of the marketplace and in the American people pulled our nation up from the ashes of despair and placed it on a firm path toward renewal. I witnessed some small measure of that renewal firsthand. In the summer of 1982, I worked in New York City, and by the time my career carried me back to New York City in 1984, the deep malaise of the Carter years had finally sunset, and morning in America, as Reagan hailed it, had dawned. As I navigated the city of New York, I recall a certain palpability to the promise of a new day. A new energy resounded through the streets. A rebounding economy was reviving the hearts and minds of many who had lost faith in America's future. It was a transformation that President Reagan understood at its root. In his first year as president, he expressed his core beliefs about free enterprise. Trust the people, he told a crowd from the World Bank and the IMF. Countries that have achieved the most spectacular, broad-based progress are neither the most tightly controlled, nor the biggest in size, nor the wealthiest in natural resources. No, what unites them all is their willingness to believe in the magic of the marketplace. The magic of the marketplace. It was not so much a memorable alliteration as it was and is an empirical truth. Indeed, President Reagan understood that the greatest weapon to end the Cold War was not a strong military fist alone, but the invisible hand behind it, free markets lifted by a free people. That philosophy traveled further than any of us had imagined. 38 years ago today, in fact, President Reagan embarked on this very airplane for his first visit to the Soviet Union. He took to his diary that evening and recorded that when he walked outside the ambassador's residence in Moscow, quote, "It was amazing how quickly the street was jammed curb to curb with people, warm, friendly people who couldn't have been more affectionate." A short account, yet one that symbolizes the sweeping reach of President Reagan's ideology, crossing the Iron Curtain before he ever did. Years before he set foot on Soviet soil, President Reagan's free enterprise philosophy had been steadily permeating a people suffocating under the weight of communism. His economic offensive strategy was loosening the grip of its leaders, and the American free market prosperity that he unleashed kept compounding the economic pressure until finally the Berlin Wall fell and communism collapsed, all without any troops marching into Moscow. In the end, the most powerful army that Reagan deployed was an idea. The lesson that he left us is not a historical artifact, it is an archetype. Free markets do not just create wealth, they generate gravity, pulling people towards them across oceans, across ideologies, and as President Reagan proved, even across the Iron Curtain. So much so that after the Berlin Wall fell, countries across the former USSR and Eastern Europe began building market economies out of the rubble of central planning. In turn, more wealth has been created since the wall fell than in all prior human history. In many respects, President Reagan's belief in free markets inspires and underpins my own. As a young graduate, I watched as the Soviet communist system of central planning collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions, while Reagan's America empowered its citizens to innovate, to invest, and to build wealth within predictable and enforceable legal frameworks. He held that our markets affirm the dignity of human spirit and liberate its potential as no other alternative can. He believed, as I do, that markets structured properly can unleash the might of American dynamism as no monarch or government ministry possibly could. But principles do not preserve themselves, and to maintain their might, markets require that rules are clear enough to guide, but restrained enough not to suffocate. Shortly after his re-election victory, President Reagan became the first and perhaps the only sitting president to ring the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. He opened his remarks that morning with a characteristic clarity, quote, "I'd like to say a few words about where this country's been and where we're going from here." So today, to echo President Reagan, I should like to say a few words about where the SEC has been and where we will be going from here. Perhaps no comedic line captures better President Reagan's philosophy than one so beloved that it practically became a catchphrase, and probably which you all can recite with me, quote, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help." So over my 3 tours at the SEC, I've discovered 6 equally terrifying words. Quote, "We should create another disclosure requirement." So like President Reagan, I've come to understand the challenge of inheriting a regulatory environment gripped by government control that inhibited investment and punished success. In his inaugural address, President Reagan made clear a doctrine that I also embrace today, that government can and must provide opportunity, not smother it, foster productivity, not stifle it. For context, Congress has tasked the SEC with 3 mutually reinforcing aims: protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and third, to facilitate capital formation. But seized by a sort of regulatory adventurism, past commissions constructed those three pillars, a thicket of obligations that were unmoored from any of them. As a result, the SEC's disclosure regime became conscripted to serve interests beyond those of the Supreme Court's objective standard of the reasonable investor. And the path to going public grew so costly, so litigious, and so politically fraught that countless entrepreneurs chose to remain private or to list elsewhere. The agency charged with stewarding the world's greatest capital markets became in many ways an imposing obstacle to them. Indeed, as our disclosure and general regulatory burden expanded, the number of our public companies has dwindled. From the time that I left the SEC as a staff member in 1994 to when I returned as chairman just over a year ago, the number of companies listed on the U.S. exchanges had fallen by roughly 40%, a decline that represents more than a data point. It represents a lost opportunity for workers, for savers, to share in the prosperity of the next generation of American enterprise. This regulatory overreach was equally as damaging to digital assets. The agency that I inherited had become defined, distinguished even, by a regulatory hostility that pushed digital asset ventures overseas. Its driving philosophy seemed to be that the new technology itself, rather than malign individuals who might exploit it, was sinister and suspect and must be stamped out accordingly. As a result, innovators made the only rational choice: they left the U.S. But like President Reagan, when presented with this decline, under President Trump's leadership, we have a duty to reverse it. And I'm pleased to report that we are, in fact, equal to the task. For President Reagan, it was morning in America. For us at the SEC, it is a new day at the SEC. President Reagan did not tinker around the edges of a broken system. Rather, he returned it to its first principles that are at its core. And that is precisely the path that this commission is charting. First, we're advancing our regulatory posture to bring it into alignment with the world as it is, rather than as it was when many of our rules were first written. As I alluded to earlier, under the previous administration, innovators found that engaging with the SEC quickly gave rise to being investigated by it. The market rendered its verdict, and an entire generation of digital asset innovation developed outside the United States. So, over this past year, the SEC has moved intently on President Trump's goal of making America the crypto capital of the world. First, we launched Project Crypto, now a joint effort with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, to modernize our rules and regulations to facilitate the markets moving on-chain. Building on this initiative, we recently delivered a long overdue clarity for market participants that distinguishes which digital assets are considered securities and which are not. Finally, among other measures underway, we are advancing work on a forthcoming innovation exemption for tokenized listed securities and taking steps to clarify how on-chain trading systems fit within existing regulations. Now, the SEC's advancement of modernized rules is only as purposeful as the clarity with which we apply them. Indeed, jurisdictional ambiguity can stifle innovation just as surely as ill-devised regulation, and for too long, it in fact has. After decades of fragmented oversight and overlapping authorities, CFTC Chairman Mike Seelig and I have ushered in a new era of harmonization between our two agencies, replacing what I call a regulatory no man's land with a fertile field of ground for innovation to take root and to flourish by providing market participants the clear path forward that they have so long called for. And last, perhaps nowhere is our forward ambition more evident than in our resolve to transform the SEC rulebook. As I mentioned previously, over time, many disclosure requirements began as a framework to illuminate, but instead they've become instruments to obscure. In losing sight of materiality as its North Star and accumulating new rules without excising the extraneous, the agency steadily built a disclosure labyrinth so complex and so costly that going and staying public became less and less compelling. So we're moving decisively to, as I like to say, make IPOs great again. Building upon our recent proposal to afford companies the flexibility of quarterly or semi-annual reporting cadences, last week we put forward 2 rule proposals that would further reduce the burdens of being a public company by recalibrating disclosure requirements and making it easier for companies to access the public markets quickly and when market conditions are most favorable. And I am pleased to announce that just today, we have proposed the rescission of the prior administration's ill-advised climate rule, retethering our, thank you. It's unusual for a regulator to get applause. So anyway, thank you for that. But retethering our rulebook to the simple principle that the SEC exists to serve all investors, not to advance an agenda of the politicized few who have axes to grind or business models to aggrandize. Now, as substantial as they are, the reforms that I've outlined amount to a beginning and not to a summation. Across every dimension of our mandate, the SEC reclaimed its course and is moving forward with equal parts rigor and restraint. So under my leadership, I intend that the Commission work to ensure that the United States is well positioned to seize on the excitement for economic opportunity that President Trump's pro-growth policies have inspired, and to build upon the decades of economic strength that the Reagan Revolution ignited. When he took the oath of office, President Reagan inherited a despondent nation, wandering in economic desolation, with no guiding light to lead it. But over 8 years, his administration achieved an unrivaled turnaround, transforming a once barren land into a beacon of prosperity. So of course he left America not merely richer, but more itself, more confident in what free people and free markets can accomplish together. The resulting optimism revived not only the spirit of the American people, but also the economy that they helped to reconstruct, yielding 20 million new jobs and significant declines in employment, inflation, and the prime interest rate alike. Today, we share in that success, but no less in the worldview that kindled it, that by trusting a free and dignified people to participate in free markets, we can beget decades of economic prosperity for generations to come. So let me close where I began, with the words that President Reagan spoke 35 years ago in this very place. Quote, "For 10 years after we summoned America to a new beginning, we are beginning still. With each sunrise, we are reminded that millions of our citizens have yet to share in the abundance of American prosperity. Can't we pledge ourselves to a new beginning for them? May every day be a new beginning, and every dawn bring us closer to that shining city upon a hill." So indeed, 45 years after President Reagan summoned America to a new beginning, we are beginning still. On the cusp of 250 years of our republic and at the dawn of a new golden age under President Trump, the question before us is not whether the American people possess the ambition or the ability to lead our nation toward new beginnings. It's whether we, as regulators, possess the will to let them. In this new day at the SEC, I'm confident that we do, and that by preserving the promise of our capital markets for the next quarter millennium, we will heed the call to carry our nation ever closer to that shining city on the hill. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate in this forum, and thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward very much to the work ahead of all of us. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Michael Castine.
Thank you. And thank you, Chairman Atkins. In his first inaugural address, President Reagan declared, "This administration's objective will be a healthy, vigorous, and growing economy that provides equal opportunity for all Americans." There is no doubt he delivered on his objectives. 15 million new jobs were created during his presidency. Inflation was cut in half. The S&P index more than doubled in size. Consumer confidence reached its highest recorded level since the 1960s. And the economy grew by a staggering 30%. We are all better off when economic growth is a top priority. After all, growth makes everything else possible, from military investment to social programs. So the question for our first panel are, what must we do to keep economic growth at the top of the agenda for today's elected officials? And how do we draw from Reagan's success to shape a modern policy playbook? Wall Street Journal editorial board member Kimberly Strassel is going to help us find the answers. We will hear perspectives from retail, banking, and Capitol Hill. Ted Decker is chair, president, and CEO of the Home Depot and has held several positions at the company over the past 2 decades. Today, Home Depot is the world's largest home improvement retailer with more than 2,300 stores and 475,000 associates. Representative French Hill from the 2nd District of Arkansas is chairman of the House Financial Services Committee. He has spearheaded legislation to make regulatory compliance simpler, accessing capital easier, and small businesses more competitive. Charlie Scharf is chairman and CEO of Wells Fargo & Company, one of America's big 4 banks, also a president in the world, with over 200,000 employees, $2 trillion in assets, and 4,000 branches worldwide. Please welcome to the stage Chairman French Hill, Charlie Scharf, Ted Decker, in conversation with Kimberly Strassel.
Up here? Yes? Oh, there we go. By the way, I'm loving all the shades. It is a really good look. So before we start, I actually have a little surprise for you. He doesn't know he's giving you this surprise, but was just back in the green room, and Chairman Hill was delighting us with his Ronald Reagan impressions. So you got to do one. You got to do one.
Well, Kim, there you go again.
You want to do Donald Trump? No.
I'm sure it will come up along the way.
Okay. I'm actually going to put all of you on the spot because you can only give me one answer to this question, and then we'll explore some of the things you say. But this is a panel about economic growth, obviously, and that requires a number of things, obviously. Stable money, predictable regulatory environment, incentives, cheap and reliable energy, a flexible labor market, and we've made some real progress in a lot of those areas over the last 18 months. But if you were to look out right now, and I'm going to ask you, what would you say is the one thing that you see that continues to be the biggest hurdle to more broad-based economic growth at the moment? And Ted, you go first.
Yeah, I would, focus on housing.
Housing.
Housing is an enormous sector in the economy. You think of it as an asset class. U.S. housing is now worth $50 trillion, truly one of the largest asset classes in the United States. And in its broadest sense, it contributes between 15 and 18% of GDP. Now that includes rent in mortgage payments, but if you look at just pure construction, it's still over $1 trillion in home improvement in construction. So it's an enormous part of the economy. It's an enormous contributor to GDP, but we actually need more housing. So if I would say what would be one thing that we should focus on, it would be building new homes. We have a supply shortage. An incremental 2 to 5 million homes are needed in the country. We build about 1 million single-family homes a year, about 500,000 multifamily homes a year. But even with that, that's just keeping up with population growth and household formation. So somehow we need to find a way to build an incremental to $2 to $5 million more units. And it's a supply issue, and that's why I'm
not demand.
There's plenty of demand for housing, and that's why I'm thrilled with Chairman Hill's new piece of legislation, which is all about supply of new homes into the country.
Chairman Hill.
Well, I think with the success of President Trump and Chairman Jason Smith's good work on the Working Family Tax Cuts Act last year, where we right-sized that tax incentive structure in the country, that would say, I would answer your question this year, is continuing to cut the costs across the economy from government intrusion through too much regulation or misaligned regulation. So I'm in alignment with President Trump's commitment to eliminating as much regulatory burden as you can. And in my area of jurisdiction with Chairman Atkins in the securities industry, or all of our bank supervisors and our Treasury Secretary we'll hear from at lunch, my focus is we can do that. We can make the economy grow faster, reduce that regulatory burden, but not in any way hurt safety and soundness or investor protection or orderly markets. We can do both. So mine would be cutting red tape compliance costs, and every day you have to fight harder to do it. People, well, we did that last year. No, you need to do it every day of every week, of every month, of every year to keep after it. It's like going to Home Depot. I can't get the weed eater thing to work. I can't reload the weed. Who can reload their weed eater line? I can't do it. But it's like taking care of your lawn. You have to do it every week in the summer, even in Alaska.
Charlie.
Well, I agree with both of what you all said, but I want to say permitting reform, but I'm not going to say that. And I think that
broadly.
Yeah, and I think that feeds into housing. It feeds into a whole series of things. When you look at, the amount of money which is just held up in process, waiting for permitting, it's $1 billion to $1.5 billion. And so then the knock-on effect of that is probably 3 times that. But I'm not going to say that, even though I said it. What I'm going to talk about is AI. And I think, the reality is we all have these incredibly powerful tools today that go beyond anything that we've been able to use in a reasonable period of time to help drive incremental growth in the country. And it's incredibly complicated because there are huge opportunities to do things more efficiently, but there are huge risks that come along with it. And I'm not going to talk about the cyber risks per se. I'm going to talk about just what it means for employment, what it means for jobs. And whenever you've had something like this which can just so vastly change how business is done, and tools that individuals can use. It's a huge opportunity for growth, but we've got to be very conscious of who's going to be displaced, what kind of jobs are going to be needed, and if we don't figure out how to thread that needle, we risk the huge benefits that should come out of the opportunities here.
Well, let's break down some of those, and let's actually talk about housing. French, talk a little bit about what's in this bill, but also what are the chances that it's actually going to get across the line? Sure. And I think one other question that people have is, if you're looking at this from a kind of macro perspective, a lot of Americans say, what's the federal government doing in housing policy in the first place, right? I mean, isn't this all a state and local question? So talk us through some of that.
Well, as Ted pointed out, the supply of housing across the country has not kept up with demand, and this generation of young families face the same issues that I did as a young family when President Reagan was in office. President Reagan inherited the worst housing environment really in American history. 15 to 18% 30-year fixed mortgage rates, no new construction. Prime was at 20, and therefore you couldn't borrow money to go build housing. You had depressed economic conditions from the oil embargo and the end of the Carter administration. So the president's, one of his first things he did was ask that a commission be set up on how do we regenerate housing affordability and housing accessibility for the American people. And that report he was issued in 1982. Number one was fight inflation, which was the highest it had been. And it's at the heart of why things are not affordable, inflation. And it's embedded into the economy. So Reagan's view was, let's deregulate, let's lower tax burdens, let's let Paul Volcker do his thing, and let's get inflation under control. And that was the hallmark of his first term, in my judgment. But in that report, he recommended two big trends. One, change the building codes at HUD to give more freedom to more people to build more different kinds of housing across the country. Because if you change the code at HUD, you change it across the 3,000 zoning commissions around the country. It's like an automatic. If it's in the HUD code, you can do it. And so he recommended that they remove the chassis. This is Reagan, we're talking about 40 years ago. Remove the chassis from a manufactured home so that you could stack manufactured homes. You could use manufactured housing to build a duplex or a quadplex, and approve modular construction and approve that to be compliant with the zoning codes so you could build the section like we see now on the backs of trucks, trusses going down the highway. That is like manufacturing part of a house, and then it's assembled on a site. Well, Congress didn't do anything about that. And now 40 years later, in the bill that we got 396 votes on in the House just a few days ago, every Democrat voted for it. The Republicans voted for it. This is a bill that will unlock, cut red tape and unlock some of the freedom associated with building. And one of those things was we removed, 40 years later, after President Reagan's recommendation, the chassis requirement in a manufactured home. I mean, so that's an example of red tape, but we take out NEPA requirements, environmental reviews to HUD programs that build houses on lots they own in a city. You had to go get an environmental review. A city had to use HUD money to build a house. So we deregulated those programs. We gave incentives to the private sector to invest more in 1 to 4 family and multifamily construction. Example, bank holding companies have a quotient they can follow called the welfare percentage, and it allows them to invest more in community development. We added that significantly. We changed the authorization for the Community Development Block Grant Program to be able to be used for infrastructure for 1 to 4 family construction. And so all along the way, we've attempted to do a supply side at the margin improvement on allowing people to build new housing, both multifamily, single family. Final big picture point, in the bill, we put some tailoring, statutory tailoring, and reduced costs for our community banks out working around the country, something that the Congress has promised to do time and time again, tailor rules with risk. Charlie's Bank, large, publicly traded, deeply interconnected bank, one of the biggest banks in the country, has a set of rules, of course, massive amounts, but should a $1.2 billion bank working in Topeka face the same regulatory compliance burden Wells Fargo? My answer is no, for obvious reasons. So we put that compliance tailoring in the housing bill with the logic, 6 out of 10 home construction loans in the country, 6 out of 10, are made by banks under $10 billion. It's that local home builder borrowing from that local bank. So that is, too, I think, a supply side recognition that let's remove the barriers to why we don't have more construction. But we go back to Reagan's first principle. We have to defeat inflation so that real wages grow, so that people can afford a home. So we want to lower the cost of home, increase the accessibility of home, but we want to beat inflation so that they can earn the real wages that Jason Smith has delivered by cutting tax rates.
If you think of the affordability equation, it's interest rates, the price of the home, and if our mortgage rates have now moved back up to 6.5%, that will ease over time. But if we do too much on the demand stimulus, when we have a shortage, you're just going to increase prices again. Prices of homes went up about 50% since the end of 2019. That's how we got to that $50 trillion valuation of U.S. housing. Tremendous equity for the American homeowner, about $35 billion of equity in their home. So you got to be careful that you don't have a nationwide dramatic price correction, because you lose a lot of that value. And then the third thing, part of the equation of affordability, is just real income growth. Unfortunately, because of things like the One Big Beautiful Bill, wage growth has been quite good, nominal and real wage growth. So wages are growing faster than home prices. So wage growth 3%, 4%, 5%. Home prices now moderated to a 1-ish% on a national level. So you are seeing some improvement in affordability. But we do have to keep fighting inflation, as the chairman said, so we can get mortgage rates down.
So,
can I just go back?
Yeah, please.
Let's go back to, I generally agree with most of what Chairman Hill says. And
except for the bit about being subject to higher regulation.
Well, I agree with, and even when he talks about tailoring and the things that we have to do to support the smaller banks, I generally totally agree with that. I think on the mortgage issue, I think I've got slightly different take on that. When you look at the mortgage market, in terms of who finances the mortgage market, 10, 15 years ago, 80% of it was done by banks. Today, 80% of it's done outside of the banks. We, Wells Fargo, used to have 20% share of the mortgage business. And by the way, same thing when it comes to construction lending and those kinds of things. Today, it's at like 2 or 3%, maybe. And it's not because we don't want to be in the business, and it's not because we don't want to serve customers. It's because it is way too expensive for us to do it inside of a large bank. The capital requirements, the supervisory requirements, the supervisory oversight that we have is just crippling to what it takes for us to do it. And so we unfortunately have made the decision that we're just going to do as little as we can, which means we're going to do it in the places where we have a physical presence for people who are broader customers. We'd love to do more of it, but it's just we're not in a position to do it. And what that means is there needs to be regulatory reform, there needs to be capital reform, a lot of which is underway today, but also within the GSEs, when you look at what we have to do as an originator and a servicer, their rules, we're held accountable for what the impact of their rules are. And those things just make it very, very difficult, especially when times get tough. And so I think there is an opportunity to take a look at those things to encourage more people to be part of the mortgage process, because the reality is, like anything else, the more people you have supplying the product, the cheaper the price will be. And many of us now just don't partake because it's not economically attractive.
But, so Kim, think about that for a minute, what he just said. 2008, government was shocking global financial crisis, but the government's reaction to it was a housing-centric crisis with people speculating, lax underwriting standards, lax derivative functions built around that same activity, and so government reacts. But here we are 15 years later, and you're having one of the iconic names in nationwide retail banking finance tell you, well, we can't really be in the home construction lending business or the vigorous mortgage origination business like we did before because of the government's reaction from that. And I argue it's an overreaction. Example, bank holding companies were essentially banned through the post-08 regulatory capital constraints from having a mortgage servicing portfolio. Meaning, I make a home construction loan, I then make a portfolio home loan to you, and then I service it. And I buy other people's servicing. All that has been moved out of the banking industry to entrepreneurs, which is great, it's happening, but it's a natural hedge in banking. So it's a perverse regulatory impact from the crisis. And it means that our biggest, I guess you'd argue, most sophisticated financial providers to our homeowners are, out of it due to regulatory constraint. And I'm hoping the Trump administration, through I don't want to get too wonky here, but those capital rules are under review by the Trump administration. It's called Basel III capital standards for big bank holding companies and all banks, that they'll recognize they're hurting housing supply by virtue of that overreaction. Do you agree with that?
That's
and can you get specific? Like, what would you see change that you think? What would change in that would see a higher portfolio allocation by Wells Fargo?
Well, Ken, I think it's three pieces. I think the idea, capital is a super important part of it, and the changes that are proposed do make it more attractive for us to both hold a servicing asset as well as to hold the loan itself. The supervisory standards with which large banks are held to are very different than the supervisory standards of others, which means that it's more expensive for us to...
Others meaning non-banks?
Non-banks and smaller banks.
Okay.
And so it's more expensive for us to service the exact same loan than it is for anyone else. And the third piece I think this just... all of us, I think, could work more closely with the GSEs to go through their rules and requirements, simplify, make it easier to actually for us to originate and service and stay within the rules that exist.
How much do you think that adds to the cost, the mortgage spread, the 200-odd basis points between a 10-year bond and a mortgage rate? How much could we cut if we...
I don't know, meaningful.
Cut through that
again,
regulation?
when you have 80% go to 20%, 60% leaves the system. Where else do you see that kind of competition leading to something, and what does that do to rate?
So look at us. I think we're well on our way solving the housing crisis, right?
Build more houses.
So Ted, what else though? Yeah. We're talking about some of these rule changes, what's in this bill, but what else would you want to see changed?
Well, I think to get more...
To drive growth.
To get more supply out there, again, I think there's a supply issue with housing. I think there's quite a bit of lock-in right now of people who enjoy the very low mortgage rates from the 2 to 5% that we experienced in the COVID days. And then there's also a growing tax on the sale of a house. So
right.
I would think about it, an idea to increase supply is people that are now confronted with a tax on sale because of inflation, really the thresholds that were set of $250,000 of exempt from capital gain for single filer, $500,000 for a double filer, joint filer. That was set in 1997.
Yep. Indexing.
So those rates are, if you just adjust for inflation, I think it's something like $650,000 in 1.3 million. So there are a number of pieces of legislation moving through Congress. One that I'm aware of is More Housing on the Market Act, where that would increase the single filer to $500,000 and the joint filer to $1 million. Right now, they're 40% of homeowners would be subject to the tax. So I think that could free up some supply and encourage people to sell. They have a lower tax burden, and you get more supply on the market. We've talked a lot about new home construction, but turnover is a big driver of the economy. So U.S. housing traditionally has turned over about 4.5% of the housing stock. There are about 135 million homes in the United States. So 4.5% of those year in and year out have turned over. But with this lock-in, because of the low mortgage rates and because of the non-indexing of the capital gains, we're barely at 3%. So there's tremendous economic activity and multiplier effect when a house turns over. People fix a house up before they sell it. The buyer is going to modify it and change it the way they want to change it. Fees are going to be made from real estate brokers and agents, title insurance, banks. So there's tremendous amount of economic activity with housing turnover, and we're suffering with only a 3% turnover rate right now.
So Charlie, you mentioned, and this is related, one last question on this, but it goes to permitting. And we'll get to AI too, but the permitting question, and it's interesting, if any of you have not looked at it, the Reagan National Economic Survey just came out this month, some fascinating information in there. But I was really struck by this one, almost 2-to-1 respondents favor speeding up government approval for factories and industrial projects. And the majority believe that regulation is making it way too slow and expensive. We keep hearing about permitting bills coming through Congress. And French, you talked about this particular housing bill dealing with NEPA with regard to that. But broader permitting reform, it seems like this elusive thing. I mean, it's an enormous question to growth in the country. Everyone knows it. I mean, there's a bipartisan majorities in both the Senate and the House that say they know it. They have different priorities. The left would like it for green projects, the right wants it more for roads and bridges, et cetera, but everyone recognizes it's there. We don't have anything yet. What are the prospects of that this year?
Well, I know that Bruce Westerman, who chairs the Natural Resources Committee, Brett Guthrie, who chairs our Energy and Commerce Committee, all have moved through their committee, some with bipartisan support, significant permitting reform, both in the critical mineral access point of view or the construction of a new pipeline that's needed, to your point. But we've this NIMBY aspect of this, both industrial plant location, pipeline construction, or even new home construction, not in my backyard movement, which is not a new thing across the country, is still an issue. And just as the Reagan survey that you cited talks about, we want to get this industrial renaissance moving again. People also were asked a question in our Reagan Forum survey, should you reduce the burden on permitting new home construction so that we can get some homes going, even if it's built in my backyard? Meaning the survey results are yes in my backyard. And we try to tackle that in some aspects of this housing bill as well, to give incentives to local governments to streamline their process and lowering their costs. It's about 1/4 of a new home cost is related to that paperwork, depending on where you live, and can be as much as 40% in a multifamily development is connected to zoning, development fees, permitting related to it, or other government requirements. So we need to get these things through the Senate and to the president's desk to put in permanent law while we have President Trump in office, these permitting reforms that will unlock, I think, faster access to the $18 trillion in foreign direct investment that President Trump has attracted from around the world, build the energy interconnect that we have to fuel AI development and data center development. But it's going to take a concerted effort in local governments to do a better job too. And I'm afraid we might head in the wrong direction there. based on what I read about concerns about technology. And our local governors, our planning and zoning boards, they have to really do consumer education about these issues, or we won't reap the benefits of, I think, a real manufacturing and industrial renaissance across the country.
Well, I was going to say another element of that, not just the permitting, once you're ready to go, whether it's a house or a factory, is a skilled trades shortage.
Oh, yeah.
In the United States. So, by our count, just in home construction, we're about 300,000 skilled trades short.
300,000 short.
300,000 short, and that's going to multiply into the millions as current generation retires. So one of the things Home Depot is doing is really leaning into training of skilled trades. We pledged $50 million a couple of years ago, well surpassed that. Trained over 70,000 tradespeople. We're working with the military and the Home Builders Institute to be on bases, to put carpentry, electrical, plumbing trades training on the base as people matriculate out of the service. But this has to be a national effort. I mean, we want to build ships, we want to build homes, we want to build data centers. I was talking to some people in Pittsburgh with the investment in U.S. Steel, billions of dollars to modernize the steel plants. They're looking at having to bring 15,000 people into Pittsburgh to actually do the work. So skilled trade shortage is a real issue in the United States as well.
I want to pick up on this question that Ted raised about a factor of this is obviously higher interest rates, higher mortgage rates, but this is a classic trade-off question. In that when you look at that survey that was put out, Americans are deeply worried about inflation, and so worried about it that they value reducing inflation over any of those other big trade-offs. They would prefer that the Fed reduce inflation even if it means unemployment rises. They would prefer that the Fed reduce inflation even if it means interest rates have to remain higher. And so I think this is an interesting time to ask a question. We have a new chair at the Federal Reserve, Kevin Warsh, someone who has been there before. Charlie, what do you most want to see out of Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chief, see him do or not do in terms of dealing with this question?
One of the things I would say is just at 100,000 feet per second, one of the things that I've learned through my own career is that one of the hardest things to do is to think objectively and differently if you've been in a job for a long time. And so when you leave your job, you see someone else come in, they do a bunch of things, and you say, why are they doing that? And then a couple of months into it, you're like, that's really smart. Why didn't I think of that? Or you hire someone into your company and you get this fresh point of view. And I think, the Federal Reserve is very, very slow to think differently internally, not the Mickey Bowmans of the world and those that are actually bringing about a great amount of change. And so to have someone like Kevin with both his intellect but his experience in the Fed in terms of how it works, but with a different point of view on things which might be counter to what people have been thinking, that's actually very, very healthy to the dialogue. And it's going to be healthy when it comes to monetary policy. It's going to be healthy when it comes to what they do in terms of supervision and broader regulation. I think he has a clear point of view on the role that the Fed should play in monetary policy relative to interest rate setting versus other things. And I think, looking at what their responsibility is versus what legislative responsibility is incredibly important. And I think when you look at a lot of the things that have occurred, they've made it easier for us not to deal with some of the most difficult decisions that are out there. They have put the government the Federal Reserve in a position to have to step in and do things that the private sector could be in a position to do, especially the banks. And I think taking a fresh look at that allows us to have a much healthier banking system over a period of time. And so that kind of fresh look, I think, is something that'll be extremely helpful, as opposed to just the dual mandate, this is how we do it, and we're not going to do anything differently than the way we've done it.
Anything you guys would add on that? What do you want to see him do or not do? And is anyone going to say anything about cutting rates?
Well, I will add that I'm looking forward to a new, fresh perspective and turning the page, at the Fed. And the Fed's, as I say, it's not the most introspective organization I've ever been around. And so it's time to take a fresh look 15 years after the financial crisis, which is why I set up, when I became the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, a special task force led by Frank Lucas, a member from Oklahoma, to look at the Fed's post-08 monetary policy, critique it, the Fed's balance sheet size and composition, critique it, and link that with Treasury market structure because of these overwhelming annual budget deficits we face. The Treasury is the most important, most liquid instrument in the world, and I wanted Frank to take a look at, do we have the adequate market structure for among the primary dealers and the distribution for Treasury securities with these prolonged deficits? And Frank's doing a good job, and we have taken testimony about the balance sheet. It's too big. The composition, should it stay the way it is? We've talked about what regulatory or statutory changes we might need to do to better implement a more effective U.S. market for Treasury securities. But I look forward to Chairman Warsh's approach on balance sheet, the role of the regional banks. Frank will be in Oklahoma in June doing a field hearing with what is the role of the 12 Federal Reserve banks. How do they work in our economy now? And then I'll just conclude with this. I believe that price stability should be the only mandate of the Fed. And from 1946 to 1976, that was the view. But for that period of time, that 30 years, Hubert Humphrey dedicated his whole life from the end of World War II to changing that and making the Fed part of central planning and integrating the Fed into the line management of economic planning. And it is his legacy that created the dual mandate of, quote, full employment, price stability. And here's my argument. First of all, there's nothing sacrosanct about that. This isn't part of the Old Testament that was discovered by St. Helena, in 600 AD, that she found the true cross or something. This is a political decision taken by the Democrats in the 1970s to do it. The EU, Australia, other banks have a price stability mandate, and it's exactly for the reason the survey answered. And survey after survey says this. If I'm unemployed, I can rely on family and friends. We have a federal safety net for unemployment to help people through with health coverage, COBRA, unemployment insurance. I can go look for another job. I can work 2 jobs. I can lift myself up and fight to get that next source of income. But when the government, due to too much spending and too lax monetary policy, crushes me with inflation, I have no recourse. I can't do a dang thing about it. And that's why people choose, if they have to pick, well, I'll tackle unemployment and I'll work my way through it. But when you crush me with inflation, and this is what Reagan inherited, is the worst in our history. And Trump inherited it coming out of the pandemic and the spending priorities of President Biden. So I'm a price stability guy, and you can argue with me all you want about it. There's nothing anti-employment than being for price stability. And one final point, the states and the federal government, through its tax policies, regulatory policies, spending policies, are what drive full employment, not the Federal Reserve. They can tackle the money supply and the short-term marginal rate of interest.
Charlie?
Yeah, no, I was going to actually go somewhere just there, which is, remember, the Fed sets one rate.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
One rate.
One rate, right? The market sets the rates that most people and companies wind up paying based upon a whole series of other factors that the Fed's not in control of, right? It's much more attuned to what the government does, what the states do, and the much broader impact. So this whole idea that, the Fed's decision to move that one rate is going to actually solve all these problems is just a fallacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have another question here, but first I just want to mention to organizers, it's impossible to see how much time we have left here, so if anybody wants to tell me, that would be great. I do want to talk, so we've talked about, okay, drivers of growth, talked about doing something to getting housing back on the road, regulation, getting rid of regulation, dealing with permitting. I want to talk about AI. I mean, it's on everybody's minds. Is it going to be the best thing that ever happened or the worst thing, the end of the world? I want to hear you guys talk a little bit about how you're using it in your own worlds at the moment. But with this question, should government be getting involved at all at this point, or should we be letting it rip? Ted, you want to go first?
Well, I mean, it's certainly going to change everything. It's an unprecedented technology. I don't know how fast it's going to change everything. But every company, I mean, certainly tech companies are on the vanguard of it, but, you know, traditional companies are deploying it as well. We're doing much more on the customer-facing end in back office, automation, things like, you know, call centers or coding. Taking a very balanced view on the investment pace to, you know, agentify, if you will, you know, complete workflows within the business. I think for a traditional company, this notion that we're going to agentify everything and all these middle management jobs go away, I don't see that happening, you know, tomorrow by any means, but it will over time change everything. And the rate of change is so fast. The thought of government doing anything, you know, other than cyber or the most extreme risks with AI, they're behind before they start of the pace of change. So to think of federal regulation of something that's moving at this speed can only hurt us and slow it down.
Perfect. Okay. Congressman?
Well, I think it's going to change everything. I think it's the single most extraordinary tool that we've witnessed, you know, in our careers thus far. That's how powerful I think it is, and it's a force for extraordinary benefits to a faster economic growth. But it's also something that has tremendous risk associated with it to both households and business. In that it is so powerful that I think there's a lot of lack of understanding of that risk and how to compensate for it both in business or in personal use. This is not somebody who's, this power is not about writing your eighth grader's history report faster.
Right.
This is about the ability to change network security and encryption globally, instantaneously. And that's where I think the knowledge about this and the risks and benefits of it, I think are going to go parabolic, in my judgment, on that network effect and the risk and benefits of it. I think government is been stunned by the speed of adaptation, and it's hard to regulate something that is a changing, dynamic organism. So first, I serve on the House Intelligence Committee, and I can assure you in that context, this is a significant effort among the U.S. intelligence community to harness it, use it, guard against it, and take action immediately in every aspect of what we're doing in national intelligence and national security. And I believe that in the commercial sector, Treasury Secretary Bessent has been, I think, smart to gather our financial institutions and show them, you know, what has to happen there. So to me, it's not about, Kimberly, like regulating it or approving the model. It's about making sure every C-suite, every family knows what's happening and how they can take action about integrating into what they do, but also preventing it from, you know, creating an exacerbated negative impact of trends we already have: ransomware, fraud, texting fraud, email fraud, check fraud, all those things that we think about as individuals, you have vulnerabilities in a networked economy like we have as a result of it. So I think we should take action to understand it, but I don't think the government can effectively, quote, regulate it. And my vision on that is human in the loop. Human in the loop. So if you're going to use AI in your business context, it's a tool for humans to make better decisions, and it's a humans also to analyze the risk associated with it and guard against it. So,
Charlie?
Yeah, so I think, so first I'll start with, I'm like way up there when it comes to like free market.
Yeah.
Right, and so I don't want anyone to misconstrue what I'm saying here. But when you look at the power of what AI can do today, Congressman is completely, we see the exact same thing relative to the speed of movement, the exponential change in impact that it can have. And you just look at the Mythos tool that exists today, and if that were allowed to be deployed into the wild, it would be a complete and utter disaster. Full stop. And we have no idea what the impact would be. It would impact the safety and soundness of financial institutions, utilities, aeronautical, power. Let's go through the whole thing. It has the ability to expose vulnerabilities that no one knew existed and harness them in a way to cause harm in a very short period of time. So that, there is no, I know we've got a lot of national security issues to deal with. This ranks way up there in terms of what the risks are. And I'm not exaggerating. Okay, we've had the tool now for a month and a half, and the numbers of vulnerabilities that it's found. And this is after spending, we spend, whatever it is, $1.5 billion, $2 billion a year on cyber defenses, and this is able to find things that we didn't realize existed or didn't realize could be used in a certain way, both in our software and other software we rely on. So again, we can argue about government regulation and what they should be involved or not be in, but we just have to make sure everyone understands just the risk that exists in allowing these things to be broadly exposed. It's like taking a drug which hasn't had the appropriate testing and saying, have at it, and we'll deal with the consequences later.
Okay.
But even more so because it's easier to deploy far more broadly, and we have real enemies out there that want to use it in very bad ways. So I think that's the conundrum that we're in. And so again, maybe we need to redefine what regulation means here, but we need to encourage these tools. We want to have these tools before our adversaries have these tools. But how do we use them in a way which actually allows us to be more safe and more secure than anyone else out there? And put aside the fact then that if you can control those set of risks out there, the benefits that we all can get as individuals and companies is just huge. Yeah. It just is.
With that very sober warning, I want to thank you all for your excellent analysis and your great ideas, and thank the audience.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
They gave you a time.
Good to be with us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the panel. The conversation featuring Mr. Jamie Dimon will begin in 10 minutes in the Presidential Learning Center. is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to New Ideas for Reinvigorating American Economic Growth. Please welcome Mr. Neil Irwin of Axios and our distinguished panelists.
Good morning. All right. I assume people will trickle in as the Jamie crowd winds down. Our topic today is new ideas for reinvigorating American economic growth. We have a spectacular lineup of panelists to discuss this. This is a big, wide open theme, and I think the idea and the concept behind this panel is to think big picture, long term. What is America's potential? What can America do now to fulfill that potential over not the quarter, not the month ahead, but the years and decades and generations ahead? This is a moment of extraordinary opportunity and fear at the same time. We have capabilities of AI advancing rapidly, huge investment inflows into the US, robust productivity growth. We also have some of the worst consumer sentiment numbers we've seen in really forever. Inflation's a nagging problem that just won't go away, it seems. And there are fears out there that AI is going to mean a loss of job opportunities rather than something that energizes and makes everyone richer. We're going to poke around at which of those things matter most, but I'm going to start with a question to each of you. What do you see as the most important driver, most important factor shaping the growth potential for the generations ahead? Mary Daly.
People. I think the U.S. people, the American people, and they're being able to get the training and the interest in the technologies as they come. That's going to be the most important thing. When I'm out, west of the Rockies, I see nothing but entrepreneurs everywhere, and whether they're investing in small AI companies to assist the development of models, or whether they're trying to use technology to build their business, they're looking for those types of growth, that type of growth. And the other part of it, though, that we've been, I'd say, struggled with for generations is just how to school our people well enough to be agile as the economy changes. And so now we have newly minted, newly graduating workers who want to get jobs, worked in, or have skills in tech, and they're feeling maybe displaced by AI. And it's about how do we continually get them to learn, get new certifications so that they can take place. But our generations are bright in the future, largely because our people are bright, and we just have to make sure they can make that transition.
So we'll come back to workforce and developing the workers of tomorrow. Karan.
I mean, look, it's going to be trite, but I mean, it is the advancement of the technology. And we're at this moment right now where I think we are seeing just all the many ways in which AI, particularly as we're moving into the agentic world, is just revolutionizing sector after sector, drug discovery, education. I think the big question is going to be, do we have the long-term plan in place to ensure that the United States remains at that cutting edge? And We are at a period where a lot of those sentiments that Mary and you've referenced are bubbling around out there. And when you look at sort of public trust numbers in AI in the United States, it is noticeably lower than it is in almost any other region in the world, including Europe. So the question that I worry about is, does that ultimately impact the regulatory and policy environment in ways that are going to create a break or a drag? And we can get into it, but what I'm most worried about is actually the absence of really federal planning, of federal legislation on it. I would much prefer to have a centralized system of thinking about it and promoting it than 50 separate states, which we are seeing acting in ways that are very disconsonant with each other. So,
Kristen.
I agree with those, but I think it comes down to our economic system. The fact that we have a market-based system where the private sector is making the biggest decisions about how you allocate capital. That's why we have this exciting technology environment. It's why so many companies decide to build, to be created and build here. It's a big, it's part of why growth in the US has exceeded growth in Europe so dramatically over the last 20 years. And it's a deep, deep part of our DNA. We're celebrating our 250th anniversary of the Declaration this year, of course. And we always think about that as a political document, but it's an economic document as well. It was a statement by our framers that the government was exercising too much control in the economy. It's why we have a free trade system within the US. It's why we have in our Constitution freedom of contracts and rules against takings. And so to me, one of the big determinatives for our future going forward is how successful we are in holding on to our free enterprise system.
So let's come back to some of the specific kind of policy areas, but Mike Strain first.
Whoa, I'm sorry. That was not my fault. I agree with most of what's been said. I think if you're taking a long-term perspective, you want to look back a long time and figure out how did we become so successful and so prosperous. And I think we need to look at a broad suite of things. We've made some great progress over the last 10 years in reducing the tax burden on corporations. That's led to an increase in business investment. That has helped to fuel the prosperity we're seeing. We need to take additional steps in that direction. I agree completely with Mary's focus on building skills for workers. That's a great driver of long-term prosperity and productivity. I think we need to make sure that we remain, the United States remains the destination for the world's most talented, most ambitious, most risk-tolerant people born abroad. Because a lot of the prosperity that we have today has come from people who've been born abroad who have chosen to make the United States their home, both for their commercial activity and for their personal lives. I agree with Kristen that we need to make sure that we hold on to our system. And I think we have this big new technology, artificial intelligence. It's scaring a lot of people. Maybe some people who were at the session earlier this morning left feeling a little frightened. That fear is understandable. There's enormous potential. We should be feeling some fear. We should be feeling a whole lot of optimism. And we need to make sure that, that regulation that comes from a place of fear doesn't throw the baby out with the bathwater and trying to figure out how to harness this new technology. So, double down on what's worked.
So let's stick with productivity and AI. If you look at when the productivity surge began, it really predates a lot of the biggest AI advances. There seems to be more to it than just AI. What is fueling this higher output per labor hour, per hour worked? How sustainable is it? And what's, as President Daley, as you think about your outlook, what are you pricing in for kind of an ongoing productivity surge?
Sure. Well, I remember I started at the Federal Reserve in '96 as a rookie economist, and one of the first jobs I had was helping Chairman Greenspan at the time figure out why the productivity wasn't in the statistics, even though we were talking about it constantly in the beige book for the San Francisco Fed, because you could see it everywhere except in the statistics. We've got the productivity surge a little bit earlier this time, and what's problematic is it's hard for economists or anyone to link it directly back to the AI investments. In fact, if you talk to companies, they say, haven't seen the productivity yet, but they're doing it through capital deepening. They're investing, that's raising their productivity per worker, and that's a positive thing. The question is, will it be able to be handed off to creating productivity growth that's sustained, not just a one-time shift because they've reduced costs and done more with less, but because it just breeds more productivity. And I'm going to go back to something Michael said. You know, if you can see the possibilities long before they exist, and you know, we know that AI is going to do tremendous things. We just don't know how quickly will it be done. And a lot of the places we're at now, which are, I think, the barriers to getting the real continued sustained productivity growth, are regulatory, legal. You know, you might be able to do something on the financial transmission chain, but you can't do it because you have to make sure the privacy is okay, the regulatory is okay, the legal requirements are okay. Getting some of those barriers fixed within industries will help us move forward. So I'm pretty bullish on the future of productivity growth, but I also am very evidence-based. So I'm bullish, but I want to see some more evidence that this is actually picking up durable, sustained gains in productivity. But I see all the green shoots there. The AI is pretty incredible at what it's able to do. And I think that if I can leave you all with nothing else, this is not something that's just taking place in the technology sector. This is something that's being used all the time in agriculture, in manufacturing, in services. If you see a technician doing service calls for, I had my refrigerator looked at, they bring an AI-assisted diagnostic system. And so they can use that and 50 refrigerators we've seen in the past have this problem and it generates an answer. So I think that's where the gains are going to start to come, and I'm pretty optimistic.
Are you not worried, you don't see a kind of mass unemployment or mass displacement of...
I don't. I mean, I think that what's true is it's hard for people, and I think it's especially true if you're a brand new graduate who trained in computer science and you thought you were going to get a job in one of the tech companies or somewhere else doing coding. And you know that those coding jobs aren't available anymore because AI is doing some of that coding or a lot of that coding. Okay, but that doesn't mean that those people aren't skilled, that they don't have ability to move. It's just that it's not, that the rules are changing at the time when people are graduating. That creates a lot of stress. Interestingly, the stress is more generational than you think because the parents of those students encourage their kids to take these types of courses only to find out they didn't have a ready-made job and now they've got to do some additional training. So I think that it's really a call to the university and educational system to help people be AI enabled once they graduate. And that's what I think will prevent this. You have to invest in people to make the transitions, but it's not a given fact that there'll be mass unemployment.
Talk about this workplace kind of preparedness stuff in general. Corporate America, on the one hand, we've had low unemployment for the last several years. There were big worker shortages just a couple of years ago. On the other hand, we worry about job losses due to new technologies. How does it shake out in making sure that the workers of America are ready to create the economy of the future?
Well, I mean, I agree with Mary that there's reasons to be skeptical about some of the more apocalyptic scenarios. I mean, there's tons of uncertainty out there about the pace of corporate and consumer adoption, about the policy and regulatory response, as you said, about in which areas AI will augment workers. I mean, we have an economy that has lots of workers in jobs where relationships and personal trust matters. So I think there is a lot of uncertainty, but one really important thing we need to do is make sure that we're ready. It's going to be a disruptive time. And one thing we need to do is make sure that workers are prepared to adapt. We have a workforce development system that is very bad at training workers for in-demand jobs, and there are lots of in-demand jobs. I was saying earlier that I was in North Carolina this week with 7 of our CEOs at a community college talking about this acute demand for skilled tradespeople, for electricians and welders and HVAC technicians. These are well-paid jobs, they're secure jobs, and there's a shortage all over the country. There are a lot of reasons for that. We've been putting kids, we've been really focused on four-year degree tracks, so we need to rethink our sort of culture around those things. But we also need a workforce development system that's a lot quicker and more adaptable. I think there are a few things, though now I'm wading into Mary's expertise, but one thing is better labor data. We have pretty good data about what employer demand and the labor force was. We don't have very good data on what it will be, on really where the jobs will be. So some of it is having a system where you have better data, more feedback from employers about where they're creating jobs. We need to focus on workplace learning, so more systems that support apprenticeships, not just for people at the beginning of their career, but people in the middle of their career as well.
Michael, you gave the optimistic story, and let me push back on you on that. We see these
I welcome your pushback.
We see these negative consumer sentiment numbers. You see in some of the surveys that ask people about the job market and how they perceive the job market, pretty negative numbers, especially considering we're not in a recession. We have 4.3% unemployment. Are people detecting something about the medium term that maybe is worse than you're describing?
I don't see any evidence at all that artificial intelligence is leading to employment reductions. I do think AI technology is kind of freezing up the hiring and the firing or the laying off of workers. I think firms built up workforces during the pandemic. They're trying to right-size some of those. That's happening. But for the most part, I think employers are saying, whoa, a lot is being thrown at us. This new AI technology, what's going on with foreign policy, what's going on with the war in Iran, what's going on with inflation, what's going on with the business cycle. We're not going to add to payrolls, but we're also not going to subtract from payrolls. And so there is an anxiety out there, at least on the part of employers. AI is picking up some of it. AI is responsible for some of it, excuse me, but certainly not all of it. In terms of consumers, I think we have learned that people really, really, really hate inflation. And I don't see much of a mystery behind the consumer sentiment numbers, not nearly as much of a mystery as most economists do. Yes, the relationship between the inflation rate and the unemployment rate and several other economic variables, the way those map into consumer sentiment looks different today than it did in the 1970s. But lots of things are different today than they were in the 1970s. And if you look at what we have thrown at households, the price level is 25% higher than it was 5 years ago. The Fed has failed to get the rate of consumer price inflation back to target over the last 5 years. On top of that, extremely salient prices, like the price of gasoline and the price of food, keep going up and up and up because of the Fed, maybe because of actions by the Trump administration. On top of that, the American people are constantly being told this isn't a problem. The Fed in 2021 made a big error telling everybody that inflation was transitory. President Biden told everybody that inflation was temporary. President Trump tells everybody that affordability is a Democratic hoax, while also telling everybody that you don't need $30, you can just get by with $2 for Christmas. And so the American people are experiencing all of this, and they're reacting negatively to it. I think that reaction is reasonable, but that is kind of one component of the economy. If you look at the unemployment rate, if you look at the rate of GDP growth, if you look at the rate of employment growth relative to what the economy needs in order to keep the unemployment rate low given changes in immigration, things look really good. And so I think the way to square all the good news with lousy consumer sentiment is people hate inflation.
So this is a discussion of long-term stuff, not short-term, but because there is some sharp criticism of the Federal Reserve in there, I will ask Mary to reply if she would like before turning to Karan.
No, I'd rather stay on the longer-term things. I mean, it's not, no one's surprised inflation's above target. We can see that. I think what's really salient for people, and let me take a different way to say what Michael was saying, is that, essentially, what workers want, what people want when I'm out in the community, I don't get this from staying in my office and thinking what people want. We spend a lot of time out in the community talking to them. And what's hard is when you're earning a good wage and you see positive wage growth, and then you feel like you're falling behind. And workers have been telling us for a while, especially those at the bottom part of the 50th percentile and below, that they feel like they're doing everything they can and they're falling behind. And that is challenging. So what's important for the Federal Reserve to continue to do is manage to get price stability restored, but recognize that we can't do that at the expense of harming the economy in a way that now gives them price stability but takes everything else that they have, because we're trying to get that equation, that balance right. We have a dual mandate and we're trying to achieve both of those things. So we'll continue to do our part. I do see productivity growth as an important way in which growth can expand. When companies grow, they tend to hire more workers, not fewer. This transition dynamic where they're not sure yet how many they're going to need or what kind of skills they're going to need, it will pass. But ultimately, good growth driven by technology is good for the economy and ultimately good for workers.
So Karan, let's talk about the regulatory regime. You mentioned AI regulation, but more broadly, what can Washington be doing better to make America's great companies like Google thrive more and offer more opportunity?
Great, and just before answering that, just 2 seconds on the productivity point. I think we're super excited about this, but because we're really in the first inning, right? I mean, we have experienced, you all have experienced the chatbot version of AI, the agentic version of AI, which is really what is coming next. What those of you who sort of follow this space, we put out a bunch of announcements at Google just last week at our big annual conference. This is going to be a game changer in every industry. It is going to, just to take the example, you are using the chatbot right now to figure out what is your vacation schedule when you're traveling to Europe supposed to look like. The agentic version of this is going to book your plane tickets, make your hotel reservations, order the car to get you to the
everybody
airport.
has a personal assistant on call 24 hours a day.
Everybody has a virtual assistant all the time, and think about that. Now, it also creates the needs that you, Mary and Kristen referenced about very careful transition planning as we get into that phase. But in any event, fundamentally optimistic about that from a society-wide perspective. In terms of what we're seeing on the regulatory front and what Washington could do, I think the point that I was alluding to before is, right now we are seeing discrete forms of regulation popping up, addressing many different aspects of artificial intelligence, state by state by state in the United States. Last year, or this year, this legislative season, more than 1,000 bills that would regulate AI in different ways. You can imagine the challenge of building products at any scale when there are going to be slightly different versions required everywhere. So fundamentally what we need is federal legislation that sort of says, here is our national strategy around it. That strategy can do a variety of things, I think. I think it can, with respect to some aspects of the way the technology is built and operates, there can be guardrails. I think it can also very much address some of the issues that we've talked about before around skilling and training. There's certainly a role for the private sector on this, but there is also a role for government. I think that it can establish sort of standards for how we think about government's own utilization of AI. One of the things that we've seen when you look at the data is that adoption of artificial intelligence, and we are behind as a country in adoption of artificial intelligence at an application level. One of the things we see is that where governments lean in and embrace it in their own activities, in their own, the use of it in departments and state legislatures and so forth, it builds trust and confidence and familiarity in the technology. And we're seeing, sadly, very little relative to other places. Just to give you, end with one statistic, and this is more on the business side, but China right now, 80% of Chinese companies are reporting that they have AI applications currently in place. In the United States, that number is 20%. It's just, you're really on a different trajectory right now. So whether it's the messaging, the tone from the top, whether it's the threat of regulation that's slowing down the application, we need a all-of-country strategy around this.
So Kristen, beyond AI regulation, how's the regulatory environment working and not working for American business?
Well, it's improving. I mean, Chairman Atkins is here, and he's certainly doing his part, but there's still some more we can do. This morning, Charlie Scharf mentioned permitting reform, which is a big priority for Business Roundtable. The U.S. is one of the most expensive places in the world to build, and that's in part because of this really unwieldy process of getting federal environmental reviews, it frequently can take longer to get the permit than it does to actually do the build. And even when you finally get the permit, you may be stuck in this litigation system. About a third of federal permits get challenged, and most of them, the vast majority, the permit stands. So really the only thing that's been accomplished is you've added another 4 years to the project, and a lot of expense along the way, and workers being sent home from the job and all of that. Right now there's about $1.5 trillion in investment stuck in the federal permitting system. And so one thing we'd really like to see happen is see Congress tackle this. The Trump administration has done some good things administratively, but it's going to take congressional legislation to get at these litigation issues, to eliminate some of the redundancy. We think it's one of the most impactful things that Congress can do.
Seeing this Road to Housing Act that just passed the House with 396 votes, does that offer a signal that there is a kind of cross-partisan coalition in favor of kind of abundance and
I think there is. I mean, the House has already passed good permitting legislation. I know Congressman Hearn was here somewhere, and he was very supportive of that. And there's a very active bipartisan process in the Senate right now. So I think there's a deal there. Obviously, time is short, and we need both sides to make some compromises. But I do think that there's appetite on both sides of the aisle to get it done.
Michael, regulatory world?
I think there's more that Washington can do. It is true, and this was discussed at the breakfast session, that housing is kind of a state and local issue, and there's limits to the direct ability of the federal government to do much of anything except for changing regulations around a variety of areas. But I think the federal government gives lots of money to the states, and the federal government could strong arm some of the states and say, you want your housing money, you want your highway money, or you want, money for workforce development, or any bucket of money that we give you, why don't you build some more houses? Why don't you tell me what percentage of the zip codes in your state have rolled back some NIMBY regulations? And that, I think, could produce the change. I mean, I think this really is an issue of supply. I think the regulatory barriers to increasing supply are severe. And I agree with Kristen that there really does seem to be bipartisan agreement on the need for Congress to do something. But I think there's also too little creativity in Congress about the levers the federal government can pull. I'd like to see them pull a few more levers.
So, Karan, you guys do business around the world. Can you talk about the U.S. role in the global economy and how, as trade relations have been very volatile in the last year and a half, how American business is able to navigate the world?
So, look, it remains the truth as it is before that, you've got 95% of the world's consumers outside of the United States. If you're going to be great in technology, you're going to need to be great in markets around the world. So companies like ours can't think about the moment that we're in and not be thinking about how do we engage, how do we lead in markets everywhere. It has been a volatile environment, but it is not new, right? I mean, the reality is that these tectonic plates have been shifting, and the sort of balance of power that led to the trade order that many of us grew up in, post-war, leading into the 80s, the WTO and all of that, has been kind of eroding for a while. And so we are now in this situation where globally, in our sector, but in many other sectors, you're seeing sort of an explosion in non-tariff barriers to operating. And so tariffs are certainly one element, and I think particularly if you're in the manufacturing business, it's the last year and a half have been concerning, something that you need to wrestle with. I will tell you that from a services part of the economy, you're seeing probably more engagement globally with non-tariff barriers than I have seen before. And I think the key question, frankly, the legacy question for the Trump administration on the trade policy front is, are they going to be able to leverage this power that they've developed through tariffs, assuming that it remains, to actually tackle those sort of broader endemic non-tariff barrier challenges that have existed for a long time and grown. There is a scenario where you could imagine 3 years from now a new type of consensus building around free flow of not just goods but also services, with more discipline being applied to those non-tariff barriers than ever before, the regulatory and other kinds of barriers. Whether it'll get there will depend on, quite frankly, I think whether they are able to bring together, this cannot just be US alone. There's going to have to be regional or other groupings that sort of settle on norms and disciplines around that. So it'll be interesting to see. It's certainly hugely consequential for every company that looks at the world and says, I've got to win there in order to be successful here.
So we talked about labor demand earlier and worries that it'll go away. There's also labor supply, which is comes from children growing up and becoming adults, and immigration are the two ways you get more labor supply. Immigration has dropped a lot. The demographics of the baby boom retiring, we've had plenty of months with, there's some estimates that the break-even rate of job growth could be something not much above zero. Is there a labor supply issue, Mary Daly? Is that a constraint on our kind of long-term growth?
As Kristen said, there's been a labor supply issue in particular areas for a while. It's one of the reasons companies are going out and trying to adopt technology so that they can make the workforce they have more productive and meet the output demands that they want to achieve. That's true, but one of the things that is little talked about but is really important is that don't think about the baby boomers, think about prime age. They call them prime age. 25 to 54, 25 to 64. We have one of the lowest labor force participation rates of males in the industrialized world. You can think of that as a positive. It's because of the wealth we have, but it's also a resource that's sitting on the sidelines. And when you dig into that, I've spent a lot of my career doing research in this area. When you dig into that, it's really about the skills mismatch between our workforce and our jobs. And I think that's where we can go all the way back to how I started, and I think others have picked up on it, that getting our workforce ready and changing our educational system, I completely agree with Kristen here, is that it can't just be four-year degrees or you're left by yourself. There has to be something in between. And I see community colleges and other programs really leaning in, but having that be a part of the architecture, not just for newly minted high school students, but for returning students who need to go back because the economy is changing, then our labor supply problem can be solved. But for now, the demand isn't outstripping the supply. It's about where it needs to be, but it will outstrip it down the road if we don't make sure that all of our workers, not just a few of them, have an ability and an interest in coming back into the labor market.
Let's touch on fiscal policy, Michael Strain. What we're running 6-7% deficit to GDP, even in not a non-recessionary kind of environment. Everybody says that's not sustainable. Are we at risk of kind of crowding out effects and things that prevent the investment that needs to happen from being unleashed because those deficits are so wide and federal borrowing is so high?
Yes, we are. Let me just quickly, though, agree with what Mary said and say this is one of the areas where I'm most optimistic about AI. I think AI is going to be able to help employers figure out the ability of applicants to do a job, and in a way that current resumes, current HR practices are less successful at. And one of the most startling facts about the labor market is the gap in the employment rate between college graduates and high school dropouts. I'm hoping we see that gap shrink as a consequence of AI's ability to figure out who can do the job and who can't. On fiscal policy, Neil, you ask, are we at risk of seeing this? That's typically the way these questions are posed. When will this become a problem? And my view is that day is today, that day is last month, that day is last year. We've been living with this problem for years. Yes, higher deficits are crowding out private sector investments. Productivity would be higher in the economy if Washington were more fiscally responsible. The wages of workers throughout the economy would be higher than they are today if Washington were more fiscally responsible. There's a lot of talk about how Republicans and Democrats don't agree on anything. If you look at agreement through the lens of the federal budget, there is enormous bipartisan agreement that the U.S. government should run a massive deficit in order to finance the consumption of middle-class retirees. We spend $6 on middle-class seniors for every $1 we spend on young people, and we're borrowing a lot of that money. And in the process of borrowing it, we're causing there to be less investment in the economy, lower productivity, and lower wages. It is a huge problem that is only going to get worse before it gets better.
Kristen, how do the CEOs you work with think of kind of the fiscal backdrop to doing business?
Yeah, I think, similar to what Michael said, is a huge concern. And I think, you've heard Jamie and others talk about this. And fundamentally wanting Congress to try to tackle some of the core drivers, and particularly to look at entitlement reform. I mean, there's no appetite for that at all right now in Congress, but it's essential, and we're going to be dealing with it sooner rather than later.
And I just, again, this is long-term, but we have a new chairman of the Federal Reserve as of last Friday. Time flies. Any early thoughts on what role the Fed will play in creating this kind of long-term bedrock for prosperity, or at least try to?
You know, we set the conditions that Congress gave us: price stability, full employment. If we're able to succeed at those, then that just frees up people to not think about inflation, not think about job opportunities, and actually make the decisions that create long-term opportunities and growth. So we can't solve all the problems, but if we get price stability and full employment right, then the conditions are set for all the other things that people on this panel with me are doing, and certainly everyone in this room.
And we are out of time. Wow. Thank you, Michael Strain, Kristen Silverberg, Karan Bhatia, and Mary Daly.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the panel. Infrastructure and energy for the AI era will begin in 10 minutes on this stage, and American economic growth through homegrown talent and better immigration will begin in 10 minutes in the Presidential Learning Center.
Hello again, everybody. It's great to see you. As the folks at Reagan put it to me coming into this panel, they said there's not a conference you go to where you're not talking about AI these days. This is the single solitary discussion that we're having here at Reagan, and I think what's so special about it is the fact that we're talking about specifically that intersection of AI and energy. So it's really great to have all of you on stage. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And I'd also just say we're taking questions. I've got a tablet here, so if you have questions, submit them, please. And I think we'll just kick off the conversation with a little bit of a scene setter. And Brian, I'm going to start this with you, because I know you've done a lot of work on this topic.
Okay.
Just in terms of how you're thinking about this intersection between AI and energy as we see this infrastructure build out.
Yeah, I mean, I see it as sort of a conflation of kind of two different things. One is that we are just coming out of an era of virtually no increase in electricity generation capacity. For the last 10, 15 years, generation capacity in the US has been flat. We've a little bit lost our muscle memory to some extent of like building new electricity generation capacity. And that's sort of colliding with this historically large infrastructure build out that we're seeing, where hundreds of billions of dollars are getting invested in new AI data centers by all the hyperscalers, and they need that energy infrastructure, and they need it sort of very badly. And so we have this unstoppable force of huge AI demand meeting this hopefully not immovable object of a difficulty of bringing electricity generation capacity online, and we're kind of seeing that play out in kind of interesting ways.
And Congressman Arrington, I want to get your thoughts on this from the policy piece, because I know there's a lot cooking here in terms of all of this. And we were just talking earlier on stage with Jamie Dimon about permitting, for example.
Well, the Fed, no surprise, has to clean up our permitting. And I think the administration has done a great job of putting a light touch framework for AI and for AI infrastructure, where they will be expediting connectivity for AI data centers vis-a-vis FERC and NERC, where they are doing what they can on permitting, although that's more of a legislative function. We're trying not to, kill the innovation in the cradle, so to speak, focus the guardrails on the application, not the innovation side. So the ratepayer protection piece, I think, is critical, because we're going to talk about the public sentiment and the unfounded fears. I think we need those kind of commitments up front in the process from those who are making this investment, so we can protect the residential ratepayers. That will do a lot to mitigate their concerns. But we have several initiatives. The SPEED Act would be one with NEPA. And what I would say, whether it's the SPEED Act or it's related to clean air, clean water, I mean, this is part of the problem. It's a patchwork, layers of regulations and permitting requirements. Let's streamline those. Let's rid the duplication and redundancy and the unnecessary requirements. And then I think most importantly, that the piece that I think has done the most damage, let's reform judicial review so that we don't have adjutants from other parts of the country that have no relevance to something happening in Abilene, Texas, drag it out for multiple years. Let's do that 150-day window. Let's have venue as part of this reform. Let's have people with standing only be able to litigate their grievances. That's, I think, what the feds can do. And then I do think, and this is my last point here, I promise, I think federalism in the shadow of the great, or the shadow of the legacy of our great and beloved President Reagan, we ought to have the dynamics of federalism in full force here. The 50 laboratories of innovation and the competition between states, I think, is good and healthy at this juncture. There might be considerations in the future for rifle shot preemption, but at this point, I think Texas and others are off to the races, and that's how it should be.
Okay, there's a lot there I want to dig into.
Yeah.
But first, I want to get the private sector, the entrepreneurial piece of this into the conversation too. Dan, you've co-founded a startup. You're the CEO of a startup called Armada. And I guess before I get your reaction to what we've just heard so far on stage, just a little bit about Armada.
Yeah, so Armada is the hyperscaler for the edge. We're building modular AI data centers that can be deployed anywhere in the world, which is important. If you look at a map of the world, only about 30% of the world has these big hyperscale data centers. We're building for the 70% so that the US can win this AI race that we're in right now.
Okay. So
I wish I could give a brief answer like that, but I'm a member of Congress and I'm not allowed to.
Your answer was very good and comprehensive.
Okay.
yeah. He was nodding a lot too when you were talking about things like, the patchwork of permitting and regulation. And
We also need a
else,
lot
too.
of affirmation too. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I do want to get your reaction to that. What do you need to see to be able to get up and running in a big and a meaningful way?
I mean, so one thing that is important, right, is we need to realize that it is a global AI race and that our adversaries, people who do not like America, are moving extremely fast. So speed is important. We need to focus on speed at every layer of the stack, from the power, meaning, first of all, utilizing the 6 gigawatts of stranded energy that we have around America for AI. One nice thing about modular, our approach, is that we can co-locate with the existing energy sources that we have. And then also, as we bring new energy sources online, we can utilize those as well, right? There's been a lot of talk about nuclear, geothermal. The nice thing about a modular approach is we can use whatever energy is available, and then also help more of the states actually participate in all the benefits of this AI boom. And I'll give you, a very tangible example. If you looked at a map of data centers in the US, you would see a huge concentration in Texas, and you'd see a huge concentration in Virginia, right? We just announced Galleon Forge 1, which is a factory to create AI factories, a factory in Gilbert, Arizona, that is about 400 square feet, about 500 new jobs, where we're going to be rapidly manufacturing these AI data centers, and we can put them anywhere. So all of the states can get in on the action, create new jobs, and benefit economically from what is going to play out over the next few years.
I just got to ask a follow-up on that. Stranded energy. What are we talking about when we're talking about stranded energy?
So there's lots of different parts of stranded energy. I'll give you a very recent example. So last week I was at the petroleum conference in the Bakken in North Dakota. And actually some of the people who are here, I saw Senator Kramer, he was out there with me. If you look at just the Bakken, you've got about 2 gigawatts of stranded energy. A lot of that energy today is being flared into the atmosphere. You can convert that into energy that can be used. A lot of it is available at power plants in the region. You can just plug into that. Another tangible example, and this is one I'll give from an ally, we announced recently a partnership with WindDC in Australia. They have about 20% of the renewable power in Australia. Australia is great for wind and solar. They've got a lot of wind and a lot of solar. And we're able to plug directly into that power, which is important because the grid in Australia is completely overloaded. So the only way to utilize that power is to bring the data center to that power. Last year, for example, before we started working with them in Australia, there was about 7.2 terawatt hours of curtailed energy, meaning they just wasted that. So we need to put all that energy to work.
Brian, I want to get your thoughts on this, especially when you think about the power grid in the US. I mean, utilities haven't grown for decades up until just recently. The argument's been there for good reason about how fragile the power grid has been too. As we have these conversations, what does it mean for the future of the power grid and how this is going to come together? Or is it still just a big open question?
Yeah, I think it's something of an open question. I mean, ideally, if we do it right, we can leverage this sort of huge data center build out to strengthen and reinforce the grid, because these data centers are creating such enormous amounts of economic value. It is so valuable to them to get this electricity. They're willing to pay, very large amounts for it. I think most of these hyperscalers have basically signed on various statements that said, we will pay for, whatever infrastructure upgrades we need to make. Just please give us this power. So there's a very big opportunity there to do a lot of these grid upgrades that our grid really does desperately need, if we can sort of allow it to happen.
Yeah. I mean, balancing that against public opinion, which in certain states, going back to this idea of federalism and states needing to compete, there is a narrative out there that this is bad and this is going to push power prices up. So how do you balance it?
Well, I think part of that is the human default. It's a lot easier to sell fear than hope and optimism. That's one. The other is, and this is what I hear more than some expert perspective on my part, and that is there's disinformation out there. This is an arms race, a technology arms race with China for who will lead the world. Which values will be the predominant values? Will it be CCP control, or will it be America's commitment to freedom, fundamental human rights and flourishing, and democratic principles? Like, this is classic, epic, good versus evil. They know that, and I think they're planting some of these seeds. So as my friends from the last night's salon dinner said, we need leaders in our nation at all levels, winnowing the wheat from the chaff in terms of the truth of the matter. This is a huge boon to our economy. And global competitiveness and security dominance are the twin towers of America's global leadership. We cannot win in both of those without AI, without winning the AI race. Now, communication. Get ahead of it. Make sure all stakeholders are there. Too often, at least from the Texas experiment, is that you have one group of tax districts like county judges, and they leave out the city folks or the hospital district, all stakeholders, so that when we're talking through the ROI or the I part, investing in the community, healthcare, transportation. I mean, in some cases, to your point, these technology companies are investing in water wells, which are capital intensive. Small towns in rural West Texas can't afford them. They only need a little water because of the closed loop systems. So they're dedicating a lot of that back to the community. So talking about that benefit, talking about the tax base that increase, which is exponential, again, for critical services, education, housing, et cetera. But here's the other thing. You also have to be very candid and transparent. There are some disruptions on the front end. There are some real constraints, even in Texas, where we're ready to lock and load the connectivity and siting of power, transmission, and all the above. But what are you going to do? Coal? Nuclear has its commercialization at scale problems, and we have problems right now with the supply chain on building a gas-fired plant, namely finding a turbine. So there are constraints. We can allay the public sentiment. Ultimately, like in anything, the proof's in the pudding. When the ratepayers aren't affected, when there's a net positive with energy coming back online from the behind-the-meter power from the data centers, water shared, investment in the community. Man, I mean, look, I've been doing town halls for 10 years. This is my last year in Congress. Give me that one to sell. And let me make sure they understand what's at stake for their children's future with respect to China and what could be the new dark ages versus a technology renaissance with the USA, squarely at the fore, leading the charge.
To jump on your point about electricity costs for the consumer, between like 1945 roughly and 1965 in the U.S., electricity demand increased by something like a factor of 4, so 400% increase. Over that time, electricity prices fell dramatically, because if you do it correctly, a huge increase in demand should allow electricity prices to fall. You can have higher capacity factor utilization on your infrastructure. You can spread those fixed costs out more thinly. There's no reason we can't have the same thing today, which leverage this big increase in demand to make electricity prices cheaper for everybody. Where it becomes a problem is if we restrict the building of the new generation infrastructure, then because these data centers are going to be able to bid up the price of it, that is when you start running into problems.
Yeah, and I think a good analogy actually is to look back at World War II. And we had, another type of race that was going on, and that was how do we actually take the factories that are being used to build these automobiles and use them to things that we need to win that war, right? That's sort of what we're talking about here, where I'll just give this Galleon Forge 1 as an example. We're taking factory space that was previously used to build air conditioners, and we're building intelligence factories, right? Which is like the product that you want to be able to build and export. And I think that's true at a country level. It's also true at a state level. Every state should want that for their citizens. They should want to be able to create new jobs that are going to be jobs that will continue and grow into the future, and then ultimately boost both economic prosperity and national security.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you on CNBC a couple days ago, and that is, how does this data, this AI data center patchwork come together, especially when you are doing something like, edge computing and you're focused on portable data centers, and then we do see hyperscalers spending many billions of dollars to build out massive, massive, massive facilities and farms too. What does this all ultimately look like, and what is the place for each of these?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier this week. We're in the middle of this AI super cycle, and what we're witnessing is that there's this shift that's going on. It used to just be all about training these really high-powered large language models, and that's still important. We still need to lead in that area. But what we're now seeing is a lot of people asking, well, how do I actually deploy those in as many places as possible to boost productivity, to improve my operations, to improve decision making? And that is about taking those models that have been trained on those hyperscale data centers and then running them on something like our modular data centers at the edge for inference, and fine-tuning those models to proprietary, sensitive, oftentimes data sets for national security, for energy. And we're seeing that play out globally, where now people are like, okay, I've been playing with ChatGPT for a couple years on my phone. What can I actually do to improve my business or improve national security? And I think that's going to continue to play out, which is one reason why in the market you're seeing it respond. One of the things that was very interesting over the last few weeks, you've seen the spot price for H100s and H200s, which are NVIDIA's chips that are more optimized for inference versus training.
I love that there's a spot price for this.
Yeah, it's actually started to exceed the spot price for the GB200s and the GB300s, which are like the ones for training.
Huh.
And I think that's going to continue. I think another good example is you saw the, what's the right word, acqui-hire that NVIDIA did of Grok. I mean, that's also because they saw this shift that's coming to inference, and I think you're going to see that continue.
Congressman, I want to go back to something you just said. You were talking about Texas. Since Texas is really sort of on the forefront of this build out and this revolution from an infrastructure standpoint, what are the lessons being learned in real time?
Well, if you might, if you'll indulge me to brag on Texas, it is a sport after all, back in the Lone Star State. I would say the same characteristics that made Texas the epicenter of global energy dominance are the characteristics that are going to make us the capital of AI infrastructure. And yeah, if you ask the technology companies, they'll tell you it's the labor force, it's the land, it's the abundant energy, it's the business-friendly climate. All of that is true, but this is the genesis of it. This is the foundation. It's the ethos, it's the culture, it's the spirit of Texas, that pioneering, innovative, can-do spirit. It's the resourcefulness, it's the work ethic, it's the freedom and independence and the desire for the government to be least involved and interfere in our business. That has allowed us to be in this position where we're number 3, I think, behind the UK and Virginia, but in 18 months we'll be number 1. And it will be hard to catch us, and I hope we become a model. Look, we're asking for upfront commitments on the gatekeeping side for those in the queue, upfront commitments to defray these costs, upfront commitments on behind the meter power. What we have, just to put in perspective, San Antonio is the 7th largest city in the country. And it takes about 5 gigawatts to light up the city, in the city limits of San Antonio, 1.5 million people. Well, the top 10 data centers in the queue, on average, have a higher energy consumption than the entire city of San Antonio. So, look, I think we have a good model, light touch. We do protect vulnerable populations on the application side, children, seniors from abuses. But this is about unleashing innovation. It's about moving at the speed of power to get these guys lit up so we can win the war. There'll be hiccups, there'll be challenges, like I mentioned earlier, and I think public sentiment will come along, and will be, I think, a motivating factor for other states to follow.
Yeah, Brian, if I stay with this framing of the geopolitical backdrop for this AI arms race, if you will, between the U.S. and China, I mean, the thing that China has in this race, or has at least up until now, is just prolific power generation that they've been able to bring online, exponentially more than the U.S. So how does that factor into this conversation, and how much of a catch-up is actually going to be necessary for the U.S. on that side?
Yeah, you're exactly right. They're just devoted themselves to bringing huge amounts of electricity generation capacity online. It vastly outpaces the U.S. The U.S. has really struggled to do this, and it's not just China. It's other, until recently, until the war in Iran, the Middle East was looking to be a very, very competitive place to put a lot of this infrastructure. They have, their interest in diversifying their sort of investments into, and they're putting a lot of money into AI. I think with the war with Iran, this has made a few of these people a little bit gun shy about building this like critical infrastructure where it might be struck by a drone. But yeah, it's critical to bring these new generation capacity online. I think it's to their credit, I think the various hyperscalers and constructors in this space, they have found various clever ways of like overcoming the sort of sclerotic bureaucracy that does exist in the bringing in generation online. There's a lot of, there's companies that are like, we were selling engines for cruise ships, and now we're repurposing these engines to sort of power data centers behind the meter. There's a very famous company, Boom Supersonic, which is developing a supersonic aircraft, and they decided, okay, well, we're developing this new engine. What if we just like take a little detour and make a on-the-ground version of this engine and use it to power data centers? I think they've pre-sold like $1 billion worth of these things, and they're now using that money to fund the development of their aircraft. A few months ago, the Energy Information Administration actually put out this very interesting and funny article that it even exists about looking, if you looked at all the Air Force boneyards in the US and like tallied up the energy generation capacity of the jet engines that are in there, how much like AI data energy capacity could you get from taking these existing jet engines and just connecting them to data centers? Something like 30% of data centers that are in progress, I think, are being powered in a large part by just behind the meter generation capacity, which doesn't need to go through such an onerous interconnection process. So there's a lot of clever people trying to figure out ways to like get around this sort of bureaucratic difficulties that we've made of interconnecting the generation capacity, and we've actually built this infrastructure a lot more quickly than I kind of maybe would have naively expected at sort of the beginning. But there's still so much more that we could be doing to make it easier.
What are you seeing on the startup side in terms of the competitive landscape? I mean, I hear about jet engines being repurposed. I'm very curious.
I think one very positive thing is you're seeing more and more competition in these areas. We just raised a big funding round, and we were very oversubscribed in that round. And I think infrastructure, AI infrastructure across the board, there's a lot of venture dollars as well as crossover funds that are looking to invest in that space. But now we're seeing the same thing with power. I was just with the Valor Atomics guys. They just did a big round. Scott Nolan over at General Matter. You're also seeing more demand signals from the government that they actually want that type of innovation. A good example of that is actually the deal that Department of Energy did with General Matter. Also, even in the critical mineral space, what was announced with MP Materials saying, hey, we really think that this is a critical national priority. This is an area where we want to let the market invest. We need to give a demand signal so that the venture investors can continue to pour money in there and then let these competitors do their thing. But there's more money flowing into all things AI at every layer of the stack than there's ever been. And I think that's only going to continue.
Okay, we've got some questions from the audience that I'm going to weave in here, and maybe I'll just put the question out. We can go down the row and get your thoughts. So first question, you can make a credible case that permitting, transmission, interconnection queues, equipment supply chains, and local opposition are each the real bottleneck, and different experts emphasize different ones. If you had to pick just one to fix first, because it unlocks the others, which is it and why?
I mean, as a Fed guy, I think the permitting process, because you have, just look at, again, the jurisdiction within Congress or the House, judiciary for judicial review. Energy and Commerce has the clean air. Clean water is at TNI. Who can keep up with all this? So this is long overdue, by the way. So now we have this common enemy and this incredible and epic battle for the future of America's global leadership. And we're doing what we should have done decades ago, and that's take what was probably intended, well intended in its own right, in isolation, in a vacuum, and now it's layers of obstruction to innovation and to our global competitiveness. So streamlining all that, especially again on the judicial review side. We've already passed most of this out of the House, and I think the Senate will either roll it up into one, the SPEED Act, the Permit Act, Cut the Red Tape Act, et cetera, or they'll roll out 2 or 3, but we need to get it done. And I think this administration, by the way, has already taken what was multiple years with respect to FERC in connecting these data centers outside of the ERCOT grid, where they need approval from FERC rather, and they're taking that time down to 60 to 90 days. And so that's the side that I think will open things up, short of getting more turbines online, which is it was probably the more difficult problem to solve.
Do you think, I just have follow up, I can't
Yeah.
help myself. I
No,
got to
it's
follow
okay.
up a little bit before I go down the line here. But I mean, do you think that there's an appetite that wasn't there before in terms of being able to get some of this legislation done?
Yes.
Across the line?
Yeah, I do, because I think, again, people understand the consequential nature of this battle. I mean, I can't stress that enough, and I think every leader at every level ought to start with this, and they ought to try to stir in the heart of every American the indomitable spirit of optimism and unrelenting resolve of Ronald Reagan right here, right now for this fight. I mean, that's just so. So yes, I think there is bipartisan support here, and I think the further this thing develops, and the more we see the partnership and the investment and the triple bottom line on infrastructure build out from the tech companies, I think it's going to only accelerate.
Okay. Brian, want to get your thoughts on this question and this idea of bottlenecks and which one perhaps needs to be unlocked first?
Yeah, it's very hard to pick just one. Historically, it does and still seems to largely be the case that it's just power generation, getting enough energy online. I remember a quote from somebody in the space. I forget the exact origins of it, but they were saying the fundamental problem is that there's a mismatch, and that bringing a data center online is a 1 to 2 year proposition, and bringing generation online is 3 years to never. Yeah. It's been so difficult. But really, you're seeing. The way I kind of think about it is like this data center build out is it's like a balloon being inflated inside a net, and it's getting pulled and squeezed on every single side by just a variety of different constraints. Just go down the line, from the manufacturing capacity for just, not just turbines, but things like transformers and stuff like that. The grain-oriented electrical steel that you need for these transformers. For the turbines. For the the trades that are actually out there building them, these the salaries for them have really risen sky high because the demand is so high, and we don't necessarily have all the trades that we would need to be available. And community opposition has become. It's almost as if there's a law of nature of the U.S. Whenever you start to build a lot of something, that people are going to come out of the woodwork and start to all of a sudden, no, we don't like that thing anymore. So local opposition to data centers has really started to become very, very strong, and that's increasingly looking like it's going to be a binding constraint. Even in places that historically were very pro data center, like Virginia, which built huge quantities of them, you're starting to see opposition there as well. So that there's a survey from the Washington Post, I think a few weeks ago, that was like 7 out of 10 people opposed a data center being constructed near them, which is not a good number to see. So it's every time we resolve one constraint, there's going to be another one waiting right behind it that we're going to have to solve as well.
I'm going to follow up on this one too. And I realize every project is different and individual. And different parts of the country are going to have their own, and communities are going to have their own characteristics and concerns too. But is it warranted? Like in terms of the community pushback, is it warranted, or are there actual true concerns here that need to be addressed to be able to move forward and move past that?
I think there's a combination of things. There's a lot of, as you said, like misinformation, bad information. The modern era is a very adversarial information environment. And so you're seeing all this people concerned about like water use issues, which are really, I think really minor in the scheme of things. Crazier things like these, things emit like a high-pitched sound that is especially harmful or something like that. All these issues that are sort of exaggerated or taken out of context are not really as much of an issue as people seem to be treating it as. I think at a higher level, there's the same issue with constructing this infrastructure that you see with almost any other major infrastructure construction issue, which is that you have these concentrated harms and you have these very diffuse benefits. So when you build a new, $5 billion data center, the benefits of that get spread across 300 million people or whatever who now get to use that to, ask the AI questions and have it write software for them or whatever. But the harms of that is concentrated right in the people that live right nearby it. They have to deal with all the construction and the disruption and whatever else may be downstream of that. And so they sort of, in a sense, they're rationally opposing this because hey, this is really disruptive to me in my life. I would prefer you build this somewhere else. It's that fundamental NIMBY impulse. And when your sort of permitting regime is set up to basically handle these things at a very local level, you run into this fundamental mismatch of concentrated harms and diffuse benefits that can be difficult to resolve.
I'm going to ask you, put the same question to you, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with cutting red tape. I also think one of the things that is encouraging that's already happening is the government sort of embracing this idea of distributed compute. We don't need to just have these big hyperscale data centers. We can co-locate clusters of data centers that might be 25, 50 megawatts instead of gigawatts, where we already have land and power available. The Department of Energy has actually been putting up its hand saying, hey, we have land and power available in these locations, and putting out solicitations. Does anybody want to actually utilize that for AI? A lot of times those are not in communities, they're in more rural locations. As you know, like our system, we can just use Starlink. We don't even need fiber in the ground, and a private 5G comes in the galleon as well. So we can put them anywhere. I think a lot of it comes down to education, even like the water thing. In a lot of systems, including ours, all of the cooling is self-contained. So there is no external water that's used. Oftentimes we're using behind the meter power, so there's no impact to taxpayer electricity bills. So it's like all the benefits, and there really is no drawback. And then I think the other thing that we need to educate everybody on is that this is a race, and it matters because of both GDP. Ultimately, this is going to dramatically impact productivity. I think we've all experienced firsthand what AI can do for productivity on a personal level. The same thing is true at a state level and at a country level. If we adopt AI domestically, we're going to have huge benefits, and then there's also huge benefits from having the world run on the US AI stack. There's this AI exports program. That is very important. That's the one thing we need to be a leader in globally. We've always led in technology. We have to lead in AI and AI infrastructure. And then the other thing is just the national security piece of this. And I think people are starting to see that this is very real. This is not like an abstract future thing out there. Take what happened in the Middle East. I think you and I talked a little bit about this. You saw data centers getting targeted because that is critical national infrastructure. And so we started getting calls from allies out there, hey, we need some of your units now. Can you deploy? We're able to ship within days, deploy within days. Hey, we need 4 more. Okay, we'll ship 4 more out. But now what we're seeing is, well, we shouldn't wait until that happens. We should get ready now for those sorts of contested scenarios, have distributed, highly resilient infrastructure, both domestically and abroad.
Can I comment on the economic impact globally as the budget chairman? We have a threat, and it's not China, it's us. And it's our insatiable appetite to spend without consideration for how we're going to pay for the spending and the programs that have us borrowing $2 trillion a year. That will almost double in 10 years in the budget window. And we have World War levels of debt. And our debt to GDP and our deficits that are close to 6%, these are wartime national emergency level debts and deficits, and we're in relative peace and prosperity. That's a big problem. And really, just to give you the dumbed down Texas 2-step version of how we're going to solve it, is you're going to rein in spending and you're going to reignite economic growth. But on the growth side, you've got capital limitations, access to capital. I mean, we're borrowing $2 trillion. We're taking $2 trillion out of the economy that is investment capital, and we're supposed to grow beyond 2%. And it's $1 trillion, by the way. 55 to 60 cents on every dollar we borrow is interest cost. So we have limitations on the labor side. We could talk about that probably all day. Productivity is going to be absolutely essential on the piece of the equation of economic growth. Not just for all boats rising on the tide of prosperity, more jobs, wages up, et cetera. It's because 1% of GDP on an annual average over the 10-year budget window is $3 trillion to reducing the deficit, i.e. reducing the deferred taxes on our children because they're the ones that are going to be stuck with that bill. So I just had to get it out of my system. I had to exercise this demon. That productivity and that contribution on the reigniting economic growth is a huge piece of restoring fiscal sanity and the fiscal health that is in rapid decline in this country. And so I'm in, and I'm all in on all the fronts, and not the least of which is the economic impact.
You sure you want to retire? I mean, we've got
I'm
all this
going
budget
to
stuff coming
preaching.
together because there's to your point, there's been a history of more revenue coming in and more spending going out. So how do you ensure that doesn't happen? Which actually brings me to one of the other questions we have from the audience, which is how do we balance energy demands for AI and other important industries like critical minerals processing? There's a lot of stuff that needs a lot of investment right now.
Look, everyone's got to do their part. Every stakeholder has to do their part. And we talked about the investment on the front end. That's a requirement in Texas, by the way. I think it's 50 million, or that's a rule that they will adopt soon, because there are a lot of speculators, by the way. We have an 85, ERCOT, our grid, the sort of maximum load or the optimal load is 85 gigawatts. And the queue is about 438 gigawatts. We know that's not all real. We'll wrench that out by requiring behind-the-meter power and some upfront capital costs. That's part of the White House Energy Dominance Council's framework. It's part of our framework, and I think it's the right way to get to who really is going to be in this game and make these contributions to the fight and to the economic development of our state. But you're right. The feds have their piece on permitting reform, on streamlining the connectivity, and on and on. And there's so many facets to this. I mean, because we haven't talked about advanced manufacturing or cloud infrastructure, and then you talk about critical minerals. I mean, it ought to be that we marshal every resource and use every lever at the federal level and at all levels, but especially from a federal perspective, to be in this fight. I'm a former vice chancellor for research at Texas Tech University. We have $200 billion worth of federal R&D. We ought to orient all of it for quantum, for AI infrastructure, and every tentacle that is attached to this fight. And I think that's the leadership we're getting from President Trump, quite frankly. But I think that's the continued sort of whole of government effort that we have to put behind this.
Okay. We got two more questions. We got about 3.5 minutes left, so we'll see what we can get to here. Brian, I'm going to go to you with this next question. Transmission is the clearest case where the national interest and local control are in direct conflict. A line has to go somewhere, and someone will oppose it. How should Congress think about overriding, I guess I could put this to everybody on the panel, overriding local and state siting authority, and where's the political ceiling on that?
Yeah, transmission is a really gnarly question because so much of it devolves to a local issue. Transmission line is big horizontal infrastructure. It's going through a jillion parcels of land, any one of whom can just hold up the construction of the entire thing. There has historically, I think, been some federal efforts to try to do that, sort of transmission corridors to try to make it easier to build these things. I think that hasn't maybe worked amazingly well. With this, there are some sort of interesting technical things you can kind of do to sort of, as so often we see, sort of a technical workaround to sort of a bureaucratic problem. You can do things like reconductoring, which is you take an existing transmission line and you just put new wires on it that have larger capacity, and so you're not having to build a new line through some new parcel of land, but now you've dramatically increased the amount of power that you can run through it. There are things like that are possible. So yeah, it's a very tricky problem. it doesn't seem amazingly obvious that we found a good way to resolve it in the near future.
Yeah, Congressman, I have to get your thoughts on this question.
This is an age-old question for all of us, but especially as conservatives who believe in not just economic freedom and individual freedom, but state sovereignty and freedom. And I think, as I said earlier, we should err on the 50 laboratories of innovation right now. I think we shouldn't allow what has been an abuse by some administrations to take and weaponize really some of these environmental studies like the Clean Water Act when there's interstate connectivity and say, we're going to stop the pipeline. We're going to stop the transmission line. We're going to put everybody at risk. I mean, there is an interstate commerce nexus here. And if there is, and there's a national security rationale, then I have no problem with that. I think if it's about not stopping something, but actually constructing interstate connectivity for the purpose of winning the Cold War and the biggest fight of my generation, then we ought to do that in close coordination with states. Absent that, we ought to have a framework. By the way, this federal framework from the White House, we put it in the big, beautiful bill in the House side. We put some incentive money behind it so that we could have that light touch, encourage innovation, and do all the things that would unlock our victory here. It was pulled out of the Senate. You'll have to ask one of my Senate colleagues why that happened. But that's, anyway, sorry. I know I filibuster. I thought large language model meant, I thought that was just a fancy term for Senate filibuster. and by the way, before this panel, I thought a super cluster was a joint congressional hearing. So this is a big leap for me. I appreciate everybody being patient with me.
All right, we're basically done with the panel. I'm going to have one more bonus question. Dan, I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah.
Elon Musk has spoken about putting data centers in space.
Oh, here we go.
How feasible is that, and will that quell the public debate on data centers? How are you thinking about it?
How long do we have to talk about data centers in space?
We could do a whole other panel.
We could do a whole panel on that. I mean, so when we launched Armada, we started the company a little over 3 years ago. The whole premise was distributed compute. Why distributed compute? It's because data is distributed, especially now that we're doing more and more with cameras and sensors and drones and inference, right? And then also you've got energy being distributed. And so when you apply those same first principles to data centers in space, it's inevitable. Why? One, you don't have a lot of the constraints that you have building things here. It's called space for a reason. There's lots of space out there. Second, you've got the sun being the ultimate source of energy. And then the third thing, and this is really important, is that there is going to be data that's generated out there that you are going to want to process locally. A lot of the things that we do here on Earth will become use cases in space. I'll give you some very tangible examples. Obviously, there's national security stuff. You've got satellites up there that are doing reconnaissance. It's going to make sense to process a lot of that data locally, and then rather than sending all the data to some faraway location, you just send the insight back. It's going to be much more efficient to do that. You're also going to want to do things like mining up there, right? We're talking about creating a moon base up there. Do you think it's going to be humans that are building the moon base? No, it's going to be robots. Well, robots can't have any latency. You have to be able to process all the data in real time at the edge. You're going to have manufacturing up there. Again, it's going to be robots. You cannot have any latency. And so there's still a lot of things that need to be figured out with data centers in space, but it will happen, and it will be happening because we're going to need it to happen.
All right. Well, we covered a lot. Gentlemen, great to have you here on stage. Thank you so much for this discussion.
Thank you.
This concludes the panel. Please make your way downstairs for lunch. You will find your table assignment in the RNEF app. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The luncheon keynote address is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The luncheon keynote address is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, the Honorable Gerald Parsky.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to serve as a trustee of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. It's a true pleasure for me. In the 70s, I had the pleasure of serving as Assistant Secretary of the Treasury responsible for capital markets policy, as well as international trade and economic policy. Having seen up close and personal the workings of 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue, I know just how complex running the Treasury Department can be. As a result, I've had a great deal of respect for the men and women who leave the office first occupied by Alexander Hamilton. The Treasury Department requires a special type of leader, especially in the modern era when every word a secretary utters will be immediately parsed. They can instantly move markets, reassure our allies, or rattle our enemies. The job requires extraordinary calm under pressure, confidence in the face of uncertainty, fluency in the language of negotiation, and comfort grappling with issues ranging far and wide. We have these qualities in Secretary Scott Bessent. We've seen it time and time again, whether he's working with Congress to pass historic tax legislation, streamlining regulations to spur economic growth, or leveraging America's economic influence for the sake of national security. Before arriving in Washington, Secretary Bessent had been a leader in the global investment management business for 40 years, most recently serving as Chief Executive Officer of Keith Square Capital Management, a firm he founded. Through the years, he has also been a champion for financial literacy, a contributor to economic journals and business publication, and an adjunct professor of economic history at Yale, his alma mater. I won't hold that too much against him. As the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, he's been a principal architect behind efforts to reorder global trade, champion domestic manufacturing, and implement economic growth strategies. We thank him for his leadership, and we're honored that he is here at our forum. Please join me in welcoming the 79th U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent.
Good. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and I'd like to thank the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute for inviting me to join you today. Of course, this year's forum carries special significance as we celebrate 250 years of the American story. But milestones of this magnitude demand more than ceremony. They ask something of us. They invite us to reflect not just on the creation of our country, but on its condition. And as we focus today on America's economic future, they compel us to confront and correct decisions that have diminished our sovereignty in recent decades. President Reagan himself understood that renewal begins with reflection. One thing that has made our republic great, he said, is that we don't hide from our mistakes. We learn from them. Then we go on and do things better than we did before. Better than we did before. That is the spirit in which I want to speak with you today, with candor and with confidence in our capacity to deliver another 250 years of American economic leadership. The truth is that for too long, America had been asleep. We mistook comfort for strength. we substituted efficiency for resilience and consumption as a measure of prosperity. We told ourselves that so long as goods were cheaper overseas, it did not matter whether factories went dark in Michigan, Ohio, or Pennsylvania. We assumed that supply chains would always function smoothly and adversaries would always behave responsibly, and the invisible hand would correct vulnerabilities that too few in public life had the courage to confront. And while we reassured ourselves with those assumptions, risk accumulated all around us. Somewhere along the way, we lost sight of a foundational principle that previous generations understood instinctively. Economic security is national security. For a nation that cannot manufacture, mine, ship, or refine its needs gradually, cedes its strength and sovereignty to others. That is a dangerous dependency for any country. It is an unacceptable one for the United States of America. Now, nations rarely cede their security in a single moment. More often, they drift into dependence through a series of politically expedient decisions. For our part, we made a series of mistakes, some bipartisan, others ideological, and many defended long after their cost became impossible to ignore. One was treating trade policy as though it existed apart from national strategy. We convinced ourselves that we could pursue commercial partnerships in one silo while managing security relationships in another, as if the world would honor these distinctions. But a nation that relies on a rival for critical inputs, finances the rise of countries that do not share our interests, and allows its productive base to erode while promising to defend the international order, will find sooner or later that these two silos collapse into each other. As damaging as our willingness to extend strategic trust where it had been not earned. China's accession to the WTO and the granting of permanent normal trade relations were sold to the American people as steps that would level markets and moderate behavior. Instead, we left our workers to compete against state-led subsidies, excess capacity, and practices that distort trade and undermine reciprocity. We assumed the rules-based system would discipline these behaviors, only to find that in too many sectors, it accommodated them. And that in the name of efficiency, we began to celebrate just in time while neglecting just in case. The pandemic did not create our brittle supply chains so much as expose them. Suddenly, the world's most advanced economy found itself partially dependent on foreign suppliers for semiconductors, large capacity batteries, critical minerals, and medicines that we no longer produced here at home. Regrettably, our recovery from the pandemic did not bring reform under the prior administration. Today, the United States still imports most of its rare earth minerals that are essential to the technologies that will shape military and economic power in the 21st century. Only a small share of the active pharmaceutical ingredients that we use in the United States are made here. And American shipbuilding capacity, which once helped to secure victory in war and prosperity in peace, has shrunk to a fraction of global production. So when I say America has been asleep, I do not mean that no one warned us. In fact, many did. Workers warned us when their plants shuttered and communities decayed. Military planners warned us when supply chains narrowed. Manufacturers warned us about subsidized competitors and dumped products. Public health officials warned us about pharmaceutical dependencies. The warning lights were glaring all around us. But our political class preferred the comfort of old formulas. Cheaper was always better, offshoring was inevitable, industrial policy was unfashionable, and strategic dependence was acceptable so long as the cost remained invisible. Beneath every one of those mistakes lay a more basic failure in our philosophy. In reducing economics to consumption, we forgot production. We measured abundance at the checkout counter rather than at the factory gate. We talked about GDP, but not enough about its composition. And we prized low-cost inputs without first asking whether a nation can remain sovereign when it loses command over the things that matter most. A country cannot outsource its industrial commons, ignore strategic concentration, and expect to remain secure. For manufacturing is more than output on a balance sheet, it is a reservoir of practical capability. Engineers and welders, tool and die makers, and logistic networks, plant managers and workers who know how to solve problems on the factory floor. When the ecosystem is strong, a country can adapt quickly. When it is hollowed out, adaptation becomes slower, more costly, and less certain. We saw this during COVID and the scramble for ventilators, masks, and other medical equipment. We saw it again as the war in Ukraine reminded the world that high-intensity conflict consumes weapons and munitions at a pace far beyond peacetime assumptions. Surge capacity cannot be conjured overnight. It must be built before a crisis arrives. And a country that allows its industrial base to shrink in the quiet years should not be surprised when it struggles to replenish stocks in the dangerous ones. In a crisis, the nation with a broad and skilled industrial base has options. The nation that has hollowed out that base only has excuses. America should never again put itself in a position where its security depends on supply chains it does not control, factories it no longer maintains, or skilled trades it failed to preserve. That is why the President's agenda matters. Reasonable people can debate the calibration of any particular instrument, but the central strategic insight is undoubtedly sound. Trade policy, industrial capacity, and national security are inseparable. And to allow foreign dependencies to degrade any one of these domains is to allow them to define America's future. So on his first day back in office, President Trump issued the America First Trade Policy Memorandum, a sweeping directive to Treasury, Commerce, Homeland Security, USTR, and other agencies to stop treating trade as a technocratic afterthought instead of an instrument of national strategy. Last April, the President declared a national emergency tied to the cumulative effects of foreign trade practices and announced reciprocal tariff actions framed explicitly around national and economic security. Again, people can debate design, sequencing, and scope. Healthy democracies should debate those questions, but no one should miss the larger point. Chronic, non-reciprocal agreements, industrial hollowing, and strategic import dependence are not questions of commerce alone. They are fissures in our country's foundation. A few weeks later, President Trump signed executive action on processed critical minerals and derivative products under Section 232, expressly linking import dependence to risks for national security, defense readiness, and price stability, and economic resilience. Some have tried to weaponize critical minerals against us, but this administration is ensuring they will not succeed. On maritime strength, President Trump signed an executive order to restore America's maritime dominance, established a new Office of Maritime and Industrial Capacity at the National Security Council, and called for a maritime action plan to rebuild U.S. shipbuilding capabilities. This is what it looks like to connect industrial capacity, logistics resilience, workforce development, and national security in one strategic frame. Finally, on pharmaceuticals, President Trump signed an executive order to fill the strategic active pharmaceutical ingredients reserve so that America is never again caught flat-footed when access to critical drug components is at risk. Last month, the White House also highlighted further action to impose tariffs on patented pharmaceutical products while noting parallel Section 232 investigations involving personal protective equipment, medical consumable devices, and robotics. The strategic message is unmistakable. Supply chain resilience in medicine will no longer be an afterthought. This broader reorientation is also visible in the administration's trade agenda for 2026 as we work to secure reciprocity, strengthen domestic production, and align America's external economic relationships with our core national interest. Taken together, these efforts reflect the broader principle that President Trump has articulated clearly. Economic security is national security. But let me be direct about what that doctrine does not mean. It does not mean retreating from the world. On the contrary, it means engaging with it on a stronger, fairer, and more sustainable terms. It does not mean severing ties indiscriminately. It means distinguishing healthy interdependence from dangerous overdependence. It does not mean rejecting efficiency. It means refusing to worship efficiency when efficiency leaves our nation exposed. And it does not mean treating allies and adversaries alike. It means bringing our trading relationships and our security relationships back into alignment by building supply chains with trusted partners where appropriate, rebuilding capacity at home where necessary, and ensuring that the economic architecture supporting American power strengthens American security. Of course, America still holds enormous advantages, among them the world's deepest capital markets, extraordinary innovators, abundant energy potential, leading universities, and unmatched entrepreneurial culture, and workers who can outbuild and outcompete anyone so long as the playing field is fair. All we needed was a government willing to declare that as decline is the choice, renewal can be one too. So yes, while America slept, our vulnerabilities grew. While America slept, too many leaders accepted failed supply chains as the price of modern life. While America slept, we let industrial policy erode and Main Street decay. We tolerated unfairness in the name of stability and conflated market access with strategic success. But America has awakened. We are alert to the fact that a resilient economy is the foundation of a strong republic, that we can measure the health of our economy not merely by what it produces, but whom it lifts, that secure supply chains matter as much as stock indices, that productive capacity is power, that trade policy, industrial policy, and national security policy must all fit together, or they will each fail separately. So let me end where I began, with President Reagan's reminder to identify where we went wrong and to recover our faith in what can go right. If we learn from our mistakes, if we rebuild what we neglected, if we reward production as well as consumption, if we prize resilience alongside prosperity, as President Trump has been doing, then this country will not simply patch over our vulnerabilities. It will enter a new season of national strength with a more robust Main Street and industrial base than ever before. Safer supply chains, more secure medicines, more reliable access to critical minerals, a revived maritime capacity, a financial system aligned with a national purpose, and trading partnerships that reinforce rather than undermine our security relationships. Indeed, the strength of this republic lies in not denying that the old consensus failed. Instead, we must restore resilience where complacency took hold, rebuild capacity where dependence took root, and above all, recover the confidence to believe a nation that knows how to build, invent, produce, and lead is never destined for decline. While America slept, our vulnerabilities grew, but under President Trump's leadership, we are alert to the risk we can no longer ignore, and attuned to the responsibility we can no longer defer. Under President Trump, we have awoken to morning again in America, and our best days, I believe, still lie ahead. Thank you all. I look forward to exploring these themes in further conversation with Larry. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Honorable Lawrence Kudlow for our keynote conversation with the Honorable Scott Bessent.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for an excellent speech. I was just sitting there thinking, having worked for Reagan many, many years ago, peace through strength. Peace through strength.
Peace through strength.
It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed between those two bookends. And it's a terrific thing. Peace through strength, trust but verify.
Exactly.
And we'll get to it. I want to talk about the industrial economy because your points are very important. The America First trade policy, the economy is booming. But I must ask, as the world is waiting, I guess, for new information. The president is meeting with the cabinet. I'm sure you're plugged into this remotely. How do you read the situation? Are we close to a deal? The last Truth Social I got said basically they're looking at the issues, but the red lines have not changed with respect to denuclearization and no enrichment and reopening the Strait of Hormuz and no money in the next 30 or 60 days. It's a little sketchy, but the whole world is watching. The markets are positively reacting to it, so I thought I'd give you a chance to clarify the situation, give us your thoughts.
Yep, so the president was very clear in the cabinet meeting what he was looking for on the straits, free and open access, as we saw before February 27th, and that Iran must give up their highly enriched uranium and cannot have a nuclear weapon. And to be clear, I think one of the things that has gone unappreciated and unnoticed here is this is the first time the Iranians have been willing to discuss the nuclear subject. Like, before, we have the right to do this, we have undisputed, and so I think between 5.5, 6 weeks of an incredibly successful military campaign and then Operation Economic Fury, where we have really cut them off, and they are at the end of their tether now financially. I think 40 or 50% of the troops aren't getting paid, police aren't reporting to the station, inflation's probably over 200%, they're having to give out food vouchers, they have turned off the internet. There was an information vacuum, and we'll see. Is the Iranians have engaged as they could. I would point out we did not have regime change, but we changed the regime. The first level leaders decapitated, the second level decapitated, so we're dealing with the third level, and it's very tough because on one side we have a theocracy with the clerics, on the other side we have a thugocracy with the IRGC, and you've got to convince both sides.
I think kudos to you. You're probably the most significant, most powerful, most successful wartime Treasury Secretary, certainly since World War II. You've closed them down. They are our enemies. In fact, Roger Zackheim reminds me, Reagan Institute did a poll, 80% of Americans believe Iran is an enemy, the United States. Now, where the other 20%.
I don't know who the other 20 are.
They're all New York and Connecticut. But I'll leave that aside. But what you have done with the economic fury, you basically turned their water off. Maybe you want to say, how long can they go? They're not meeting payrolls, they're not meeting retirement, they're not showing up for work. You've closed down their offshore bank accounts, you've closed down their oil operations, you basically closed the whole place down. It's kind of all over but the shouting, it seems to me.
Well, Treasury, we're doing the financial blockade, and the U.S. Navy, who, you want to talk about a group that hasn't been this active since World War II, it's the Navy.
Yes.
They've done an incredible job. And when I talked to General Kane and the Secretary Hegseth, they said, like, these young people aren't afraid. They want to fight. Like, this is what they signed up for. And some of the precision that where they blockaded the Iranian ports with virtually or perhaps zero intrusions have been amazing. Karg Island, which is the Iranian oil export facility, is shut down.
You basically turned that off.
The blockade did that. We think they have the lowest amount of oil on the water. Their only client is China. And I would point out that the Iranians made a very big strategic mistake because everyone said, oh, well, the Iranians attacked the GCC and the infrastructure, and that really makes them invulnerable. That on my side of my duties, they made my job so much easier because before, many of our great GCC Gulf allies were a little less than transparent about their banking systems. That, oh, no, we don't have any Iranian oil. And 2,200 the shells and missiles and drones here, 500 or 600 there, all of a sudden it's, oh, here, they have at it. So we've frozen Iranian bank accounts.
After they started getting bombed by Iran.
Yes, but it was a big strategic
mistake
failure on the financial side.
And you jumped right in.
And we jumped right in. And they've been very good partners. I believe that we have seized about $1 billion of their crypto. And
just outright seized it.
Just outright grabbed the wallets. Some of them may be like typing in right now and realize they might not have realized that their wallet had been grabbed. And we are working with our allies all over Europe to grab villas and houses and properties. And this is money that's stolen from the Iranian people.
But you've frozen the offshore accounts. I mean, people may not understand that the Revolutionary Guard, they own so many of the businesses. They've been stealing money from the Iranian people for decades and decades and decades. They're all living high off the hog. Retirement accounts and condominiums, God knows where.
We think they were stealing $400 or $500 million a month, divided between 80 leaders.
Now that can't last. I mean, they're in a heap of financial trouble. And that is your doing. That is your doing, sir.
Well, it's like Woody Allen said when he talked about the mafia. It's a good margin when you consider they don't pay for paper clips.
Okay, I got it. All right, well, anyway, congratulations on all that. Second point I wanted to raise, and you talked at some length about it in your prepared remarks, the economy. The industrial economy is booming. Despite gasoline prices and energy prices and the temporary effects of the war. Just some numbers. I mean, with $4.50 gasoline, which I might add is coming down, you're still growing. I mean, nearly 3% consumer growth from the latest numbers year on year. But the most extraordinary thing, and I think this is to your point about the trade reciprocity and the America First and being prepared, non-defense capital goods, business investment is growing over the past 3 months alone at nearly 19% at an annual rate. We haven't seen numbers like that. 10.5% year on year. So that's quite remarkable. Shipments growing at 12.5%. Profits rising 17%. productivity at almost 3%, unit labor costs, which is the most basic, in a sense, inflation measure for the entire economy. Unit labor costs last 4 quarters, 1.2%. That's why I can't get too excited about a temporary gasoline pump. I mean, in effect, the trade deficit is narrowing. These one big, beautiful bill and other policies have been succeeding.
It's been fantastic, and much of it is what you all did in Trump, the 1.0 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but through, I see Jason Smith here, that he was working a year in advance to get the one big, beautiful bill. That did not spring up. I see French Hill, Jody Arrington, they were all incredible in getting this across the line. I remember I went to Mike Johnson. I said, Mike, when do you think you can get this out of the House? And he said, I said, and as one bill. And Larry, I want to give a shout out to you because Dr. Kudlow here said, you must have it as one bill. You cannot bifurcate this because if people start picking and choosing, then it's the end. So Larry insisted on one bill. Then Mike, Speaker Johnson, if we want one bill, how do we do it? Or when can we do it? And he said, I think I could have this out by Memorial Day. I said, hold please. I called up Newt Gingrich and I said, could this ever happen? And he said, it's ambitious. Okay, Mike, let's do it. And then as soon as he did that, they called Leader Thune and said, Speaker Johnson says it's going to come out of the House by Memorial Day. You think we could have a July 4th signing? And, okay. And everybody got it done. But I think it just speaks to the power of what we've done. We're never going to have to talk about a tax cut again because these are permanent. And I just think the power of permanence and certainty and knowing that you're going to be able to, like this full expensing just levels us up against so many other countries.
Business is not a dirty word. Profit's not a dirty word. The reason that consumers have the income to spend at their kitchen tables, even with this temporary gasoline bump, is the success of these policies. And I think the permanence. We've never seen investment rates like this, probably not since the Reagan recovery from the Carter recession 40 some odd years ago. So supply side economics is working, and the America First policies are working. So kudos to you for your implementation. Kudos to the president for sticking with it. Kudos to Jason and whoever else is here. I didn't know you were here. Good to see you. No change in policy. The war will end. We will go back to normalcy on energy.
Look, the war will end. We'll get to the other side of this. The economy has been very resilient through all this. Look, for many families, it's not nothing, but it's been less than $200 in extra the gasoline cost. And I don't have it with me, but all the Democrats want to talk about now is beef and gasoline. I've got a sheet that has the 12 supermarket items. Last year was eggs. And eggs are down 90% now. Beef is highly idiosyncratic now because of some cattle disease down in Mexico and the dynamics of the herd, but chicken's down, many vegetables are down, so this groceries are actually down. So we'll see. But I can tell you, the one thing we're not going to do is what the Biden administration did, where they came out and said, it's a vibe session. The American people don't know how they're feeling. That was 21.5% stated CPI inflation. Real wages grew about 17%, so big, awesome purchasing power. But our friend Jason Trennert has something, I think it's called the Everyman Index of the Work. Common Man Index, and that was up 35 or 38%. So that was a 15% decline, 16% decline in real purchasing power. And Americans felt that. And the price levels have gotten elevated. It's tough to bring the price level down, but what we can do is add, we can generate real wage growth, which I think we're going to get back to as soon as we're on the other side of this Iran conflict.
So you were mentioning in your talk, we are here at this conference celebrating 250th birthday of America and looking ahead for the next couple of 100 years. I can't help but ask you, are we really going to have a $250 bill with Donald Trump's picture on it?
Well,
the whole world is waiting.
So for the 150th, there was a Calvin Coolidge coin.
Oh, God, I love that.
With his image on it. We are going to have the image of President Trump on a coin, and there is a proposed legislation in the House to put President Trump on the $250 bill. As Treasury Secretary, I am only mandated to do two things with the design of the currency. At present, it has to be someone who is not living, and it must say, "In God we trust." Do whatever else I want. Look, I think that if you were the president, just like Calvin Coolidge was for the 150th, if you're the president for the 250th, President Trump should be on there. And for any of you who are want to geek out in monetary theory, there's something called seigniorage. So we print, Treasury prints currency, the Fed distributes it, and we have about 2.5, 2.6 trillion outstanding, and that's a free loan. So we put currency out there, and we don't have to pay any interest on it. So with seigniorage, I think that you get the $250 bill. I think a lot of people are just going to put those away and hold them.
I'm sure it'll be a big
It's a good free loan.
I'm sure the demand for it will be huge. The other side, I mean, we've got a lot of optimism, I think, at this conference, and I know I'm very optimistic. And the theme of going from Reagan through Trump and having you here to speak to the Trump economic policy is very, very important. The other thing I wanted to mention briefly, before I get to the Fed and our new chairman, is the Trump savings accounts, which I think really is a game changer. That is a major, major piece of legislation.
I think that this is the most important government benefit for young people since the GI Bill. And 38% of Americans have no exposure to our great equity market. They don't participate in the innovation, the dynamic U.S. economy, great managements, many the managements who I see here today. And for them, it is just a foreign concept. So with the Trump accounts, any child born during President Trump's term, they get a $1,000 seed investment from Treasury for these, and they're going to go into low-cost index funds, and they will be able to see every day on their phone what the account's doing. Folks with children under 18, families with children under 18, can open a Trump account, and they can put up to $5,000 in there that'll compound tax-free until age 18. At age 18, they roll it into a traditional retirement plan or take it out to start a business for education, down payment on a home. And the other thing we're seeing with these Trump accounts is that we are seeing some of our great philanthropists, Michael and Susan Dell, $6.25 billion to American children.
Remarkable.
As President Trump said, when Michael made the announcement, he said, "Michael, 250 million's a lot." 6.25. So, and that is for young people who are from the bottom 80% of the economic zip codes. So it's going to be about $250 for 80% of the American children.
Loan a piece of the rock. They never thought possible. They might even learn a little bit about capitalism and business along the way.
Well, I think we're creating a whole new class of shareholders. And in nutrition, there's this idea of a food desert. You don't have access to good food. I've done a lot of work on financial literacy. I push for it, and I think that there was the idea of a financial desert that if people don't have exposure, many of them. They can't open a Charles Schwab account or an E-Trade or any of the other, Robinhood or any of the others. So this is going to give them an account. Rather than giving a toy for someone's birthday, you cut the price of the toy in half and give the toy and then put $20 into that account. So you can constantly top it up.
It's worth a lot more than a welfare check. It's worth a lot more every way you look at it.
At Treasury, went up yesterday to encourage all of you to go, trumpaccounts.gov. We have 5, maybe we might be up to our 6 learning modules, because these are families who have never participated, many of them have never participated in the stock market before. Look, I was a kid from South Carolina, a small town, and I was growing up, I just knew something bad happened on Wall Street in 1929. Like, that's what I knew about Wall Street. And now, I think they're going to be able to see it on their phone. They'll sit around the dining room table. Their families will add to it. Many states are going to top these up. So we've got 20 states so far that I think are going to add to these. And I do think it is a new kind of philanthropy, because now we have all these foundations. A lot of them do good work, but there's a lot of bureaucracy. They have buildings, they have boards, they have dinners. If you want to give directly to the children of America, just give to the Trump accounts.
So you just had breakfast with our new Fed chairman, Kevin Warsh. How was that?
It was great. It was President Reagan would say it was a new day at the Fed. So we now have the Warsh Fed. The Treasury Secretary, the Fed chair have lunch or breakfast every week. It's a home game and an away game. So I did the away game at the Fed. Their food's much better because they don't have a budget. They print their own money.
Apparently not.
Apparently not. One hears. But it was good. Look, it's the renewal and change is good. And I think we are going to see a new sheriff in town. I think we are, I'm not going to get out ahead of the chairman, but he said he's going to get rid of forward guidance. So I think I would expect.
You approve of that?
100%. 100%. And I also think we're going to get back to basics in terms of accountability, credibility, and what's the purpose of the Fed? Because, Larry, for your career is longer than mine, but for a long time, the Fed just ran in the background. It wasn't, oh, it's Fed Day, it's the Fed meeting, cover the press conference, all-day event, all these governors out giving speeches and kind of popping off. And I think we are going to see much more focus, much more, a lot more credibility. And at the end of the day, financial markets, it's all about credibility.
I noticed the President said right at the beginning, as soon as Kevin was confirmed, that he's on his own. There's really no pressure to move interest rates in one way or another, that you just have to trust, he's going to trust his Fed chairman. And I just wanted to be sure that the Treasury Secretary echoed those views.
100%. That the President made the decision. I ran the process. President made the decision. I never put the thumb on the scale for Kevin Warsh, who I'd known for 20 years. I think he's an incredible choice. And the President got there for all the right reasons. And the President understands that the more credible you are, the more work the financial markets will do for you.
So no pressure at the moment.
Look, again, everyone, a lot of the publications wanted to be alarmist, and to the extent I had any success in my 35-year Wall Street career, it was usually doing the opposite of what was on the front page. And when I saw over the past couple of weeks, what a terrible time to start up as the Fed chair. I was like, no, it's a great time. Yeah. It's a great time. Interest rates have spiked. Inflation has spiked. The tough thing would have been to have come in in February, and the market was pricing in 2 or 3 rate cuts for the year. Inflation looked like we were going to come back down to target. Growth was high. Much better to come in now. And you all can be the judge. I'm not saying whether it's the causation or the correlation, but rates peaked the day before Chair Walsh was sworn in.
And also, tell me if this is, I think I'm noticing during this Iranian war episode, et cetera, with all of the good things that are going on, the dollar is actually improving. And if I'm not mistaken, you yourself have been a strong advocate of maintaining the dollar as a reserve currency. And I know in the first term when I served, the president was always a strong advocate to maintain the dollar as a reserve currency. Has any of that changed?
Nothing's changed. And again, I was in the currency market for 35 years, and I think people have the wrong notion of what a strong dollar means. Strong dollar isn't the price on the screen every second, every minute, every day, every week. What a strong dollar means is that we are doing the right things to set our economy on a good course, that people will want to hold dollars, that they feel safe and secure, and that their money will get back to them, that they will have the real returns. And I think we've done that, whether it's through trade policy, tax policy, or energy policy. The United States, President Trump, with his policies, has made the United States the best place, whether you want to be in the liquid markets or to come build your factory. You will have great certainty. You will have on tax, you will have great certainty on energy, and you will have great certainty on our workforce.
So we appreciate all these remarks. The time is short. I've got a TV show to do. You're going to speak with my colleague and dear friend Maria in a little while. I don't think the president has made a decision. I was just looking on my phone. I could be wrong, but I don't think a decision has come out. I just wanted to ask you, there's in all likelihood no ruling out of further military operations, combat operations, kinetic operations, if the Iranians continue to misbehave. There's no ruling of that out, is there?
Everything we have done since the ceasefire began has been defensive. And Admiral Cooper, General Kane, Secretary Hegseth have been very clear about that. And again, what's important to realize here is, just as in our government, we have hawks, doves, in between, they have people who want to keep up a quixotic fight, and then they have people who want to settle. So they are also hashing it out, but there are three scenarios. We have the deal. We don't have the deal, but we just maintain the blockade, and we keep squeezing them. And I think every day that goes by, much worse for them. Or we go back to kinetic action, and President Trump, you know it, Larry, I know it, he likes to create the most leverage for himself.
You're going to keep the blockade, financial and economic embargo going?
We'll see. That it'll be anything that's taken off is taken off slowly. There'll be milestones that the Iranian regime would have to meet. And I can tell you, we put more sanctions on yesterday. We sanctioned their two airlines. We've got some other financial targets. There's a lot more that we can do if we have to. And there's some things that we can take off to help the Iranian people.
Secretary Scott Bessent, good friend, thank you for your service. Thank you for your good works for America. We appreciate it very much.
Good. Well, thank you, Larry.
Please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. The courts and policymaking, please welcome Mr. Jimmy Hoover of the National Law Journal and our distinguished panelists.
Thunderous applause. For you to sit.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, can everyone hear me? Yes. Well, thank you everyone for coming to this panel, Courts and Policymaking. I was honored to be asked to host this very esteemed group of people with quite a bit of experience, and I'm going to just briefly introduce them. To my right, we have Don McGann, who's a partner at the law firm Jones Day, where he leads the firm's government regulation practice. He served as White House counsel during President Donald Trump's first term, where, among other things, he played a key role in the confirmation of the president's appointment.
So, I'm really delighted to be here. It's been great as someone who sits in Article 3 of federal courts to be around so many people who are creating jobs and innovating and doing all these amazing things. And so, I don't know, it's just really a pleasure to be here. So I guess I would start by saying, I've had the privilege of working in all three branches of the federal government, in Congress and in the executive branch and now in the courts. And of course, all three branches have a very different role to play in how they interact. And, when I was at OIRA, which, when I was the regulatory czar overseeing regulatory policy for President Trump in the first administration, part of my job was to figure out, is this a good policy? Is this a policy we should do or policy we shouldn't do? Does it make any sense? That was a regular part of my everyday job. Now, as a judge, when cases come to me that are challenging policies, it's not my job to say whether the policy is right or wrong. But I do think that courts have a robust role to play in figuring out whether certain policies comport with the law, whether agencies have legal authority to do what they've done, And then even if they do have legal authority, whether what they've done is reasonable, or the language that we use on the DC Circuit, whether it's arbitrary and capricious. And so I do think while courts are of course not making policy themselves, they have a really important role to play in ensuring that the rule of law is followed and that policymakers are staying within their within both their statutory and constitutional limits.
So before my next question, I'll just remind the audience that you can submit questions for the panel, and I can kind of refresh them over here. A question for Don, and that is, today it feels like so much economic policy is hashed out in the court system, as much as it is Capitol Hill, in Congress, or elsewhere. It seems like the federal courts, as we've seen recently, can often have the last word on the economic policies of the day. And if you could just explain, why, if this represents a change at all, that so much policy litigation is flowing through the federal court system in your perspective of having been a lawyer in Washington for so many years.
Still am, not past tense. Still a lawyer. Great question. The easy answer is the federal government tries to regulate so much in the economy. If one doesn't agree with that regulation, you have to go to court, so it all ends up in the courts. The more sophisticated answer, I think, is things cycle around, and right now you have a lot of change coming, not just from President Trump, but some of the judges have a different view of reading the law. If you go back in history, you saw this when FDR became president. The Supreme Court struck some of his early policies as going too far, and we can talk about that in much more excruciating detail as to the nuances of what too far means in the eyes of the law. And you see that now with the courts, where there's kind of a new generation that reads the law differently than maybe previous generations. They focus more on the text. They focus more on not the overarching policy. I guess I'll use the word policy, even though judges always say they don't do policy. Okay, they whatever you, but they kind of do.
Not the good ones.
Right. But there's a new generation of judges that focus much more on government power versus the individual, the role of different branches of government, and how to sort that out. So right now we're kind of in the middle of kind of a revolutionary era of how the courts do their job. And when that happens, people bring cases. They bring cases they may not have brought. And there's been a whole string of cases in the world of administrative law that used to be kind of a sleepy backwater that now is really the cutting edge of what the courts really care about. And things that you used to just kind of say, well, I guess we have to settle. Now you can say, you know what, we can litigate this. And you also have an executive branch where you have a president that is very much part of the, let's change things sometimes for the sake of change. But you have a lot of vestiges of previous administrations that are still on the books. So it's an interesting time where it seems like the courts are getting into a lot of issues, but it's happened before, and it's not driven by the court, Supreme Court or lower courts trying to get their nose into things. It's the external factors that push it, whether it's private litigants or other branches of the government trying to shake things up.
And Chief Judge Solomson, are you seeing that as well on your court? And if you could just explain kind of the mandate of what the types of cases that the Court of Federal Claims typically hears.
So our court is what people commonly call a specialty court. It's been around since the Civil War. It's one of the oldest federal courts. And we hear suits against the United States for money. So the United States in our court is always the defendant. It's frequently heavy also on admin law. The primary types of cases we hear are government contracts disputes, procurement disputes, commonly known as bid protests, so large defense contractors, et cetera. Another class of large dollar cases are takings claims. So if your claim is that the government took your property without paying you for it properly, that's called an inverse condemnation, and that also comes to our court. And we have exclusive jurisdiction over those suits that are in excess of $10,000. So right now we have a suit in front of one of my colleagues. It's a $40 billion taking suit where the allegation is that the DoD and other government agencies took the plaintiffs' spectrum rights, their rights to use certain electronic broadcast spectrums. We've handled, the Affordable Care Act cases have gone to the Supreme Court twice. Most people are familiar with the one that went up on the constitutionality of the Affordable Care Act, but it also went up a second time from our court as to whether or not insurance and healthcare companies could collect payments that they alleged had not been properly made to them in the form of risk corridor and cost-sharing payments to the tune of $12+ billion. So in general, that we're the forum that handles large dollar non-tort claims against the United States.
And here's a question for Judge Rao. Just sitting through some of these earlier panels, I've often heard, some of the panelists talking about bureaucratic red tape and, trying to free up enterprise. I wonder if a kind of flip side of the question of judicial review is whether courts can perhaps overstep at times, be obstructionist. There was a recent Supreme Court case, I'm not going to ask you to necessarily comment on, but the court basically, Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote the majority opinion interpreting NEPA, saying it shouldn't be considered a roadblock. It should be procedural. So I guess I'll just throw that question to you about, courts potentially hamstringing some of these economic initiatives or investments and things.
Yeah, so I think most of the problems originate with ill-conceived regulation, right? And so then what do courts do? So I think my earlier comments were to suggest that if there's a regulation that is overly burdensome and problematic and maybe raises questions about whether it's reasonable, then courts have to do that. But there are sometimes, there's certainly instances where when the government is not regulating or is regulating in a minimalist way, certain judges will use various mechanisms to push agencies to do more, more procedure, more regulation, that agencies have failed to act when they need to act in the environmental space or something like that. And so it really does depend on the context, but there are certainly examples of courts perhaps stepping in and pushing the executive in a way that maybe it may or may not be lawful, but it's certainly bad for economic policy. Yeah.
So taking the conversation about policy making in the courts just a little step further, and at the risk of overcomplicating it, I'm going to ask you, Don, to kind of explain.
There's no risk of me ever overcomplicating anything.
To explain to our audience just kind of some of the recent developments that we've seen in the area of administrative law, vis-a-vis separation of powers, vis-a-vis the courts reviewing actions by the executive branch. I'm thinking in particular about the demise, of course, of deference to administrative agencies under the Chevron regime.
Sort of. There's I used the word revolution earlier, I'm going to say it again, kind of administrative law revolution going on, where people talk about the case Loper-Bright, and Loper-Bright was about some fishermen off the Jersey shore, and a federal agency required them to hire their inspectors and pay them out of their pocket to sort of have their own narcs on the boat about their catch. And that was went to the Supreme Court, and the question was whether or not the agency's view of the law was entitled to deference. And the court said no, not in that case. And that was they reversed a case called Chevron, which was from the early 80s, and Chevron concerned the EPA's efforts to regulate or not regulate, in that case, certain emissions. But that is one of many, many cases that have happened. West Virginia and the EPA tussled a couple years ago. That was a very big case about the scope of how much agencies can regulate. The court has gotten into the right to jury trial. They've gotten into how agencies are composed. A lot of agencies are not really New Deal agencies. There's a lot of these agencies created in the 1970s, and they're all from the same cookie cutter model. There's some kind of bipartisan commission. It takes sort of a majority to do things. The staff tends to have a lot of power, and you can't remove anybody. So the idea of removing people is also something that's kind of part of the same kettle of fish. And you see this in a lot of areas. This is a big sea change because for years, the courts kind of just let the idea of the executive branch kind of do their thing because Congress kind of gave them some authority to do it. And now they're being much more strict in trying to get the various branches back into their lane and color within the lines. They still have more to go. It's really a first step, it's not the end, because the next step really is what does it all mean for purposes of a remedy in a case. There's a number of cases where people win, but they don't really get the relief they were seeking. For example, there was a case a few years ago over the FHFA, or housing, right? And it was deemed kind of an unconstitutional composition because the person in charge couldn't be removed. But there was no real, it got remanded, and then they said, well, you can't really prove that that regulation is the thing that harmed you because of the unlawful composition of the agency. And so that's really the next step, is what does any of this really mean as a practical matter to people that have to live in this and try to run a business? And to pick up on the previous question with Judge Rao, you know, finality really matters, and sometimes these cases take so long, and years and years and years and years, and you hear a lot about the shadow docket, and all that really is a way to get things up in the appellate system up and down. And when the government's a party, the courts have to do a better job of moving quickly, right? We can't assume the government's just like another private party where there's like a contract dispute. Right? Government action affects everybody in certain things, and the pace of government action can be very brisk, and the courts should probably pick up the pace a little. And so, in theory, there's a sea change. And when you say there's still deference, there's deference given to agencies with how they read their own regulations, but there's a multi-factor balancing test that the court articulated, a case called Kaiser versus Wilkie. And even under Loper-Bright, there's a lot of language that sounds great, and then you get to the part where they say, but if the reg's already been upheld, it's stare decisis, so we're not going to revisit that. So there's this whole next step as to what all this means. And then there's really, what it's really done is kick the power back, or the responsibility back, to the other branches of government. It's not really the courts trying to set policy, it's kicking it back to the executive branch to color within the lines of what the Congress gave them to do, and not just sort of expand and contract depending on which administration is there. If you go through the Code of Federal Regulations, there are a ton of regulations still in the books. And we did this at the firm. We did it during the transition. I had an associate do some research. I gave him a couple days. He came back 300 examples of regs still in the books where Chevron is cited in the explanation and justification for the particular regulation. They're still on the books.
How many did you say, 300?
300, and that was just 24 to 36 hours of a very good associate doing some research. And that was a pretty quick thing. So those are kind of low-lying fruit still on the books. The executive branch has not quite gotten through all their homework that they need to do. They've made some good strides. Primarily, they're focusing on the EPA and environmental kind of out of the gate. But and the Congress, you know, they for years just kind of came up with sort of bipartisan compromises, created an agency, kicked it to the executive branch, and figured the problem was solved. That's kind of now out of fashion. So what Congress does and what the executive branch does in reaction to Loper-Bright is where I think the action is going to be, much more than what judges are going to do. You know, judges don't decide what regs they're going to challenge. Somebody has to bring a case, and usually it's because the government continues to do something that a private litigant doesn't like.
Do you agree with that? Yeah, I was going to ask, do you agree with that, Judge Rao? How are you seeing things?
I generally agree with what Don said. I would also say that while there has been a lot of, I think, good movement from the Supreme Court in overturning some of these administrative law doctrines that are harmful, I think the biggest change that could come about that would free up the American people is to have a more robust non-delegation principle. And not to be too wonky, but the Constitution says all lawmaking power is vested in Congress. It's really hard for Congress to pass laws, but it is really easy for agencies to pass regulations. And if the Supreme Court were to resolve, were to decide and kind of reinstate a more robust non-delegation principle, I think that would do a great deal. But I'm not sure that there's any appetite for five justices.
They've had a couple chances, and non-delegation is basically the idea that if Congress delegates too much legislative power and it's kind of an open-ended grant of authority, it's unconstitutional. Non-delegation had a great year in 1935.
One good year.
Yeah, the lawyers in the crowd just laughed. That's Schechter Poultry, and it was sort of the first FDR loss where they said, nice try, Congress, you can't just like do good and cure things. Since then, the court has talked a good game, but they haven't actually done it. If you do what DC lawyers do, and to be like one of the great DC lawyers, you don't really have to be that great a lawyer, but you have to know how to count to five. You can count to five where they've all said the right thing, in my view. I'm not going to speak for, I don't want to say our view, but in my view, on the non-delegation doctrine. But they've had a couple chances to do it, and they just kind of find reasons not to do it. There was a case out of the Sixth Circuit. A company brought a lawsuit against a statute in part of the OSHA code, and it was a statute that part of OSHA that really was never used by OSHA. There weren't a lot of regs, but they used it occasionally. And so they took a shot at it, and they tried to tell the story that how they did their safety protocols was actually better than what OSHA was mandating, to give it a little bit of flavor. Sixth Circuit went 2-1. Judge Nalbandian wrote a great dissent, and the Supreme Court denied cert, and Clarence Thomas wrote a dissent off that cert denial and called out the other 4 of his colleagues that shouldn't say, here's your chance, right? So someday there's going to be the right case. It's kind of been swallowed up by something called the major questions doctrine, which is different than non-delegation, but the idea is the court says, is this something that Congress really intended the agency to do? Because for years, agencies found new powers, and they said, oh, actually, this word in the statute really can reach this now, even though the past 3 administrations maybe said it couldn't. And that's the sort of thing that now is kind of where the action is. That comes out of a case where Kavanaugh dissented when he was a D.C. Circuit judge in net neutrality. He kind of concocted this major questions thing. And now it's become the law of the land in EPA versus West Virginia. And there's definitely 5 that are on that. But I agree, non-delegation is much more analytically and legally, philosophically more pure than, the major questions thing, which is a little bit more,
I mean, I think
kind of soft.
I think we sort of forget, because our society is so heavily regulated, that the executive branch can only do things when they have some authority from Congress, or in some rare cases from the Constitution. And but agencies, I think, they just sort of act as though they have general lawmaking power, and I do think that's
some of the statutes.
Or the next level of deference down. How about our, where they claim the right to have deference about what they wrote. Right. Even though the language may be plain
which
in
is now
different
Kaiser,
directions.
but our deference is still kind of around. And this is where we get into like courts and policy, because what I see going on with the courts is, and you see this at the Supreme Court, it's not a 6-3 court. It's not all that sort of news coverage on that, for the most part, is wrong. Certain people read opinions, and they actually read opinions before they write about the court. But a lot of journalists just spit out, 6-3, and the conservative court and all this kind of stuff. It's not really how it is. What you see, and this is where we kind of bring it home to the economic impact of the court, is you have 3 justices that are kind of willing to just put the pedal to the metal, and the consequences are not really their primary thing. And you see another 3, to certain degrees, that kind of say there's a lot of water under the bridge. We really can't reverse the New Deal. People have created a lot of regulatory compliance programs. There's a whole economy built on some of this stuff. And if all of a sudden you just blow it all up, what are going to be the consequences of that? And that's to me, the interesting part about the courts and economic and business issues is there's always going to be a company somewhere that actually enjoys a regulation, because either they've built a mousetrap to comply with it, or it's a barrier to entry to a competitor, or they actually believe in the gist of the law or whatever, right?
I'm going to set up an audience question here, and I'm going to open it up to the floor. If you look back at periods in American history where the relationship between courts, Congress, and agencies worked well, when it produced durable rules that supported growth and accountability, what were those conditions that made it possible? And are those conditions present today?
It was about 48 hours, plus or minus, after the Constitution was ratified. After that,
and then never again.
Never again.
That's your answer? Yeah,
that's my answer.
That's pretty good. I mean, look, I think the most durable, I don't know what period of history to point to. I guess it would have to probably be a long time ago. But at some point where the 3 branches were doing their jobs, but not more than their jobs, And so, when you have a world in which Congress isn't passing very many laws, and the executive branch is relatively small, and the courts are just deciding the few federal cases that come before them, I think that was if there was such a time, it was probably a pretty happy time.
I mean, just the size and scope of the federal government, speaking from the perspective of our court, where the federal procurement budget is somewhere, it fluctuates, but somewhere between $750 billion and $1 trillion per year. It's the largest consumer of goods and services in the world is the federal government. So the more the federal government is involved in everyone's life and the more they're involved in transactions, the more important the court battles become. And so the stakes get higher and people's passions get more intense. And when was the last time that wasn't the case? Probably pre-New Deal, maybe? I don't know.
Well, I think also, like, just one aspect of that is it's hard to have durable rules if all the rules are done by the executive.
By the executive.
Right? So you have durable rules when Congress passes laws. I mean, laws can be changed, but we see regulatory, whipsaw from administration to administration. And so if most policy making is going to be done in the executive branch, that's not going to be very durable.
Since I'm a Supreme Court reporter, I'm contractually obligated to ask about the emergency docket. So I guess I would frame the question this way. There's been some debate about, the precedential value of some of these orders from out of the court and, how binding they are on lower federal courts in perhaps distinct cases that raise similar issues. Do any of the judges on the panel have thoughts about that?
If we win, they're binding.
Yeah,
better follow
sure.
it. It is an interesting theoretical question, but it is part of kind of reading the tea leaves. On the one hand, the Supreme Court says, until a precedent of the court's been reversed, don't anticipate that we're going to reverse it, even though it feels like it's already kind of been reversed. On the other hand, there are orders of the court. And this is an interesting question in lower courts of how they kind of look at this stuff. For certain judges, it's different. The doctrine about don't get ahead of the court with precedent is different than the emergency order thing. And my view is courts ought to, whether they're binding or not binding, kind of sets it aside. They have to take them seriously. They have to follow them. And you always have to keep in mind that you have a real person, a real entity. There is a case, there's a controversy that needs to be resolved. And the fact it's gone up to the Supreme Court and they've kind of indicated which way they're going. You better take you should take that pretty seriously, because it's not fair to the people who are in front of you. If you're a judge, your job is to decide the issue before you. And if you keep messing around with writing law review articles to yourself about civil procedure, you're not really deciding the case.
We have it as a live issue right now. There's a class of cases bouncing around. Judge Rao's probably not going to comment on it, but there's a class of cases bouncing around arising out of DOGE in the early days of the current Trump administration, where swaths of contracts and grants were canceled and programs terminated. Some plaintiffs went to the district courts to seek an injunction to reinstate their deals and their grants and their contracts. Some came to our court just to seek the money. And the question is, which is the proper forum to seek relief? The Supreme Court on the emergency docket has now twice said it belongs in our court under the Tucker Act. But there is a case pending right now before the DC Circuit where that is the precise question. So obviously some people don't think the emergency docket's so controlling.
Look, I think I guess I would just say, I think it's really important to follow what the Supreme Court is doing on the emergency docket. I mean, they often don't provide a lot of reasoning, which I think if they provided too much reasoning, people would also be upset by that. But sometimes, it's our job to make sure that we're in line with what the Supreme Court is doing. And I think an important part of what the Supreme Court does is serve in a kind of supervisory role over the lower federal courts, because courts are extremely diffuse. I mean, we have, 600 some trial judges, 100 some Court of Appeals judges, and the Supreme Court is really the only place that can provide uniformity, which is also good for the rule of law and predictability, for private actors. And so when they're exercising that supervisory role, even if it's just on the so-called emergency docket, I think it's very important for lower courts to follow that.
We are celebrating our 250th this summer. In the Declaration of Independence, there's obviously the grievance about King George making the judges dependent upon his will. That gets me to the topic of the independence of the federal judiciary, which many people consider to be America's great contribution to global political history. Is that a fait accompli, or is there work to be done to ensure that the viability of the independence of the judiciary when it comes to economic policy review or any other matter that comes under the court's purview? I mean, is it just a matter of the structural separation of powers, or do we need to actively, as a citizenry, guard against incursions on the independence of the federal judiciary?
Look, when the Democratic Senate leader stands on the steps of the Supreme Court and says, we're coming for you. And they do this mumbo jumbo about creating new seats on the court and packing the court. When the House, under Democratic leadership, doesn't want to fund security for Brett Kavanaugh, even though a guy came from California wearing black pajamas and was found in the street with burglary tools and murder weapons. I think we do need to be a better job of realizing judges are judges and they need to be protected a little bit more. That's separate and apart from the niceties of the Constitution. But, you know, judges are judges. You have to kind of let them call the balls and strikes. Every president has tried to work the refs. Truman thought he had it made with the steel mills, and guess what? He lost, right? FDR, every president has had times where they have to, you know, speak out. They don't like this opinion, that opinion. That's not really compromising the independence of the judiciary. Judges have thick skin. They wouldn't be there if they didn't have it. My concern more is this odd pressure that's happening that, you know, kind of threatens kind of the more primary structure. You know, changing the number of Supreme Court justices and stuff like that.
The structural reforms.
Yeah, structural. Well, reform, is that what we call it? Reform? I thought it was structural intimidation.
How concerned?
No, I mean, I think, you know, one of the difficult things as a sitting judge is that there are not a lot of opportunities for judges to defend themselves and the independence of their branch, right? Other, you know, members of Congress, you know, the president, members of the executive branch can easily speak out and defend their policies, defend, you know, what they're doing publicly. Judges, you know, at least traditionally have not done that. You see it's very rare for Supreme Court justices to defend themselves. And so I do think, I think one thing that concerns me as a federal judge is, I mean, I think we see a drift in our society that there really is less and less of an understanding about the separation between law and politics. And I think there's a lot of reporting where, you know, all cases are sort of reported just as their bottom line, like what happened, irrespective of what the law is. And I think that idea that every time judges render a decision, it's the same thing as if, you know, a political branch had rendered a decision is extremely corrosive to the independence of the judiciary.
I've seen articles where they say, you know, Justice Alito did not respond to requests for comment.
Yeah.
I mean, what reporters really call? I think they're going to get Justice Alito on the phone and ask,
Right.
I mean, come on. I mean,
Right.
what
It's
do
just
we do?
not. It's just not done. And so I think it's like
You don't
civic,
have a press shop.
No, I have no press shop, obviously. And
No, you don't
and
buy ink by the barrel when it comes to dealing.
No, and I think it's a matter of civic education. I think we need our culture, we need the bar to help support the independence of the judiciary by reinforcing those norms. But maybe
The reporting needs to be better too. I've seen cases. I decided a case recently involving a $1 billion DHS contract that it turns out had a lot of political press on it before the case and as the case was filed. I had no idea that was the case. And when I issued the decision, some of the reports, you know, repeatedly referred to me as a Trump-appointed judge, as if that had anything to do with the outcome. And it was very clear from the reporting that the reporter had, mostly on the Twitter, but actual reporter types had not read the decision at all. They just, you know, took some prior news articles and cobbled it together, assuming that that was the record before the court, which it was not. So I think a lot of this, you know, these are sophisticated, complex issues that need to be reported that way.
And to what extent should courts care about the public popularity of their decisions? I mean, I've heard the phrase, you know, the climate of the era or something like that. Does that factor into the just general background principles of judging at all, or is it just way too far afield to be workable?
I don't know. I feel like I do right for any reasonable reader to understand how it is the decision was reached, and if that requires me to write longer than I do to explain myself, because I think the public is entitled to see our thinking, to show our work. I also think it's helpful on review when, you know, my appellate court, like, you know, the types of judges like Judge Rao get to review my work. They see how I think. And I think that's important for building the public trust, that there's no mystery to how we got from, you know, A to Z in our reasoning.
Don, I want to ask you about judicial nominations. Obviously, there's been a lower number of nominations in President Trump's second term, largely a function of
less vacancies.
Supply.
Yeah.
But with the prospect of the upcoming midterm elections, could we see a further slowdown? How do you see the prospect of the trajectory of President Trump's second term judicial nominations?
So far they're great. He's really running the same play we ran the first time. All his circuit picks so far have been home runs. One consideration that gets lost is confirmability. The Senate really matters. And, elections have consequences. We'll see what happens this time. But, I mean, I'm very pleased with what he's doing, and he really hasn't deviated from it.
Not much.
Yeah, I mean, 2 thumbs up. Yeah, doing great.
Don was the great judge picker, so,
No, the president.
Well, the president.
No one.
You were the great judge.
The commission doesn't have my name on it, right? I mean, the president does it, and DC's loaded with people who say they did this and that. But you got to remember, it's actually the president that does it. I just kind of helped out, and I still keep helping out when I can.
So I forgot to ask Judge Rao the follow-up Loper-Bright question. And we have one here from the audience. Since Chevron deference was overturned in 2024, how has that impacted judicial decision-making as you see it surrounding private entities' claims with respect to existing government regulations?
Yeah, so like the Supreme Court, I also never cited Chevron since I've been on the bench, and the Supreme Court hasn't been citing Chevron long before it overruled it. I never found Chevron to be very useful. So for me personally, it hasn't had a huge effect in how I think about agency actions, but I think it is affecting how other judges are reviewing regulations. I mean, they at least have to contend with Loper-Bright, which is they have to start by saying whether what the agency is doing it has any kind of legal authority for. And, but honestly, I think Don mentioned this earlier, the Supreme Court's opinion in Loper-Bright has a lot of language that kind of gestures at Chevron-like things like, oh, well, if it's really technical or, it's really about the agency's expertise, then we might still defer. And so depending on the type of judge you are, you may rely on some of that language in Loper-Bright as opposed to the kind of no deference holding of Loper-Bright. I think there's some Loper-Bright avoidance by some judges.
Yeah.
So.
I certainly see when I'm reading the briefs from the lawyers, everyone seems to find something in Loper-Bright that they can
yeah,
pick up.
There's something for everybody.
People just want to run in and yell Loper-Bright, and they think somehow that makes every case go away. That's not how it works. You still have to do the hard work.
I mean,
thanks for that was a bold reaction there for that. That wasn't the joke, but the executive branch has to figure it out as well, because you go in and they still kind of recycle the same arguments. And now they just say, well, we're not deferring to our reading of the statute. We think the statute actually, says what it says here. And
it's unambiguous.
Yeah, right. All of a sudden, everything's unambiguous and, and all that. And you still have to fight it out. It does give you a little more leverage now, particularly the Trump administration, if you're trying to settle a case or fight, where you actually do raise it in a thoughtful way. Because a number of the folks that Trump has appointed at the Department of Justice, general counsel slots and others, are very much of the sort of generational shift. So they take those arguments very seriously and they understand them, and they are inclined to say, you're right, we do have to revisit this and kind of trim our sails. And there's been some executive orders that kind of order them to do that and that sort of thing. So, but it's not, again, it's not the Loper-Bright thing is not the end. It's the beginning of the next chapter as to how this plays out.
Chief Judge Sullivan, I'll give you the last word on changes in your courts vis-a-vis some of these new administrative law developments.
I think people my colleagues and I have been following the trend, and we can also read the tea leaves, and we're more likely than we were before to read the statute and read the plain language and not show as much deference to the agency's interpretation if it's inconsistent with the language, to Judge Rao's point, but that should have always kind of been the rule for a long time anyway. I think Chevron might have given cover for judges to just do this easy deference thing. I think one of the things I see a lot from the government when they lose is, and they're surprised when they lose, and I end up saying to them, don't blame me, I'm just reading what you wrote and holding you to it. And if you don't like it, you can rewrite it, or you can go to Congress and get it changed, in theory. But I'm just reading the words, and I have yet to hear anyone from your side of the table tell me why my reading is wrong. And that happens a lot, and it always surprises me.
Well, that's about all the time we have, folks. Oh, I see we actually have a couple more minutes. I didn't realize we had a clock down. Yeah. So I'll read another one of my questions then. Okay.
You're the moderator, Jim.
That's exciting.
I was looking at the clock on my iPad. Okay. Don, you've sat on both sides of the agency relationship inside the White House and advising regulated parties. Where have you...
In the FEC, I chaired an agency, so I actually had the full,
Unconstitutional agency.
Yeah, well, it is, but I did the best I could.
Where have you seen the gap between how legal doctrine is written and how it actually functions in practice? Where is that gap the largest, and what does that tell us about the reforms that
Is that from the audience?
That's from the audience.
One more time. That's actually, there's some sophistication in there, so
Okay.
let me make sure I get that right. This is how you buy time when you don't answer.
You've sat on both sides of the agency relationship, including as chair.
Right.
Inside the White House and advising regulated parties. Where have you seen the gap between how legal doctrine is written and how it actually functions in practice be the largest? And what does that tell us about where reform is most needed?
The thing I think of, which is not really the best answer to that question, but it's kind of on topic, is what I'm seeing is kind of a mishmashing of all these doctrines that the Supreme Court talks about, thinking that's going to solve the problem without really analytically understanding the difference between non-delegation major questions, what's arbitrary and capricious, this kind of standard of review stuff in that bucket. And that causes this odd tension where you're not giving the regulator the tools they need to get to the answer you want. When you're doing a rulemaking, an agency is bound by what's in the administrative record. They can't just do their own thing. They can't say, well, we think we're going to do the rule this way because that's just kind of what we think, particularly now that the idea of this agency expertise doesn't really get you everything that it used to get you in court. It has to be an administrative record. So there's quite a bit of a learning curve, I think, where folks who are tussling with the government, they have to sort of be willing to kind of put their neck out there, explain the problem, and give the regulator the tool they need to actually kind of fashion a rule that matters. Because what happens is they pass a rule and everyone gets mad and says, oh, well, they didn't do it this way, they didn't do it that way. Then I said, did you file a comment? They go, no, we didn't file a comment. Well, what are we doing? Well, they figure a trade association will do it or somebody else will do it. So to the extent that there is this gap and tension or, miscommunication, we have a system that's different than, say, Europe. Europe, they're very used to kind of just rules pouring out and they comply. My European colleagues are shocked when I say we actually comment on rules, we have hearings on rules, the citizens can participate in the rulemaking process, and then we sue and we get an injunction and the rule doesn't take effect for years, and we fight the premise. You have to be part of that process, and you have to be willing, particularly now with how much has happened in the courts, to get it to close the gap between what the questioner's kind of seeing.
And if you spend time with the Federal Register and you read the comments,
as we all do,
and the agencies
before bed.
Well, I mean, I used to get paid more to do it, but yes, when you do that, and you can actually see what Don's talking about, you can see the agencies recede in light of the comments and decide, oh wow, yeah, that would be a big problem. We did not anticipate, such and such result, and so we're going to fix the reg. And then that in turn becomes helpful for judges to see, what the regulation is supposed to accomplish and what the text means in context.
I would also note another problem, which is that, so I agree with everything that's been said about rulemaking, but a lot of agencies don't promulgate rules. They mostly act just through individual enforcement actions. And those individual enforcement actions may be against a smaller company or a small entity that doesn't have sophisticated Washington, D.C. type counsel like Don or someone, from Jones Day. But, and then there's a lot of bad law that's set in these enforcement actions, by agencies that go after these companies. And then sometimes those issues come up to the D.C. Circuit, but a lot of the important issues have not been preserved below, right? Constitutional challenges to what the agency has done or other, kind of next order challenges. And so agencies are sometimes able to establish some very onerous and arguably incorrect law through these enforcement actions. But that is a gap that it's very hard to identify because there are thousands of enforcement actions going on all the time. But I see it a lot when cases get to us and you're like, well, I can see there's this glaring constitutional issue, but I can't reach it because nobody raised it.
It wasn't preserved, or it was mishmashed into some.
It wasn't preserved,
paragraph.
or it's not even raised before me, right? It's just not there, and I can see it, like as broad as day. Oh, this is a serious constitutional problem, but
this was one of the topics of conversation at the conference that Don and I were at last month, was this party presentation principle, the idea that judges should stick to the arguments that are raised by the parties and not go beyond them. But of course, that just raises another question, which is when a party raises an argument, what is fairly encompassed? Because you can end up writing nonsense based on the parties not quite framing the issue correctly. And it becomes a problem. It's been something that's been noted by the Supreme Court.
Just this week.
Oh, it happened
in a case out of the Fourth Circuit, about the party presentation principle. So that's time. This time it's time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our panelists, and appreciate your questions.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the panel. Our next conversation, featuring Secretary Brooke Rollins, will begin in 5 minutes in the Presidential Learning Center.
I have a table. This is going to be great.
I heard.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today for this panel. It's going to be a very exciting conversation about, I think, the most important thing we could talk about for the economy, which is how we fund science to get technology that makes us more productive, makes our lives better. It's been the key to the American experiment for a long time now, and we have a great group of people to talk about it with. Joining me today, we have Anastasia Gamek. She is the co-founder and president of Convergent Research. We have Mr. Ethan Klein. He's the U.S. Chief Technology Officer at the White House. We have Senator Roger Marshall, a former obstetrician, a physician, served in the House, and now is the senator, from Kansas. And we have Niccolo De Masi, the chairman and CEO of IonQ, one of the leading, in his words, the leading quantum firm in the country. And so to start off, we have in this country an ecosystem to produce science and technology that arguably starts with elementary schools, goes up to our big research universities, national lab systems, federal agencies, out to the private sector and nonprofits. Right now, the bulk of research and development funding comes from the private sector, but most basic science is funded by the public. And so we have a question of how to advance everything up the chain in the most efficient way to combine private capital and execution with public goods. And we have now in the 21st century, thanks to new technologies and new organizational schemes, different ways to do this. And so I wanted to start with Anastasia. Her organization, Convergent, looks into the way we structure our scientific establishment. And they found some gaps and they found some opportunities to do things differently. So I wonder if you tell us, what you found in looking at our scientific ecosystem.
Sure. So after World War II, for the following 25 or 30 years, we got really good at institutional innovation, coming up with new ways to do science and technology, to look at basic research. So whether that be our academic system, our university labs, DARPA, RPE, national labs, even industry and startups. We got really good at building all of these things and investing in them. And then we kind of stopped. And we have the same system we put in place a long time ago about how to build new science. We're really, really good at curiosity-driven, individual-driven science. So think grad students and professors in their labs looking for things in their field that they think will be very exciting and they can publish papers and continue on in academia. And we got really good at building companies. But there is this space of public goods. So think Hubble or the Human Genome Project, or a linear accelerator, where these are public goods that are really, really important for advancing science. They lift all boats in science, but they can't capture the value, so you can't do them in a for-profit setting. And so we looked at this class of problems, and we think that there are actually a bunch of problems in this space. And so we came up with a new institution type called a focused research organization, which is meant to look like a startup. So think 5 years, $50 million, targeting a very specific set of technical milestones, and then setting them free just to do that, rather than build a company or have investors. And so over the last 4.5 years, we've raised almost $400 million and launched 13 of these companies, spanning building a telescope, to non-model microbes, to doing single-cell proteomics. I think that this is an opportunity to change the way that Americans think about directed science and doing the science that is most impactful. Maybe one example would be an open source software language called Lean. So Lean is a language for formal math, which I know is really exciting to everyone in this audience. You all look thrilled about formal math right now. But it is an open source software language about formal math, where there was one guy who was maintaining this open source data set for years. We raised about $15 million from a handful of philanthropists. We hired a team, and this small company has now built a platform that has allowed Harmonic to raise hundreds of millions of dollars. It has underlaid the breakthroughs in math that OpenAI made last week. And so by enabling this public good, we have changed the way that people are thinking about science and technology.
Right. on. And we're seeing some of that reflected in public policy as well. Ethan, in your work at the White House, you've been developing something called the X Labs Initiative, which is going to be housed at the National Science Foundation. Can you tell us what that looks like and how that helps us bridge some of these gaps?
Absolutely. So the X Labs initiative at National Science Foundation is something that we at the White House are incredibly excited about, mostly because we've had the mandate from President Trump to revitalize our science and tech enterprise. And I think to Anastasia's point, that means new funding mechanisms and new institutions to actually receive that funding and to perform science. And I think right now, a lot of that basic science that we fund as a government is done primarily through peer review, smaller grants that unfortunately keep a lot of these principal investigators within academia having to constantly be on this treadmill to apply for more and more funding. So the idea of X Labs is say, let's be able to take some of those researchers outside of those institutes of higher education where they can form teams devoted to a single topic with more sustained longer term funding. And so what's tremendous about this X Labs initiative is we're committing $1.5 billion over the next decade. And at least from the outset, we have two different topics. One is on scientific instrumentation and the other is on quantum interconnects. So the idea here are what are those topics that, to Anastasia's point, can develop these public goods that can advance entire fields of science outside of the traditional way that we do science. And in truth, even though that $1.5 billion is a big price tag, it's a very, very small portion of our overall R&D portfolio. So we at the White House certainly think that's worth kind of this experiment, trying something new, some of that institutional innovation that we did a lot to point at post-World War II, and maybe now with changes in terms of the funding portfolio and the nature of where innovation is happening, largely outside of academia and private sector and in focused research orgs, to help accelerate that from the federal perspective.
Right on. And I want to turn to you, Senator Marshall. You take a special interest in federal research, particularly in biology, and traditionally the U.S. has been very good at taking basic research and making that into commercial applications. And I'm curious where you see us underinvesting today. What should we be focusing on?
Right. I think we're underinvesting in understanding and preventing chronic diseases. So if you think about chronic diseases, 80% of Americans have a chronic disease. Think, heart disease, hypertension, obesity, diabetes, Alzheimer's, cancer, and mental health. So 80% of us have one of those. 90% of the dollars we spend on treating healthcare are treating those diseases. So you look at the NIH, which would be what I would have jurisdiction over on the HELP committee. So think about the NIH. 2/3 of their money is spent on researching treatments for those diseases, but less than 1/5 on understanding and preventing. So I think we should be investing more in soil health. I think that healthy soil is where agriculture meets MAHA. That what does healthy soil look like? What can we use for biofertilizers rather than traditional fertilizers? What does food as medicine really mean? And then how do we implement those? So I would spend a lot more money on the chronic diseases. Maybe I'll give you one other little quick data point. We're spending $4 billion a year almost $4 billion researching HIV/AIDS. It impacts only 1/3 of Americans. We're spending about that same amount of money on Alzheimer's research, which impacts at least 3% of Americans. And then we're spending only $2 billion on heart disease research. So I think that we at the federal level need to constantly reprioritize. And then, I'd be curious, you would think that 10 or 20% of the research projects we're doing at the end of first year, you would say, well, this is going nowhere. Let's take that money and give it to this place that is going somewhere.
Interesting. This is a good agenda for reform. Nicolo, I'm curious, one of the sort of novel things we're doing now as a country is having the government invest directly in private companies that are on the frontier edge of technology. I started my career as a reporter during the financial crisis covering the bailout of General Motors. And I remember a lot about picking winners and losers, and it turned out that actually worked out okay for us. But I'm curious, Nicolo, you have a quantum company, and last week the Trump administration invested in a number of your competitors, but not in your firm. And so I'm curious how you see yourself competing with companies that are state-backed, and what you think the government should be thinking about when it's allocating public capital this way.
Sure. And I'll touch on the senator's themes as well and a few others.
Please.
Obviously, we're we're excited by the validation recognition that quantum is now. And we recognize that these investments are, frankly, strong shots in the arm for who we believe will be merchant supplier customers for IonQ. So in addition to being a quantum computing company, quantum networking, sensing, and security platform, we're also the largest merchant supplier to the sector. So this is helpful to us, and you can see that there's been an ebullient stock market reaction across the sector, ourselves included. IonQ has been a proponent of private capital since we got founded, and we've been at this 30 years. We've been public 5 or 6 years. We've been a privately lab spun-off company for about 15. And I always like to reflect on the fact that I think 9 out of 10 R&D dollars spent in the U.S. come from private capital sources. Innovative structures such as XLab, really important to help find demand signals, if you will, across the ecosystem. Reprioritization, I think really well said, Senator. Looking at the return on investment for government dollars needs to be thought through exactly as if they were private enterprises in a lot of ways. But at the end of the day, we all are partnering on this stage between White House initiatives, public-private partnership initiatives, and demand signals, I think, actually probably do the most in the U.S. economic system, because I always say it's pretty easy to raise private capital if you have something, IP, a product, talent, whatever it is, and you have customers and you have a need. And the opposite's also true, right? But at the end of the day, we have the deepest tech markets in the world and the most liquid tech markets in the world. And so we're excited about the fact that we're seeing, broad recognition of the fact that quantum's accelerating. The more that we work together, the more it's going to accelerate. On a side note, we're merging, we're buying a company called Skywater right now. It's another public company. So we have a non-solicitation period. We can't issue shares at the moment anyway. So no one can invest in us at the moment as a new
something issue to look out for the future, perhaps.
Exactly.
Okay. I wanted to talk about investments, I guess, and one thing that Napoleon once said was that quantity has a quality all of its own. And when we look at the budget top lines for spending on research, there's been an interesting back and forth in the past couple years where the White House has been proposing some pretty big cuts to the National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health. Congress has mostly put those back, Senator, and I'm just curious how you think about that in the context of the importance of scientific funding. Is this an effort to create institutional reform? Should we be doing more with less?
Yeah. I think, first of all, we have to understand that the national debt is the most significant problem that our nation is facing long term, that we're taking in $5 trillion and spending $7 trillion a year. We're spending $1 trillion a year on interest. So that's how bad it is. In my humble opinion, we should freeze all spending at current levels, or even start cutting every department 5% until we get to a balanced budget. So in the meantime, we're trying to constantly reprioritize. And what I would communicate to everyone in Congress or the White House when they're making a budget is that if you want me to save Medicare, if you want me to balance the budget, then we need to start preventing chronic diseases, okay? So think about this. Again, a $7 trillion budget. We're spending almost 2/7 of that on health care. So Alzheimer's is a great example. Too many numbers for a crowd, but we're spending $400 billion a year treating Alzheimer's. And that's basically with Medicare dollars for the most part as well. So I look at research as an investment of public dollars, and then whatever the private sector is very motivated as well. But we still don't even understand what causes Alzheimer's disease. And would bring me to one of my points is I'm excited NIH is focused on reproducibility of a study. We got set back a couple of decades ago from one Alzheimer's study. And I don't think it was totally wrong, but they obviously cooked the books a little bit, and we invested all of our money in one particular type of treatment. And now we go back and say, gosh, we don't understand it. We talked about Parkinson's earlier. My gut feeling is it's an inflammatory reaction, Parkinson's is, as is Alzheimer's. So if we go back to our MAHA agenda and figure out, well, what's causing these first, and then what can we do to prevent them as well, and then that's how we're going to balance the budget and save Medicare.
All right. And I'm curious, the other sort of institutional reform the White House has been talking about with scientific funding is we just saw a new proposed rule this week from OMB that would put new rules on scientific grants from the NSF or the NIH, where political appointees would approve all grants, where scientists would be screened for their personal views, and where political appointees would determine whether papers got published at the end of a research project. And I'm just curious, what is the goal of these reforms? Do we think that this is going to produce more quality science? And I guess, do we worry that there's too much bureaucracy getting in the way of what peer review might be doing?
Well, what I would say is that some of these policy changes or policy guidance that's come out is focused one on fairness, accountability, transparency, and oversight. And if Americans don't have trust in science, we're not going to be able to rely on increased scientific research and development to actually result in the technologies that we need to develop for our competitiveness and our reindustrialization. To your point about looking at personal political views, I'd say that's actually what we saw for 4 years when we saw DEI being wrapped into everything that should have been a very merit-specific process. I think as any physical scientist or engineer sees, that is the way that you actually do science. You don't care about where people come from, you don't care about their background, you care about whether they're able to do good science. And there's good American scientists that come from all different parts of this country. And so in this administration, we're certainly seeking to invest in those individuals from a very young age. And so you may have seen with the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship Program that we invested in the largest ever class of Americans across all different areas of science to invest in their scientific training so that they can spend that time within academia to get that expertise and then go and start the next great quantum company, the next great AI frontier model lab, whether it's manufacturing for drones or a supersonic aircraft company. But those are the ways that we need to be investing here in Americans that exist all across the country that are seeking for that support from the federal government so they can pursue the innovation that America is known to be home for. So I think for us, it's been a very tight focus on merit being at the center of every kind of funding decision that we do, and giving Americans confidence that their taxpayers are going to the most impactful science and to the most meritorious scientists that have the greatest ideas with potential for breakthroughs and innovation.
One of the biggest breakthroughs we've seen in the last few years has been artificial intelligence and the rise of large language models, which in one sense came out of a nonprofit that is not too different from the kind of focused research organizations that Anastasia has been discussing. When we talk about trust in science, the Reagan Foundation did a poll in the last few weeks asking people how they felt about AI and regulation. And while people were overwhelmingly optimistic about the potential for innovation, they were also very concerned about AI regulation. Even among Republicans, supermajority said we need more regulation of this. And one of the results of kind of the private funding explosion we've had is that almost all of the bleeding edge work is happening in private labs. And so I'm curious, especially from the policymakers, does the government have enough tools to understand and regulate AI? Does the government need its own big data centers and things like that? Do we have the trust in the people who are controlling these companies that they're acting in the good of the public? I'm curious how we think about this, where past technologies, if you think about the internet or nuclear weapons, the government owned that at first and knew everything about it. Now it's almost reversed, where the private sector is so far ahead. So how do we deal with that?
I mean, my initial take that I would say is, the fact that a lot of the innovation came from the government, but then it was cultivated within the private sector. And that's, I think, a wonderful thing about America and about a lot of our post-World War II scientific funding process, is we look to do that foundational research that can lead to breakthroughs, that will lead to tech development, that then gets carried off and translated into the private sector. So that's the one thing I'd say is incredibly important. To your piece about whether we have the appropriate technical capacity within government, you've seen a lot of effort from Office of Personnel Management with the U.S. Tech Force workforce, to bring that kind of capability into government, both to improve the way that we provide services to our citizens, but also to be able to ensure that all of our processes around procurement and around scientific funding are informed by the best possible technical expertise. So that's been a huge focus. It was also included in our National AI Policy Framework with the legislative recommendations that we made to our colleagues on the Hill, recognizing that we want to increase that capacity within the government, both to understand advanced frontier model capabilities and also be able to do that planning for these risks and concerns that will continue to come up as we push the state of the art further and further.
Yeah. I just would say that we're gathering information. Even if I was king, I wouldn't know where the right guardrails are yet. So I think it's very important that we listen. I've always said the best doctors are good listeners, the best senators are good listeners as well. Understand this. I think that we do need some guardrails around it, but we're trying to figure out what is the right amount without squashing the innovation as well. But I certainly understand Americans' concerns about it. No different than as nuclear physics was becoming a thing that we were concerned about. Look, you can make nuclear energy or you can make nuclear bombs out of that. And I think we're in that same situation. So we're very, very cognizant of that. I don't think that the federal government should be building our own data centers, though. I think that we've proven that we're not very efficient. It probably would be better for us to procure that would be where I am right now on it.
I think that's one thing I'll just add to exactly that point. With the Genesis mission at Department of Energy, it's been through partnerships with the private sector, recognizing what the private sector does best to procure those capabilities so that federal researchers, federally funded scientists have the tools available to them to do the best possible science.
Very good. One of the big talking points in the AI race and really every technology race going on is, what is China doing? Are we ahead of China? Are we behind China? Can we secure our country? And we often hear that China is better at long-term planning and long-term resource allocation to achieve its goals over time. I think some of the new organizational ideas we're talking about are an answer to that, but I'm curious how you all think we can learn from China without losing the free expression and free thought and free markets and everything that make the US so special.
I think one of the reasons that this is such a special place to live in is that we're full of really creative people and full of entrepreneurs and people who take risks and people who try and push themselves and have a really high individual level of ambition. And so we can build systems that just enable that. So you can push people in a direction or give them an institutional shape such that they're allowed to build in a direction, but do it in a way that it encourages the best things about America, including that creativity and that ambition. I think that if you look at brain-computer interfaces, China has decided that this is a really important part of the future, and so they've invested across their stack here. They are moving their basic research, they are building companies in brain-computer interfaces, they're asking people to invest in brain-computer interfaces, and then they're changing the regulatory pathways to allow it. We can do that in a very similar way through our mechanisms that are really individual and creativity driven. We can create institutions and incentivize institutions through things like X Labs or through things like prizes or advanced market commitments to pull the American entrepreneur in the directions that really matter. And then we can try to get some of our regulation out of the way so that new innovations can really take shape and enter markets.
And Nicolo, I'd love your perspective on this as someone who's operating a frontier tech company. What should the government be doing, not even from a funding point of view, but just to clear the path for you to do what you need to do?
Well, look, the IP theft is only really going in one direction still with China, okay? So that gives you a good sign of the fact that we are still leading on this, and it's also not our policy to engage in that. But obviously, that's a key central tenet of their strategy, right? When I think about the Genesis program, which is a fantastic example of government signals, inspiration, cooperation, and partnership with both labs as well as overarching goals. Highly effective. We're delighted to be a partner there. When I stand back and look at our system overall, American capitalism, entrepreneurialism, incredibly effective. Making sure that we can operate freely and capital markets are free to operate. We saw a great example this morning from the SEC chairman and helping to facilitate that, and Secretary Bessent also has an incredibly great tone for promoting enthusiasm from our ability to raise capital in the private markets, as well as prosecute the right missions, if you will. When I look forward, obviously, procurement signals are very powerful for us. Prizes are great, totally agree, but finished product procurement signals are even better than prizes in a lot of ways. So to the extent that there is an interest in discussing that, I'm around all afternoon. But bottom line, like finished product procurement, I think is really powerful. I will buy a working quantum computer that does X, really useful. I will buy a quantum sensor that does this. I will buy a quantum number that does this. That really kind of twofold, right? It generates revenue.
What we want quantum to do, then you would design it to do that. Am I close?
So I think the difference I'm proposing is a lot of the big jet programs have been sort of R&D grants and programs of records that have gone for decades, and they're cost plus. I'm saying like you can get the prize element going by just saying, I'll buy the finished thing. I'll buy the finished fighter. And private markets will fund that if you have the tech to produce the finished fighter or quantum computer. And if we produce that, you pay for a finished product.
Can I have one more follow-up question? So we've got a crypto czar, we've got a drug czar. If you were the quantum czar for the federal government, how can we better utilize your technology? Or what would your suggestions be?
I actually think that you have the expertise already in the administration. You'd go through the verticals and say, this is where we can get tremendous quantum advantage and turn problems that would take us 1,000 years to solve into something we can do inside this administration. There's ones in pharmaceuticals, there's ones in healthcare, there's ones, of course, in defense intelligence, and there are some in other sectors, material science and so on. But if you collected the sort of grand desires of the medium term of this administration, you could pretty easily, I think, stack rank these and hand these out. I'm probably going to stay in the private sector though for the next few years anyway. So the quantum czar thing,
the pay's so good in our sector. And I get one more follow-up. So Ethan, what do you think of that? So this is the problem of being a senator is I can't be all things to all people. I cannot understand crypto and NIH and everything to the level I need to. Where do you think the quantum fits into this, Ethan?
Well, so what I'd say, and kind of in the role of U.S. Chief Technology Officer, we are responsible for across all of these different tech.
And to give me advice.
Yeah, so the thing that I would say is that there actually is a bit of an emerging tech policy playbook that you can apply almost tech agnostic. It matters more in truth what the state of the tech development is than what the technology specific itself is. If we're building out the infrastructure that can support a broad ecosystem, that's great. If we're able to use prizes and challenges that are able to support individual nodes within the supply chain to be built here in the United States with advanced market commitments potential on the other side of that, or willingness from the private sector to say, yes, that is something that we would take up and scale up if you could produce it. Those are things that I think can be incredibly supportive. Removing barriers to testing technologies that are not yet commercially ready and recognizing that that's something that we want to incentivize that testing either at government test sites or labs like we do on the nuclear side or in building quantum test beds, for example.
Yeah, this is why President Trump hired you, right? This is good. This is a good guy.
But last thing I'd say is, you and Director Kratzius have been very effective at this, and you into where you get the most leverage on breakthroughs and private capital contributions and resourcing, right? So we really applaud that effort. I think it's all going in a great direction. And that's what the government and country should be doing, so they can solve the problems that give us the most benefits and the most leverage, the most ability for the country to work together in not just solving those, but driving beyond that solution to more broadly impact the economy.
Makes sense. I had one other question about scientific funding that MIT's president, Sally Kornbluth, brought up this week. She has been making the media rounds to talk about the effects of budget cuts and changes in immigration policy. But one thing she said was that MIT will have 500 fewer graduate students this year. And setting aside however else we feel about those things, one, those graduate students would probably be paying full freight, and two, if they're not going to the US, we may hope they're going to Europe, but they're probably going to China. All of the big US post-war technology developments have been built on super talented people coming from around the world to help us do this. How do we keep doing that in the 21st century?
I mean, the point I would make, I'd spent a lot of time at MIT. I spent 9 years of my life, including 5 years as a PhD student. I mean, the first thing I would say is it's incredibly important to have an environment where folks are able to perform the best possible science. I think, unfortunately, what we saw with MIT and a number of other schools is they were unable to have a welcoming environment for a large portion of their students to be able to perform that meritorious science. And I think that's a huge challenge of, in truth, academic leadership from some of the university leaders over the past few years. We've seen some universities be willing to confront that head on and say that our focus is to do the best possible science, and that's why they can, have the American taxpayer trust that they are pursuing the great breakthrough research that unfortunately I think we have to look and explore some of these new institutional mechanisms to perform, because the universities to some extent have let the American taxpayer down and let their own students down, in truth. So of course we want to bring in the best possible researchers from all corners of the world and all corners of our country, and I think that's something that we've been incredibly excited to make those investments in and see some of the changes with the universities. One piece that I would include is that we need to broaden the base of who's actually being considered as part of our scientific and technical workforce. And as we'll see in quantum, in nuclear fusion, in so many areas of frontier and emerging technologies, it's not just the high-skilled STEM PhDs that we need. If you look just, where everybody flew in to LAX, within a few miles of there, you have welders, you have technicians that are truly building the next generation of great American technology, just as we did during the Cold War and the post-World War II era. And so that's incredibly important. That's something that we're really excited about. And for those universities that are looking and exploring ways that they can broaden the set of offerings that they have to a broader set of Americans, that's an incredibly important role.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add a couple thoughts too. Is number one, MIT's administrative costs are too high. In an NIH budget of $50 billion, we're spending at least $10 billion on overhead on administration. And we are putting too many eggs in one basket. There's a handful of universities that monopolize the research dollars, and that research should be, frankly, the same research can be done much more efficiently in the Midwest, to be very frank. And what I want to see more of is Wichita State University is doing is partnering private dollar research with federal dollars. That's what I think is a much better return on investment. Those 500 people that she's talking about, are they Chinese spies? Are they taking our research? Are they still on our research or not? I don't care, to be honest. I believe that in American research, that we're the greatest innovators, that we are the place, we have the highest reward system that there is, that this is the place that they're going to want to come back to. We're going to be just fine. And they should look in a mirror and suck it up and do a better job.
I think that there are lots of things that we can do to improve the state of science funding, even at universities, and some of that is treating it like an experiment. Mm-hmm. So we could do things like big block grants to labs rather than having PIs spend all of their time writing proposals for the next incremental grant, probably something that they've already shown the results for, because they will only get rewarded if they do something well. We can give reviewers golden tickets and say, actually, I just want to fund this research, even if peer reviewers disagree with me. We can use lottery systems. So there are ways to actually improve the research ecosystem, even within traditional academic funding, and we should treat it more like an experiment. The UK has a meta-science unit where they are running these experiments on how they do funding within the UK in their existing systems.
Yeah, and I'd also just add to that there's more private capital for technology R&D than probably ever before in human history. It's taking a longer-term view, and it's willing to see through short and medium-term challenges, right? And you can see that in a lot of ways in the way our stock market has evolved in the last few years and decade versus where it was 20, 25 years ago even. And so I think we're on the right track. We are innovating, obviously, with things like XLab and Genesis. At the same time, I think you should allow continued innovation, continued private-public partnerships, because we do a lot with universities. We sponsor a lot of research. We also, of course, want to spin out and have IP licensing agreements. So, as the Senator rightly said early on in our panel, you've got to be able to measure and adjust and make sure things are working. There's definitely too much administration. It's climbed faster than I think all the rest of the employment and expenditure at most universities for decades now, right? So it's a great time to reassess. But as long as the IP licensing part of universities functions, quickly and effectively, and it happens in months, not decades, or even years, you'll see private capital help drive efficiency and help also in some cases, drive long-term funding.
We'll do maybe one last question that I got from the audience here on my magic iPad. I don't have a name to attribute this to, but they were pointing out that in America's scientific experience, we've often rallied around nuclear technology. There was the space race, there was the internet, and now as we're entering the 21st century, I'm curious if any of you have opinions on what sort of our technological rallying point will be. Will it be AI? Will it be quantum? Will it be energy? Something else? What will sort of unite our scientific ambitions in the 21st century?
I'll give one answer, something that we're excited about and I already referenced was the Genesis mission. And for me, I'd say it's not even one specific area of science. It's instead how do we usher in this AI-enabled era of scientific discovery. And that means all the things that Anastasia was talking about before about the ways that we're actually conducting science and these new kinds of workflows, new methodologies across whether it's quantum, whether it's fusion and the rest. And that's why you've seen such a broad swath of different scientific challenges that are being pursued as part of the Genesis mission. Because we believe that that's something transformational just as much as considering new institutional mechanisms to perform that science or new kinds of partnerships with the private sector, recognizing that handoff and that translation of science into tech development is so important. So we're very much excited about that new era and we're going to be doing a lot across the administration to help support that.
I'll look a little further into the future because it's hard to see today. But we're all intermediated in our experiences by this wet, goopy thing in our heads. Neuroscience is the crux of our experience as humans, and till today, we haven't actually had the ability to understand it at all. We do not know what is happening in the brain. It is an incredibly complex system. We have e to the 11th neurons and interconnects happening, and so we don't know how that system works. For the first time, we're actually able to start to learn causal mechanisms in the brain, to understand circuits, to look at multimodality ways of understanding how we are experiencing the world. I think that this could be hugely impactful for even basic things like understanding consciousness, treating neuropsychiatric diseases, treating neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, to even like understanding how compute works and making energy efficient compute. So I think that neuroscience is a place that we could not have doubled down 5 years ago, and now is the moment to really look at connectomics and neuroscience as the future of American science.
Just quickly, I'm excited about the next era of a new application of energy. I think that energy, whether it was the steam engine or the locomotive, whatever it was, that it's very energy dependent. Of course, AI takes incredible amounts of energy. I'm great to learn today that quantum decreases the amount of energy. I don't quite understand that part of it yet, but I'm excited about, I think that energy will be a bridge to that future. And it's great that the country, I think, has finally decided that natural gas is going to be the bridge, that we're not quite there on all these other things, excited about modular reactors and that future as well.
Okay. It's not going to surprise you to know that I think that quantum technologies will not just be what matters for the 2020s, but I think it's what's going to matter for this century, actually. It's going to be the most broad-based impact of all aspects of applied science. So from energy through to healthcare, through to pharmaceuticals, through to material science, even financial services.
I hope you're right.
And so, it's something America has to prevail in, for sure. So we appreciate the partnership with the administration and all departments. And it will have a broad-based impact in partnership also with classical GPUs and machine learning. Quantum is the endpoint of the computing revolution that we started 80 years ago. And I think even 80 years from now, we're going to say this has been what mattered, and this is where you get the economic growth, defense, national security interests, and broad-based IP generation to power our nation to be the preeminent nation a century from today.
And on that very hopeful note, I hope you'll join me in thanking our distinguished panelists.
cities, states, and fiscal futures. Please welcome Mr. Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal and our distinguished panelists.
All right, welcome everybody. Good afternoon. I'm pleased to be joined today by Ambassador Eric Garcetti, the former mayor of LA, Oklahoma City Mayor David Holt, also president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I have Tennessee Governor Bill Lee and Stanford's Josh Rao. And this panel, of course, is Cities, States, and Fiscal Futures. Now, local governance shapes daily life and increasingly economic dynamism across the country. Cities and states are diverging on growth, fiscal resilience, basic service delivery, and we've seen Washington's mandates strain federalism in both directions. We have 4 people on stage who see this from very different vantage points. We have a mayor running one of the fastest growing cities in America, the governor of a state that's become a destination for movers, the former mayor of one of LA's one of the largest cities in the country, and a scholar who tracks the balance sheets behind all of it. So let's get into it. I want to pin down how we should think about high performance, because performance can mean per capita output growth, it could mean net domestic and migration, fiscal cushion, quality of core services. Tennessee and Oklahoma, of course, are both net in-migration states with no or low income tax. And I want to ask Governor Lee to start us off. When you look at people moving to Tennessee from not only California and Illinois, but increasingly Florida and Texas, what are they actually voting for with their feet?
You know, when I ran for office, I was in the private sector, never ran for office before I ran for governor. But one of the things that I said was that people just want a good job and a good school for their kid in a safe neighborhood. That's what most everyday, regular Tennesseans want. And so when I think about a state model, you look at those 3 issues, and there are others, but those are primary for me. And when people think about moving somewhere, they think about where can I get a good job, where can I get a good school for my kid, and where can I live in a safe environment. So to create an environment where you have economic prosperity, our state has one of the fastest growing economies in the country. We have a fiscal policy that is conducive for that. We have the lowest debt of any state in the country per capita. We have virtually no debt in our state. We have a balanced budget by the Constitution. We have a rainy day fund of $2.5 billion. We have very low taxes. That belief that a government is not a business, but operating it with business principles creates an environment for companies like Starbucks, who just announced they're coming to Tennessee, or Ford Motor Company built their first plant in 50 years there. Oracle's global headquarters is now in Tennessee. Companies that decide a stable, fiscal, business-friendly environment is working for them, those companies will come. And then the people want to move into that same environment that's going to give them an opportunity that they haven't had otherwise. So people have a good job when companies are moving there, and when our existing companies are able to flourish because of a regulatory environment that's good, a tax environment that's good, a stable fiscal environment. They want to be where their kids are going to get an education. We were 34th in the country when I came in. We're 17th in outcomes now, but we're second fastest performing in improvement for reading scores in the country. What's second in math, fourth in reading? The metrics moving in the right direction are a state model that's working. Our crime rate in Memphis is half. It's the lowest crime rate we've had in 25 years, and that's our biggest crime city in the state. So investing, we had 800 state police when I came into office. Today we have 1,300. We believe that public safety is something that people care a lot about. Investing in law enforcement agencies across the state, investing in pay for law enforcement, for facilities, to create a safe environment, and that all goes back to metrics moving in the right direction on, can I get a good job, can I get a good school for my kid, and can I live in a safe environment? I think that's how you measure a model that works for people. And people do move with their feet. And we are one of the fastest growing sort of, number 1 or 2 or 3 most moved to states in the country, because people see that kind of a lifestyle environment opportunity for them, where our poverty rate's lower than the national average and opportunities there. Opportunity, security, and freedom, that's the model.
So, Mayor Holt, I want to bring you in. We heard the governor make the case for Tennessee: low taxes, fiscal prudence, a state government that's been deliberate about creating the conditions for growth. Oklahoma City has been one of the standout success stories in the country for the last 20, 30 years. Is a simple answer here that Oklahoma City is doing great because, like Tennessee, it's got a Republican government keeping taxes low and getting out of the way, or is there more to it?
Yeah, I think it's far more nuanced, and sometimes doing the best policy doesn't fit well into neat ideological boxes. I mean, there's certainly a foundation of conservative governance in Oklahoma City and at the state level, but also our key to success is kind of what cities do to complement everything that the governor just said is a focus of a state government, and that's the way that we invest in ourselves. And sometimes that requires spending money or passing taxes, and maybe that doesn't fit into a neat ideological box. But I think the first thing, though, I want to say is I certainly agree with measuring the success of a city or a state through population growth, because there's a lot of different ways, and you said several of the best metrics, but the customers are your residents, and people vote with their feet, as you said. And when I was born, we were the 37th largest city. Now we're the 21st largest city, and that kind of movement among the top 50 cities is certainly validation that we're doing something right. Now, it brings its own challenges, and we could get into that, but nonetheless, I celebrate that growth because I know that means that people want to live in Oklahoma City, and they want to live in Oklahoma City in addition to the things the governor said, what cities also focus on, because we certainly have to focus on public safety and education and the types of core government services that he described. But if that's all you're doing, that's probably not quite enough. You probably have to have that extra X factor if you want to move from 37th to 21st. And for us, that successful formula has been investing in ourselves. It started in 1993. We passed a 1-cent sales tax that the voters approved in a conservative city and a conservative state. Voters at that moment in time were so desperate and so disappointed in our quality of life, our amenities, our downtown, our opportunity to do fun things after 5 o'clock, that they were willing to pass a tax initiative that built an arena and a stadium and a canal in our entertainment district, just to kind of have a catalyst for investment there. And ever since then, we have now passed 15 initiatives over the last 3 decades to the tune of almost $10 billion, not even adjusted for inflation. And I concede that doesn't fit into a neat ideological box. I wouldn't say that a lot of Republican primary politicians are going to say, I'm going to pass 15 taxes over the next 30 years, right? But that investment in ourselves is kind of what cities do. And I think it's conservative in the sense that it's well managed. It's voted on by the people. They decide. They make the final decision. They get to see what it is. Every single one of these taxes I'm describing has always had a sunset, and we've always kept our promises. And that's kind of what cities do to complement what states do. We're not necessarily in charge of tax policy or regulatory policy, but we are in charge of making sure that our residents have the amenities that they also want to see in a city, the quality of life. And of course, as a mayor, I really believe that it's cities and the quality of life in cities and the amenities that we're willing to invest in that drive an overall state's growth. And that's been our secret to success in OKC.
So in these kind of big growth nodes, Josh, I want to bring you in. When you look at the data on the places that have built a lot over the last few decades, are they actually outperforming on productivity and wages? Or is this just a matter of sprawl? You can build out in some of these places. We'll get to Mayor Garcetti. LA is, constrained in other ways. What do the data show on some of these trade-offs around growth?
Oh, they're absolutely outperforming in productivity and wages. And in economics, we have a concept, revealed preference. You don't need a really complicated economic model. You can just look at what people decide to do and just observe what they do and where they're going. And they're going to places like your your jurisdictions. I just say on what it takes to get people to move to a place, sound fiscal management. It sounds boring because it's behind the scenes, but it's so important. And why is it important? It's because if you don't have it, then the residents of a jurisdiction are going to find themselves paying really, really high taxes and not getting good services out of it. So, that's what happens when, states amass, big unfunded liabilities, large debts. The servicing of that ends up eating up a big piece of the budget. And so, people, residents of these places that are losing folks are paying high taxes, not feeling like they're getting the quality of services out of it. I'll also say, on the spending side of things, one of the cardinal rules that a lot of states break, particularly California has broken a lot, is basing permanent spending programs on temporary revenue increases, okay? That is just, if you're doing that, that is a recipe for losing people. I'm sorry to be the downer focusing on the places that are losing folks, but, there's a big element of what not to do. And then finally, on the what to do piece of it, I think, the building of infrastructure is so important. And by that, I mean both housing and things like public infrastructure, with housing, it's just a matter of, getting out of the way, making sure that regulations aren't blocking the construction of new housing, because if it's so expensive, it's going to drive people away. And on public infrastructure, I mean, just look at what's going on in Nashville with the Boring Company and the fact that there's now, it's a couple of years away, right, from having what Las Vegas has already launched with, underground tunnels for Teslas to be transporting people around. I mean, that only happens in jurisdictions that are pro-business, that want to get things done, that don't load a whole lot of compounding regulations on top of companies. So I think you put those things together and you see what to do and what not to do. And these are real phenomena. This is not just some places capitalizing on or becoming sprawling or something. These are real phenomena of people moving places with real jobs and achieving real prosperity where they were blocked from doing so in their home states.
So, Ambassador Garcetti, one thing this conversation hasn't touched on yet is energy and resilience, and it's increasingly the thing that determines whether a city can grow at all. Data centers are getting sited based on grid capacity. Manufacturing reshoring is running into interconnection queues. Wildfires, heat storms, don't have to tell you about that. The resilience bill is coming due. You ran a city that's been at the front edge of all this. Is there anything governors or mayors can be doing better to prepare for some of these challenges?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to be here in my own backyard. Thank you to the Reagan National Economic Forum and Governor and Mayor. Just met the Governor. Mayor and I are dear friends across party lines, but we're both nonpartisans. He's now the head of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And what a joy it is, because I come here not to defend Los Angeles or California, but to unite America, which is, I hope, what we'll be inspired to do, because there's a pretty tired script out there about certain states only act one way, other states act the other. I think there's huge advantages in both that we need to learn from each other and figure out a way that we can raise up an America that can compete globally and not just take from each other. One of those areas is energy, which has been a strong focus. I ran the largest municipal utility in America, our Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. If you ever seen the movie Chinatown, we stole water to feed this town and see its growth, and we also have the electrical utility, which we control. And we moved to make that not only a sustainable model with more renewable power, but also one in which the rates are lower than our private utility competitors, because we saw the writing on the wall long before the fires last year of just that impact that was happening to us. Extreme weather where people are dying in American cities from the heat, who are less protected, obviously fires, floods. And I just spent the last 2.5 years in India, where the 15 hottest cities in the world last month were all in India. The 15 cities with the worst air quality in the world were all in South Asia, 13 of them in India. So I'm seeing that bill come for human impact. But if you read the feed, you'd say, well, Democrats are here on energy and Republicans are over there. Democrats are doing things like in California, we bragged last summer, we had 100% renewable power in the midst of the hottest summer. Solar was our first source, our second was battery storage above gas, nuclear, and other things, and doing that in a very competitive way. But did you know last year in America, 70% of the new renewable that was put onto the grid was put in 3 states, Texas, Florida, and Ohio, all so-called red states. So regardless of what you hear coming out of Washington, you see conservative states decarbonizing places like the Permian Basin, which is the largest oil field we have in America, in Texas, looking at what happened in Texas on resilience when we saw flooding and freezing, and just recognizing everything doesn't have to be partisan. We can do yes and America at its best will, yes, continue to make sure we have cheaper oil and gas prices today, but also not cede electric vehicles and renewables to a foreign country tomorrow. That we can actually do both things if we get out of our own partisan way, and most importantly, listen to communities who don't want to hear about things like tons of carbon or the hoax of climate change. They want to know how you're going to protect them from that flood that's coming, from that hot day that's coming, from that freezing weather that's coming, that clearly is in the science today. So I'm very inspired at the subnational level, not just nationally, but globally, where there's one country on target to meet the Paris climate science, but of the 100 largest cities, including LA, of the world, 75% of them are on target or ahead. And the deal flow's never been better. It's never been cheaper for the investors who are going there, and those are conservative and liberal investors who are seeing that we sometimes can protect communities first and foremost, but also do good by America and for our economy by making those large future investments and not just fighting yesterday's battles.
So, Ambassador, let me ask you, because Oklahoma City and Nashville, they can grow where they need to. There's more land. LA, more constrained. That makes permitting reform a different problem than it is in a Sunbelt city. What does it take? What is it going to take to build in a place like LA? Where did you find the tools or the political coalition to do it?
Well, LA's a funny place because it's the most densely populated metro area now in America, more than New York City. New York has a really dense central core, but then it quickly kind of goes to the suburban model. Whereas here, in case you haven't noticed, when you drive Southern California, it's like a mid-sized city forever. In fact, by some measures, it's a larger metro area than New York, and it is the most densely populated. But it ain't very high, is it? So while you say we don't have maybe horizontal room, we have a lot of vertical room to grow. And when I was mayor, for instance, we did two things on zoning. One was where we were investing in our subway and public transportation system. Instead of limiting that to be a 2 or 3 story building, you could go up 8 or 10 stories. Because if you're spending $1 billion on a subway stop, don't you want people who can walk to that subway and not have to park their cars? That, and then secondly, we said in your backyard you could build ADUs, accessory dwelling units, old granny flats. And those two things combined boosted our housing production by 60% in a year. So I think sometimes we see, the old cliche about mayors is good mayors borrow, but great mayors steal. We're like a bunch of thieves who hear a good thing that's going on in Oklahoma City, and we want it for LA, and vice versa. And I think our biggest problem, and by the way, this also cuts across partisan lines, I've been in some of my most conservative constituents who don't want to see density, even though you might think, well, aren't they supposed to be more free market, less regulation, let it get built? And I've been in very liberal neighborhoods where people are like, hey, let's densify. So it doesn't always fit the cliche, but our own worst enemies have been ourselves, hanging on to the nostalgia of the past. And in Los Angeles, and look, when I think Tennessee and a place like Nashville, I have good friends that are there, Miami, we had the same script for 50 years here in California. They're all coming here. Until one moment you hit the wall and you haven't built the infrastructure fast enough, whether that's housing infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, the traffic starts getting bad, the rent goes up more quickly than even the freest free market can build. Where I don't mourn that we're not growing at the same rate. It's actually the right sizing, a pausing for us to now build the infrastructure. And if we're all Americans, I'm happy that families, talking to the governor, we have this umbilical cord tying Nashville and LA together through TV and film, through music, through lots of startups. Let's celebrate the ways that we can do yes and figure out a better model that everybody, if LA's later and Nashville can do it sooner, let's figure out a way to get out of the way of regulations. I'm a big libertarian when it comes to housing and transportation infrastructure. But let's also recognize that bad things happen when there's no regulations. If you've gone to a work site lately inside LA that's not unionized, like there's terrible stuff that happens to a lot of the workers who are trying to just build a 2-story apartment building. And sometimes you need to make sure that they're looked out for, or else you drive the poverty rate even further. And I think if you listen to people, they'll tell you what they want. They do want government to get out of the way in certain places, and they want you to be there, as David was saying, to do the big things that make the quality of life worth it other times.
So, Governor, I wanted to come to you about the fiscal cost shift and some of the cost squeezes we have right now. The 2025 reconciliation changes to Medicaid are landing on state budgets right now. Tennessee runs TennCare under a waiver, so you have a different vantage point. What's the honest fiscal picture like for the next couple of years?
I'm glad you mentioned that Medicaid waiver, because I think it's a good example of how a state can function within a federal system, and if it's given the ability to do so, to be innovative, can actually make something work. So we have the only modified block grant Medicaid waiver in the country. That was negotiated under Trump first term. The Biden administration held it up, and we're continuing at that waiver today. It's a shared savings model that takes our managed care model that's been efficient for many years, and it allows us to split the savings with the federal government for efficiencies that we bring into that system. Our Medicaid inflation rate is 2%. The national average for Medicaid inflation is about 8%. The private models are about 6 to 7%. So that innovative model where we have, and we take those savings, by the way, $1.2 billion in 4 years, and we reinvest them into the Medicaid population. It's an example of if we can be innovative in the way that we interact with the federal government, we actually can do better by our citizenry. I also want to just add a comment about sort of unifying and working together. You know, one of the things that I've tried to do, we have blue cities and red state and differences in ideological views about how things ought to operate, but I've been very focused on how it is that the state actually partners with our cities. I meet with the governor, with the mayors of Memphis and Nashville and other mayors, but mostly Memphis and Nashville. They're our two biggest cities. I meet with them every couple weeks, individually, one-on-one. We believe that we can, states make major investments in cities. Cities invest in themselves. States should partner together with those cities and kind of forget or at least set aside the political differences that exist between state government and the city governance, and figure out how it is, we both want the same thing for our people, how it is that we can work together. And we've done it. We've done that with public safety in Memphis. We've done that with economic development in Nashville. Shared investments in the infrastructure of our biggest city there in Nashville. So I do think in a day of toxic, divisive political environment, there really is a desire for people to work together. And if a state model can do it, then it can happen nationally as well. It's encouraging to me.
Josh, you've made the argument that deferred infrastructure maintenance and unfunded pension liabilities are essentially the same fiscal problem in two costumes. Can you walk us through why taxpayers in certain places pay more and feel like they get less or nothing for it?
Well, absolutely. Well, I think the unfunded liabilities of pensions promised to state and local government employees, they've demanded ever-increasing resources from the general fisc in states where those promises were not well managed, and so that leads to situations where people feel like they're paying more and getting less. And same with infrastructure. Actually, Wall Street Journal had a very nice piece, I think it was by Heather Gillers, who outlined how there's a new report discussing how infrastructure and deferred maintenance infrastructure can be viewed as a liability in a sense. But I think as we think about infrastructure and on energy, I want to come back to something you said, Mayor Garcetti, because Texas has been so successful in getting wind energy. And why did that happen? Well, if you look at it, one of the reasons that happened is that in the early 2000s, Texas created a structure called competitive renewable energy zones for building electricity transmission infrastructure. And it really opened up a private market for electricity transmission infrastructure when they realized, hey, we have a lot of renewable energy here in the form of wind. We just need to make sure there's a market for the transmission infrastructure. And I see things like that, and it's really very inspiring. Would love to see a state like California or other states recreate that model, because that led a state that, from a sort of partisan perspective, you might think, well, this isn't a kind of renewable energy state. But when you let the private economy operate, then it operates well. And getting those restrictions out of the way to make that transmission infrastructure happen, I think is really key step. And I think your state has obviously done a lot on that.
We've talked about energy, a couple things. I just want to throw this in because I think in our state, one of the ways that we're approaching this energy challenge that we have is through the development of nuclear. And Tennessee has a long history of nuclear energy from the Manhattan Project on in Oak Ridge with the Oak Ridge National Laboratory. So we created a nuclear advisory council and a nuclear energy fund and began to work to attract the ecosystem of new nuclear development. We will likely be one of the first small modular reactor states in the country. And we have companies that are coming from, Orano, for example, from France, nuclear enrichment, nuclear recycling, micro-reactors, companies that are beginning to invest significantly in our state to create this new nuclear renaissance. And it's obviously clean energy. It's a bipartisan effort. We were working with the Biden administration. Now we're working with the Department of Energy in a large way in the state for investments in small modular reactors. As we talk about energy, there can't be a conversation about about energy independence in this country without talking about nuclear, and we've invested heavily there, and it's beginning to really pay off. We're excited about what the future holds there.
Mayor Holt, I want to ask you, you'd mentioned earlier about importance of local control matters because cities are laboratories of dynamism and democracy. Republicans nationally have increasingly used state power to override some blue cities on policing, zoning, minimum wage, prosecutorial discretion. As a Republican mayor watching that, do you have concern where laboratories of democracy stop and where preemption starts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a Republican and as a mayor, my philosophies are aligned that even if state leadership disagrees with something that a local government is doing, as long as it's legal, I think they should step aside and let them do it. I can imagine things that probably my state government hasn't been particularly interventionist because maybe they kind of see that we're 90% of what's good in Oklahoma right now economically, so they maybe truly don't want to mess with it too much. But I'm sure that they have, their own issues perhaps with the way that we do things in Oklahoma City, whether it's tax policy or whether it's just inclusiveness, or police reform, whatever. But that's our right, and we've been electing our own government to make those decisions. I got 86% 3 months ago. Clearly I have a consensus.
That's better than Vladimir Putin. It seems suspicious.
Yeah. Well, don't investigate it, Eric. The point being that, clearly what I'm doing, what we're doing, these taxes I described, they all pass with over 70%. It's what the people of Oklahoma City want, and they ought to have the opportunity to follow that path. So yeah, it's an issue. It hasn't been one as much in Oklahoma, but I certainly hear it from my fellow mayors, and it just shouldn't be. It should be that people kind of stay in their lanes, and they may not always agree, but I would hope they'd follow the model the governor just described, that they'll talk about it, kind of talk it out. Maybe if you have some differences, you might actually find, if you're meeting every 2 weeks, that you actually have more in common than you realize, and I hope that's been useful in that red state, blue city tension that we see often across, not just in Tennessee, but across the whole United States.
Well, Governor, I'd ask you the same question from the other side. Are there times where preemption is the right tool?
I think I would have to say there are, and we've had that happen in our state. For example, we just passed legislation that allowed for the creation of an oversight committee appointed by the state, by the governor, by the speakers, to have oversight over a school district that had been underperforming for decades. And it didn't do away with the school board. It created an oversight board that that has authority to make certain decisions or to approve or disapprove decisions that the school board makes. This is in Shelby County in Memphis. The state invests enormous amounts of dollars into the public school system in that community. And as such, I think the state has an obligation and a responsibility to the students, to the community there, to exert itself in a way that supports and works alongside the local community. We've done the same thing in some ways in Nashville, where we have passed legislation that allows for appointments to oversight or to committees that make financial decisions around, for example, the convention center. And those dollars are being used and invested in Nashville, in the East Bank, where Oracle is, where we're this big high growth area in our city. But it's a partnership between the state and the city when the state believes that its investments in that city are not being wisely spent. So it's a difficult, task to figure out a way for cities and states to work together and for states to intervene when they think a city is not fiscally being good stewards of their resources. We've done it in our state, and in part by sitting down with those mayors and working through those pieces of legislation with them to get them to a place that they can accept it and that we can have the kind of intervention that we think is appropriate.
Mayor Holt, I want to ask you about one more issue that I think is under-discussed, which is whether governments can actually hire and retain the engineers, planners, IT staff, building inspectors they need to deliver on everything that we've just been talking about. I mean, we had a white-hot labor market when we came out of the pandemic. Now things have cooled down a little bit. You've got 5,000 city employees serving 700,000 people, which is leaner than most peer cities. How do you do it? What are the challenges? What's the breaking point right now?
Well, when we just ended, like a couple of months ago, the longest streak of unemployment below 4% in our city's history, at least, modern tracked history. I would say, and I want to add a little bit of color to your point about a lean government. Denver's about the same number of residents within the city limits, and they have 10,000 city employees. So that's how lean we are. We are, per capita, we employ very few people at the city level. Maybe that helps us fill all those jobs, but nonetheless, we have a lot of vacancies, and I don't know that I have any secret, because I feel like that's a nationwide challenge right now, and probably the most glaring place has been in our police department, where we have had the money to pay people, but not enough qualified applicants willing to do the work. And those are all multifaceted challenges, and certainly some of those challenges have been just as difficult in other departments of the city. I don't know that we have it figured out. I think we as a country really kind of have to figure out how to continue to expand the pool of qualified people, and that's partly an education issue. Sometimes it's partly an immigration issue. Whatever the case, it really goes beyond the city. I think what we try to do is we try to provide pathways, we try to recruit, obviously, and we certainly try to compensate and provide great benefits, which I think that's one thing that usually a lot of local governments are able to provide is a good wage and a good benefits package, and maybe uniquely a mission. I mean, there is something to be said for that. A lot of people who work for cities, and I'm sure states as well, they have a heart for service. Like they don't want to live like paupers, but if they can secure at least kind of a middle class lifestyle, they're more than happy with that, because they get so much fulfillment out of the work that they're a part of.
Does anyone see that differently?
I think I have so many thoughts on everything that was just said, but I'll go backwards. I think you need more flexible, more accountable, and better pay in the public sector. You look at Singapore. Singapore pays their top people the same as the private sector, and they get the best people. I don't know why we think the public sector is a different marketplace than the private sector. A worker is a worker, and she or he, maybe you get a few more bonus points by working in the public sector because it fulfills a mission, but you get more money in the private sector, and that's not always a fair trade. It was pensions in the past more, and still is to some degree. You have a little bit more dependable retirement benefits potentially, but that's kind of washed over the years as many of us have done pension reform that's been necessary, as I did in Los Angeles with our employees. So I think, you get what you pay for. I think we want to be inspired. I think we've been down on public workers for so long that they're down on themselves. And then what we do is we don't have the accountability either. So you need to reward performance. You need to be able to punish performance or bad performance in a way, and we don't have either. So I would be very much for both of those things. I also think that, it's interesting we talk about the state stuff, if I can just chime in on that. As a former mayor, of course I'm opposed to any state intervention, until at least I'm a governor. But in the meantime, all joking aside, it's funny how that also becomes partisan. Democrats are all for like state or federal intervention in law enforcement. Republicans are strictly against that. Democrats are totally opposed when it's federal or state government imposing on education, but Republicans are for that. So I think my philosophy is trust people and trust the voters to throw people out who aren't performing before you come in and take local powers away. But where the state can is set goals, and if you're not hitting those goals in whatever creative ways you as a local elected official hit them, then maybe there's consequences. For instance, on growth, here in California, we recently very painfully passed that if you don't in your individual city grow the housing necessary for the projected growth, the state will overrule your local zoning and permitting requirements and make sure that that housing gets in there on state rules. So you better not do that if you want to maintain control. Figure out the better way you can do that. I think that's an effective way. Set those goals. If you fail, the state has power. But don't just come in because you don't like the way it's happening today. Be very clear with what local governments need to do.
We actually just passed a law that gave cities the flexibility to determine their time frame for permitting, for example. But if they don't get permits issued within the agreed upon time frame, there's an automatic.
That's great. Yeah.
There's an automatic trigger there that allows that permit to be granted. But it is a partnership, and I also agree with you on the private sector, public sector employees. We really have worked in the last 6-7 years in state government to elevate our pay levels for our state employees to be competitive with the private sector. We want the best and the brightest people working in the state government. The way that we've offset the expansion of that cost is to hold down and I commend you for your efficiency in operating your city's government. And metrics are a good example. I mean, comparing the size of government with the number of employees, it's a good measure. We came into office 8 years ago. Our revenues in our state have increased by 50% in 8 years. We've had fast economic growth, and we have less state employees today than we had when I came into office. At budget season every year, I sat down and commissioners brought their proposals for state government, and I said, "That's great, but you can't add workers. You have to figure out how to get that new proposal that you want to get done with the number of workers that you have." And we've held the line on that for 8 years, and we have better services for our people today than we had 8 years ago with the same number of employees and 50% more revenue.
Josh, I want to ask you, the bond market is supposed to be the discipline mechanism that punishes fiscal recklessness. But we've seen some jurisdictions, Chicago, Illinois, have been junk rated or close to it for years, and they keep borrowing. New Jersey and Connecticut, the same thing. Is the muni bond market actually pricing risk anymore, or has the assumption of an eventual federal backstop broken the market signal?
Well, those junk ratings, I mean, those do cost these cities quite a bit in terms of their borrowing costs. So it's not that there's no signal there. But I think that, we did see some lines crossed during COVID. The municipal liquidity facility that the Fed announced. We're going to backstop municipal bonds in a crisis. And I think if you kind of rewind 15 years ago, nobody thought that would be possible. So I think there is some implicit idea that the federal government is backstopping some cities and states, and that probably helps prop up the municipal bond market relative to what it otherwise would be. Particularly for cities, where at least in states where Chapter 9 bankruptcy is possible, where bondholders really could lose if cities default.
I have a question here from the audience, and if you want to load any into your app in the few minutes we have left, I'll try to get to them. This question says, for our two mayors, can you tell us a bit how you think about investments in sports infrastructure as a driver of urban growth? Mayor Garcetti, you played a leading role in landing the 2028 Olympics here in LA. What investments were required for that, and do you believe they'll pay off for constituents? And Mayor Holt, Oklahoma City has become a global hub for pro basketball, and the Thunder have a new state-of-the-art arena coming live in a few years.
How's that series going?
3-3, man. We're coming home tomorrow night.
So sports infrastructure is a growth mechanism. What's the payoff?
Well, it took a liberal city like Los Angeles to say we won't subsidize the NFL. It took 20 years until we had the private market step up, and Stan Kroenke, who is amazing and built the most expensive stadium ever in human history for any sport here at SoFi, which will be the place for the opening ceremonies together with the Coliseum of America's 2028 Olympics. And I say America's because it's LA 28, but it's also shared with Oklahoma City. Because of our friendship, we'll have 7 events that'll be in Oklahoma City as well. Talk about red, white, and blue together. It's going to be a beautiful thing. I think for us in America, we've generally said no, except at the local level, ironically, to sports subsidies. Most countries subsidize at the national level. We're the only country that doesn't subsidize the Olympics or any of our national leagues from federal government. And yet, quite wealthy operations that have seen investments, go up 20-fold in 5 and 10 years, still have a way of squeezing taxpayers to build the stadiums. I personally am opposed to that. That might make me more conservative than some of my Republican colleagues who say this is a good thing, and I respect in smaller markets maybe that's the case. And David Holt had a hand before he was even mayor. Anybody here from Seattle?
Don't start, Eric.
No, taking the Sonics and bringing them to OKC, which was an amazing case study. And then when he became mayor, it's really been successful. We have our AAA team is in Oklahoma City for the Dodgers, so we're also joined that way. I think it's a critical part of life. I mean, here we have this year World Cup. We're one of the cities for World Cup. Next year, Super Bowl for the 2nd time in a decade. And then I invite you all to come back in 2028 for the Paralympic and Olympic Games, one of only 3 global cities to host it 3 times. But you got to be smart. Taxpayer money is taxpayers' money, taxpayer money. Whether it's deferred, infrastructure, whether it's your pensions, whether it's what we pay our employees, or whether it's what we subsidize for our sports. Don't be stupid, and bargain hard. But yes, get to a yes, because sports is such a rich part of our lives, and I think it's been a wonderful part of, at least the last 2 years here. World Series championships is nice, and for you, I know NBA is like such a part of what's brought your city together.
Yeah, I mean, I think that to that point, we probably position the NBA more centrally to our identity than any other city, maybe across all of the top sports leagues. And every city's going to have a different story and what makes sense for them. But Mayor Garcetti, and you should always reference somebody by their highest ever title, and of course there's no title higher than mayor. Mayor Garcetti, Ambassador Garcetti, said that we're a case study, and we really are, because the people of Oklahoma City can remember life before the Thunder. And a lot of the metrics that I've been bragging on do happen to coincide with the Thunder's arrival in 2008. And we invested in sports facilities to make that possible. We're reinvesting. We have $1 billion arena under construction right now that'll open in 2028. That's funded by a 6-year 1-cent sales tax that the voters approved 71%. It secured for us the Thunder till at least 2053. On Monday, I'm going to break ground on a new soccer stadium in Oklahoma City. And if you turn on your TV tonight, you can watch the Women's College World Series on ESPN, which is secure in Oklahoma City for the foreseeable future, thanks to 2 tranches of $30 million investments that we've made in what is now the greatest softball stadium in the world in OKC. And then tomorrow night, you can watch our Thunder play in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. And then in 2 years, you can watch 7 events of the LA Olympics in Oklahoma City. We're going to have 16 days of events, 200 athletes, our own athletic village. I mean, we're going to be like this little mini Olympics 1,000 miles away from Los Angeles, which, yes, in many ways wouldn't have happened without our personal partnership and our city's partnership, but also depended on us building the only whitewater facility west of the Mississippi and the greatest softball stadium in the world so that we could host those events. So yeah, Oklahoma City is definitely it may not have started this intentionally, but now it definitely feels like a very intentional strategy to leverage investments in sports, and as Eric said, smartly and efficiently and in a well-managed way. But we simply wouldn't be the city that we are on the national and global stage without our investments in sports facilities. So I'm definitely an advocate for that if you have got it figured out how to do it right.
Any Game 7 prediction?
Oh, we're going to win, yeah, obviously, yeah. Yeah, no, bet the farm, yeah, absolutely. You give investment advice at these things, right? Yeah, absolutely. Put your whole livelihood on the Thunder.
Well, that's all the time we have, but thank you all very much for joining us.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck tomorrow night.